Tonight started. We got everybody good to go.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Can
I heard in there at the end.
I'm here.
Okay.
Well, to
Present.
catch us up to where we are at the moment, last session we began at the end of the despair of Malachi as the Wanderers of Starlight stood over the now defeated body of one of the most powerful dragons to have walked the face of this world. As Eidos carved him up, gathering together the useful bits and bobs that will one day no doubt adorn his armor, Ken drove sword into chest and drew forth the power of Malachi's soul. And in doing so, in conquering the tyrant of fire, had himself a little conversation with Justice, who seems to have awoken. And while these weapons are not sentient to the same level that Snickersnack or Zanari Nock seems to be, they are alive in one way or another, and are making efforts to try and aid you all. As he kind of sent Ken through a little bit of martial boot camp, downloaded a little information into his noggin, the rest of you moved onward to try to find the horde of Malachi. Cresting a ridge just north of where you had fought him, you found yourselves confronted with a massive lake of bubbling metal, with a few strange objects floating along the top, seemingly untouched by the fire and heat around you. And as you estimated the worth of the coins that had to have been melted down to form this lake of riches, you had to find some way to get some of it. You had to.
We'll be back for the rest.
Yeah. You discussed a few different options. There was some flying over the lake in order to gather up the armor, as well as using mage hands to gather up the smaller items, and then some discussions as to who could use these items, if anybody, among your troop, if anybody had any open attunement slots. Ken, meanwhile, used his 4th level spell slot to cast Fabricate, which I will say I never see Fabricate coming. And man, does it solve a lot of problems, as he pulled out 8,500 platinum pieces worth of pure, literally pure melted platinum that was currently mingling with the gold and silver and copper here. And as you tapped into that specific metal with your spell work, you drew it forth like rivers of brilliant steel into the air and formed your 10 foot by 10 foot by 10 foot space of platinum ingots, all stamped with the insignia of your brood. As the objects cooled, you sent a few quick messages, one to Emmeline, one to Chad, and then teleported the riches that you had secured back to your guild hall in the hopes that they could find some way to make use of this huge influx of capital. Your deed done, your loot gathered, and a little mental flag marked on your map as to where this lake is, so you can come back here in the future. I think you even gathered up a rock, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
You then pressed onward towards the wall of burning fire and spinning tumultuous sand and glass. And as you approached, steeled yourself for that transition, you crossed the threshold, hearing one final bid from Eden to help her brother. And as you stepped through, you were met with the fiercest, most intense heat that surrounded you as you emerged into the Dale of Fire, a land of cracked and broken land with lava and magma plumes in every direction. The mountains dripping lava like open wounds. And as you began to take in this scene, the shell of Terrastio cracked. And as the barrier around you that protected you began to fail, actually, before that had happened, you had seen the fire ant in the distance, had a little conversation, muddied by the distance and the broiling flames, with a strange creature on the back of it, and unable to tell friend or foe, it began to charge at you. And as it got closer and closer, that was when the shell broke. Narrative timing and all that. Love to make you guys scramble. You raced while you endured the burning influence from a horrible and angry voice trying to consume your very being with fire. You steeled yourselves and ran towards whatever this object was, hoping that it was not about to eat you. And as you got closer and closer, you found that the small creature on the back had a feline face and matched the descriptions given to you of the tabaxi by Oni. As you drew closer and closer, Rose, you gathered up your arcane strength and cast out your scatter spell, feeling the resistance of the Dale of Fire against this innate teleportation, but the short jaunt that you were making capable of getting your party up onto the deck of whatever this object was. And as you materialized there, your body's slamming into the hard and hot metal on the roof of it, you felt that presence abate as you were now within the protective barrier of what you would come to know as one of the sensors from Ferastiel. As you gathered your senses again and kind of caught your breath, the large metallic creature beneath your feet stopped, and the hatch before you opened. The small furry face poked its way out and asked if you were friendly and what the heck you did to the wall of fire. You told him that you killed the angry thing there and fixed it. He had a short conversation with his leader, who really didn't want to play let's talk to them through the crazy tabaxi, so invited you all into the mess hall kind of galley area of their ship, the Fire Ant. And as you met Amaji, Zumar, Sharash, Nulam, and Etana, they shared with you a tale of woe of Ferastiel, of a amethyst dragonborn who had arrived wearing a crown of dripping black and had taken the city. That their people had lost themselves to this devotion, and Sharash was one of the only that you know of, at least, to have escaped. Amazi and Zumar, having been out afield, had come across Etana and Nulam, who had been attacked by powerful fire elementals that had destroyed their fire ant and sent them adrift with nothing more than the sensor to keep them safe in the broiling hot lands. And as Amaji and Zumar picked them up into the ship, their numbers grew, and they tried to return to Ferastiel. It was then that they saw Sharash diving from the edge in a desperate bid to be free and to not lose himself to whatever had taken his people. They caught him and ran, hoping to seek help, but these lands, man, they're not normal, and they have lived there their whole lives. And as they approached the wall of burning flames, now turned black with the rage of Malachi, they dared not try to cross that threshold. And so they waited. 3 weeks have passed, and you finally emerged. And as you hear the tale of the Amethyst Dragonborn, your memory goes back to an enemy that you have defeated not once but twice now. Astariel Eshlin. You weren't 100% sure, but you knew how you could be. And Rose used a scrying spell to confirm the presence of your enemy, now sitting atop the throne of Pride Rock. You were filled into the nature of the city And it's similarly designed to Terrastiel, a tiered city built into the back of a massive turtle with 6 humongous legs that walk along the Dale of Fire. There are docks along the lower edge of the shell that can be used for bringing in the fire ants when they return from being out on their missions, and that was where they had recommended you guys use. That didn't sound like a good idea. The other option being to climb one of Ferastiel's legs. The large, scaled texture, not impossible to climb, but definitely difficult. That also didn't sound like a good idea.
Also, fuck that.
You discussed other options, maybe a teleport spell. You know it's difficult. You know of the tales of the Dale Lands from other adventurers that have told how getting in or out is a chore in and of itself. And teleportation rarely works. But Rose has been told these things before. You guys weren't supposed to be able to teleport into... Oh god, I've dropped her name out of my mind because Titania's domain. But you managed to. And with Rose's confidence, they gathered up a few different objects. First, a pendant from a Magi that was crafted for his father and passed on to him, somewhere within Ferastiel. And second, one of the Nuoliths that Sharash uses to facilitate healing. Also crafted somewhere within the Artisan District, but at least that being more of a guarantee that has been crafted recently as opposed to the necklace, which could have been crafted decades ago. You took one of the Nuoliths, which Sharash did not seem to want to part with, but their sheer existence and their operation piqued both Ken and Aerith's intellectual intrigue. And as Sharash returned to the helm to deal with everything that had happened, alongside Zumar, who is currently piloting the Fire Ant back to, or at least in the direction of Ferastiel. They're not going to bring you guys up to being within sight of it until you give them the word that that's what you want, but they're heading in that direction. As they kind of sat down, Aerith and Ken stepped into that space to learn a little bit about the culture here within the Firedale and how their knowledge is passed on, how their technology works, as these kinds of things are foreign to both of your normal experiences. Rose and Aureus and Eodos discussed the implications of what they were seeing within the scrying spell from or on Vestariel. And I think that was pretty much where we left off. I'm trying to think if I missed anything.
Right, can't think of anything, but...
I know Ken also used his create food and water to replenish the stores within the Fire Ant, which had run dangerously low, given the aforementioned 3 weeks that they have been out in the Dale Lands. As well as you have secured use of the spare sensor that Nilam and Atana brought from their ant.
Hero's Feast.
Okay, that was my next
we
question.
were gonna Hero's Feast and didn't rest.
Okay,
Yes.
so as Aureus takes out, which one are you using, Aureus? Just narratively.
Which super gaudy bowl?
I mean, I don't know if I could tell the difference. They're both just nice jewel encrusted bowls. I guess I'll use the one that I just bought. I'll save the one from the church for later.
Okay. All right. So you
One's
take
a
out the one.
With an 8th level spell slot.
Okay.
That's all I got.
As you take the bowl in hand and then step kind of out of the mess hall and look around, you're relatively intuitive. You knew where they had gone. You knock on the door here and are greeted by Itana and Nilam, who are currently actually working on putting together a plate of, hardtack and again, food and water, create food and water. It's just nutrient. It's not particularly tasty, but they're making their best, and they absolutely look ecstatic as Itana opens the door and goes, "Hello. How can we help? We'll be out with dinner here in just a minute. We're just
Oh.
getting the plates ready.
It's fine. You don't have to use your hardtack. I was gonna create some better food in a moment.
Okay, come on in. We got plenty of things to cook with in here.
Oh, that's perfectly fine. I got everything I need, and I'm gonna pull out the jewel encrusted
Right.
bowl.
You don't need to actually cook it. I'm sitting here thinking that you
Nope,
need
I do not.
It's just magic. Okay.
Bam, magic.
Then, as you instead take out the jewel encrusted bowl, set it in the center of one of the two small tables that are bolted to the floor here. And like all the stools are also bolted down. So as you've been sitting and kind of like talking, there's been this not gentle, not rough, definitely noticeable sway as the six legs have kind of kept this strange cadence across the ground. You cast out your spell. It's an hour to cast. No, it's an hour to eat
10
it.
minutes to cast.
10 minutes to cast.
1 hour to consume everything, and everyone here can eat.
Is it you plus 8?
It's up to 12
Up to
creatures.
12.
Up to
Yeah, up to 12
12.
creatures.
Did you
Well-
link it and I didn't see? You linked it and I didn't see. That was my Okay. Then, Aureus, roll me 2d10.
Be like,
As-
oh, come on, give me 20.
Right? 12.
12.
Yeah, not bad.
Not bad,
I'll
right?
take it.
Not bad, not bad. You spend your 10 minutes casting the spell and of just like chanting under your breath. You can see this golden light that flows out of Aureus's hands that seems to pool into the bowl, filling it with this. It's almost like liquid water. But it doesn't flow with the normal like cadence of the ship. It's not like moving around or sloshing around. It's just sort of pooling and filling. And as the 10 minutes cast, what do you make everybody?
Oh, you bring forth a great feast, including magnificent food and drinks. So let's say, you know, like the stereotypical like king's feast where you have like a giant hog, and you have like different types of meats and like exotic fruits,
Mm-hmm.
something like that, and then have a variety of wines and fresh juices.
Okay.
As long as I get my
As-
strawberry ale, I'm happy.
As the bowl fills with that golden energy, you pull your hands back, Aureus, and kind of just like turning them up and facing towards the sky. You raise your head up with your eyes closed, and you all watch as the entire bowl glows with that golden light and then spreads out across the whole table. Arcs of light shoot through the galley onto the other tables and onto the like small shelved in secured in shelves on the walls, fills with drinks, bottles and glasses. Glasses appear on the table and fill themselves, and as you kind of like open your eyes and look down, your magnificent hero's feast, laden like a king's banquet, sits before you. It is a small room. It's definitely small for, what's this, 9-10 people to eat in, but your feast awaits.
Everyone, come get your food.
Just picture Aureus with like the spoon and the pot just like banging it. It's like food time.
Food.
As the spell goes off, like he has a apron with "Kiss the Cook" manifest on him.
The salt meme.
Hell
Yeah. Salt Bay.
Tabaxi will kind of all come out one by one and smelling the delicious food. They'll just sit down and kind of look around expectantly, watching as you all trickle in as well.
Oh. Okay.
Yummy food.
Right. Thank you, Aureus. Rose will fill a plate and take a bottle of wine.
Of course.
I have a question. Does the max temp HP also increase my artifacts HP?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Because it gets set at the start of the day, and it would just increase it by that much.
Oh
Okay.
boy.
It'll revert the next day, but yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm just making sure.
I had considered that when I made it.
Also, Ken, did you say that in character or out of character?
What? Kiss the chef?
No, when
No.
Rose grabbed the
The
wine.
sarcastic of.
I grabbed the bottle. I grabbed the bottle. I was like, oh, of course. No, I let it slide. He will say, give some of that to me.
There's
There should be
plenty.
plenty of it for everyone.
Okay.
They make
carry
food
on.
for 12 people, and there's 10 of us. There's plenty of food.
There's a Shirash opens the door in the front and smells the food and goes, "They've got food, like real food." And there's ears Mark going, "What? Hold on. What? I thought my brain was playing tricks on me. Hold on." And you hear what sounds like the grinding of metal, not in a like nasty way, but if like
Parking brake.
levers being pulled, yeah, and all the legs go, and there's like this shifting feeling of you sliding ever so slightly, and then the sound of like hydraulics releasing their gas, and Zamar springs up. Howdy, we're all parked. Food, and he jumps through.
Real food.
Right.
Well, real magic food. So, eat quickly.
I'll take it. Starts
Already.
pulling together.
Hour's
Plate
not that
on Magie
long.
looks, be considerate to our guests. Samar looks, mouth already full.
No,
Appreciate it. Well, good.
take whatever you want. Like, end of the hour, shit disappears. Eat it.
Yeah, plenty of food.
As long as everyone gets something.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate it. We have needed a good meal. They'll kind of all sit around one table, not trying to, but it just sort of happened that way.
All right, no one has any diseases or poisons. Right?
Not anymore.
Just-
Mhm.
Think so. Or is anyone diseased?
Aerith, do you have like a bad luck poison?
Is your bad luck a disease?
No,
It's a contagious.
at least I don't think so.
Well, if it is, I guess it's gone now. As
I
is
did have
the
one.
right. As is the chlamydia you got from that dude you fucked.
Oh.
Oh.
Fuck you, and I did not.
Oh.
Didn't even know you had it. Don't have it anymore.
I was gonna say, with how much Rose gets around, it's more likely Rose got it than anyone else.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Very appropriate for the scene.
I'm actually eating right now.
Tell. It's all good.
If only it was as good as this hero's feast.
Uh-huh.
Hair, chunks of meat, fresh bread. The smell is as intoxicating as taste, and diving in, you immediately forget everything that has happened today. Because today has been one heck of a day. You started this morning in Erebor, waking up in the guild hall, seeing off two of your allies who have gone to investigate some dark army. You then teleported into a place of widespread land and earth, and were led into Malachi's domain. Fought your way through and conquered your enemy, and as you sit here, your stomach's filling, Ken, you know, back home at least, it's probably close to 11. Though there's still a gentle glow of light coming in through the very, very opaque, like, porthole windows occasionally here within the ship. Anything you guys want to do while you feast?
No, probably just randomly chatting about their technology. He's just
Okay.
very excited to like witness it, and he's like, if y'all are willing and able, do you mind if we could trade like low risk technology?
That would be a question best
Low
suited.
risk technology. What exactly is low risk technology,
Well,
Ken?
I'm sure they have highly classified information they don't want to get out, which I totally understand. So that's what I'm saying. If there's anything they could share publicly, like I would love to, you know, take a peek at it, and I'm more than willing to share my magic tech with them.
Yeah.
The exchange of knowledge could be useful to our people. But such a decision is something that is left for the king.
Guess we have extra reason to get Vistariel out of there.
Yes. And I hope that he is still safe. The others just
Sure.
nod.
I mean, I'm sure there's like one thing that you've got on you can share with that isn't usual, right?
Kind of like they look to each other, and I can explain the use of the tools we use. But the four of us, we were scouts, sent out into the fields to investigate and keep the Firedale safe. Shirash
Perfect.
kind of like dabs
Ken
his
loves
mouth.
tools.
No, I was a sage. I spent my time within the city, mostly healing our peoples or taking care of those who needed taken care of. I can teach you how to use my implements, but not necessarily how to build them, as we've already discussed.
Well, Ken loves tools, and Aureus likes healing stuff, so perfect.
Ken is gonna speedrun Faerun into like the 21st century.
He's trying to. Uniting the disparate technologies. But
I am
Mhm.
immediately thinking like I want this walker like modified somehow.
Give me your boat.
I can tell you that the fire ant draws its power from the Dale itself. From what I was told when I took command of the ship, each of the feet works as a siphon, drawing energy into the main unit itself, which then powers its disparate, kind of like looks
Subunits?
for the word. Yes, I think that was the word. Something like that.
That's
I think
similar
they
to
said
the
subsystems.
airship, right? The airship did something similar to draw magic in. Just had to be recharged.
It did. The airship used a arcane, like, what is it called? Oh my god, this was like 3 years ago. I made the airship. Where are my notes?
Yeah, you
Arcane
could just
propulsion
modify.
module.
Yes, the APMs that would. I knew that I had an acronym for it. The arcane propulsion modules that drew ether from the ambient, like, environment, and pretty much did the same thing.
You can modify an airship then and turn it into a walker.
Or modify the walker, get more airships.
A walker
Flying
airship can
ants.
fly or walk
Oh. Oh.
Can they swim?
or swim. It's still a boat.
Does this,
Sorry, were you
is this
asking
thing
them
water
if?
type?
No, there is no water in the Dale of Fire. No,
Not a boat.
no. The only water that we have here within the Dale is provided to us by Frostiel. This is why these things are so precious. He just looks up towards the sensor that's just kind of just hanging and actually it's not even swaying anymore because the ant has stopped, but it's still just billowing out this gentle, sweet-smelling smoke.
Well, while you guys talk shop, Rose will get up, take another bottle, and head over to Zuamar.
He's currently got his entire mouth around one of the like leg bones from the ham, and it's like, and you're like, you go, sorry, it's been a while since I had good meat.
Go for it. Rose will put the bottle down in front of him.
He just goes right back to gnawing on the bone.
Drinking contest.
All right, sure, why not?
Do you guys use money? How much you want to bet?
God, they would use money, but now I had to figure out a currency.
Gil.
Well, yeah. Thank you. I don't have much gil on me. Most of it's back at the city. We don't
What's a
have much
gil?
use for it. I just want to kind of just hold it. Takes out a small coin. Hold on. I'm gonna take a picture. Actually, I don't have one with it. I actually have the Eorzea coin collection where I have the four gil coins. And I was going to take a picture of one of them, but they don't really work narratively for this. But it is the same thing. It's a oval-shaped, kind of metal stamped coin. It's about maybe the size of 2 gold coins next to each other, and it seems to be made of gold. Maybe like a golden... Not a high-quality gold, kind of like a slag gold, because it's got this darker kind of coloring to it.
Rose will pick it up and like hold it up to the light and kind of squint. It's just okay. What's this one worth?
It's worth 1 gil. That's a gil.
What's a Gil?
This is a gil, apparently. Well, I mean, like, so this one's worth your like lowest or highest?
It's the lowest
Amount.
domination.
The lowest, okay.
Well, it's really only
So it's like
one.
a copper piece.
Yeah, I suppose. I don't have much of the higher ones. They got different faces stamped in them. They're all made of the same metal, though.
Well, then what's the point? Why are they worth different things if they're made of the same thing?
Because they're stamped with different things and they're worth different things.
The picture on it makes it intrinsically worth more or less.
Kind of like looks to the others or like looking at you, but look at him and just sort of like smiling. Yeah. Is it not that way with yours?
No. Ours is worth different amounts depending on the material it's made of, because the materials are worth more. Hold on.
I mean, this is just slag. This isn't worth much at all. It's worth making coins out of. This coin of shit's everywhere.
Well, yeah, but okay, I don't. Aerith, do you have like an actual copper and silver piece? I actually don't have lower denomination coins. I've got a gold and platinum.
No, I don't have copper or silver. I've got gold and platinum too.
Well, I guess here, Rose will take out one gold and 1 platinum. Just like, see, they're made of like different rarity of metals. That's why it's worth more. Puts it down on the table.
Picks them both up and kind of looks at them. Trash, look at this.
There's 2 other
Yes.
ones, but we honestly don't trade in them because it's just too small.
As you are saying
Well,
that, he hands one of the coins over
Normal
to
people
Shrash.
trade into them more.
Okay, yeah, like random people in town, a meal's a couple copper maybe, but for us, like, what's worth to hold on to that shit? It's just heavy.
This is pure gold. Why are you using pure... You use this as trade. This is so many better uses. Do you know how many components within the Noelis rely upon pure gold?
Well, how much is pure gold of that size worth in Gil?
Kind of looks at it. Piece this big. 500 maybe? Probably.
500 gil is worth 1 gold.
Your money's not worth much, is it?
Don't be rude.
Well, okay.
He's looking at the
I mean-
platinum one. You trade with this. This is platinum. You do know that's platinum, right?
Yes.
Yes, that's why it's worth a lot.
Platinum is a bit rare. To be fair, your average person doesn't have.
Yes,
much.
again, okay, you can buy like a loaf of bread on the street for like a copper coin. And I think what the platinum's worth like
100 gold.
oh god, I
Gold.
don't know.
No,
10 gold.
10 gold equals 1 platinum.
Yeah, I don't know how much in copper that is. That's a lot of
Copper.
1,000.
that's a lot of math.
Yeah.
No, it
1,000.
would be, would it be 1,000? I thought it'd be
Mhm.
higher.
Because it's a 10 to 10 to 10. Like 10 coppers, 1 silver, 10 silvers, 1 gold, 10 golds, 1.
So yeah, like 1,000 loaves of bread ish. That's a lot
So
of bread.
copper is made
Also
using
loves
copper.
bread.
Silver is used using actual silver. Gold.
Yeah, it's used.
I mean, that just seems so wasteful. You use actual. I mean, this could be used for so many more.
But that's why it's worth money.
But it is money.
Well,
Like-
Yes.
Right, so you could have this as just a dis, and he just flips it onto the table. Or you could have a dis as something like he grabs his toolbox off his waist and puts it on the table. And he goes, or you could have something like this, and he pushes a couple of what look like buttons on the side of it, and there's a flash of arcane light that fuels from within him. I need to find out one thing.
You're melting my money.
No, he's not. He's not affecting your money.
You melting my gold.
Hey, melt my gold. Let's see.
Fair, we have a whole pond of melted gold, so.
Hey, you don't tell them about that. That's ours.
Hold on, I'm looking up something really quick. Okay. He pushes a few buttons on it, and the box kind of like pulses and vibrates a little bit, and then it like flips in on itself almost into nothing space, and then expands out into a turret that looks like it's about, how big is this thing? Maybe like 2.5 feet tall, 2.5 feet to a side. It's like a small sized turret that just down into the middle of the room. Or you could have something like that. I mean, that amount of platinum is probably all that they needed to make my box. I mean, they need other things, and they need understanding of how it works, and but that. that's
Why
what
do
I'm
you have
saying.
a mounted gun in your box?
This is what I do. And he pushes a couple buttons, and it goes, and it turns back into a lunchbox, and he hooks it back onto his waist. But
I mean, there's some
that's not
value in having the coins be a valuable resource. It means you can exchange it with people with different currencies, so it would still have value.
This is true. We were immediately able to
Yes.
tell how much yours was worth in our currency. So he looks over at Zumar. Perhaps there is some merit to the way they do things.
So
So we
we're
just
on the
trade it
coast,
first.
and there's a lot of
Stuff.
trade along Baldur's Gate, so it makes sense.
Yeah, but I mean, you trade it for other resources and people's time making shit.
They do that
I'm
with
more
the
interested-
deal.
Well, but it's not worth it. Never mind. Changing track.
I mean, it
How
works for them
how
because
hard?
they're more secluded, whereas we trade larger reefs with different people, so it makes more
Yep.
sense for us to use the actual.
I guess.
Exactly.
Whatever.
Aureus understands.
Right. More
Societal
importantly,
worth versus inherent worth.
more importantly, Zomar, how hard was it for you to make that box thing? Like, is that something you can make another one?
Do
I
not trade
not make
the
it.
box. Do not gamble with her.
I did not make it. Not gambling it. Nope.
Oh.
Sorry.
You sure?
Very sorry.
Just have a friendly competition with them. You don't have to bet anything.
We do have to bet something, otherwise it's not a competition.
So
What
just
else is
show
important to you,
winning.
but not too important?
I know, like, his eyes go up, and you get the feeling he's thinking about his goggles and his hat, but he doesn't want to say it because he doesn't want to make you.
Oh no! I just realized the drinking competition will never end because you're immune to poison.
Damn it, Aureus! Don't spoil it.
They
Don't
both
say that.
are.
Come on, let's
They
go.
both are.
Yeah, they both
Shut up,
are.
we don't
That's
know
why I
that.
realized
I
it's
haven't
not
thought
gonna
about it.
end. I'll keep that to myself, but I'll just like have like a thought in my head like, oh, wait a minute, and I'm like, you know what? You do your own thing. It's fine. It's fine.
Do I notice him look at his goggles?
Roll me an insight check. He's trying to be sly about it. He's trying to be coy. He's not particularly deceptive, and he rolled a natural 18, but with a +0 to his deception. You
18.
pick up on it.
All right. Let's see. What do I have that's interesting?
What are the rest of you guys doing? Oh, okay.
No, sorry. Just hat for hat, and Rose will pull out the wooden puppet crown and put it on.
Yes, because that is of equal value.
Roll me a persuasion check.
It's of equal value. It's valuable to me, and so are your goggles. Persuasion.
26.
26.
Relying on that inherent kind of.
I feel like you should be able to insight the object to be able to tell its worth. That's so cheesy to be like, trust me, bro. I'm right.
It's
Must be, bro.
personal. It's personal
Disgusting.
worth.
Alright. But if I win, I keep my hat and your hat.
That's how it works.
Alright, order
And
drinks.
if I win, I get your goggles.
And Amaji just shakes his head. Sighs, kind of finishes up his plate. I'm going to return to my quarters. Please enjoy the rest of your meals. Looks at you, Aureus. Appreciation. Thank you. It's been a long time since I ate that well.
Glad to help.
And then he's just going to head back into his quarters. Tana just smiles. I think I'm going to go make sure that he's all right. And I don't need to see this. Thank you all. She's going to follow him. Leaving these three here with you guys. Rose and Sumar, you are having a drinking contest. Now, as Aureus has already said, unfortunately, you're immune to
Spoiled
poison.
I'm sorry. I was like,
No,
I was
you're
thinking
good.
for a moment. I'm like, wait a minute. We've done
Wait
this
a minute.
before.
I had the thought as soon as Rose said they grabbed a bottle of wine, I was like, okay, it's not going to do anything.
Rose isn't cognizant enough to think about that.
You start drinking. You put away your bottle of wine for right now and grab a nice bottle of spirits that got manifested with the drinks and pour out a couple glasses, and the two of you begin knocking them back. You don't really feel anything. Feel the bite of alcohol and kind of wince and suck your air through your teeth, shake it off. Your stomach churns for a half second, but then it settles almost immediately. You have a little bit more bread. The end of the hour passes. Everyone has finished their meals, and you all
No.
now have the benefits of a hero's feast.
Okay, wait. So, okay, hold on. We can get drunk until the hour is up. Because the beneficial effects don't set in until the hour is over.
But the alcohol is what provides that beneficial effect,
Right?
right?
But
Conundrum.
then it
That's where I
doesn't.
was
That's
at.
DM's
It-
discretion.
Yeah.
Worded like that, it doesn't, like, once that hour's up, then, like, we're immediately cured of the poison or drunkenness.
I mean, yeah, it says the beneficial
Okay,
effects
it
don't
does-
set
it
in
does say
until
right
the
there,
hour is
okay.
over.
Okay. All
I
right.
guess
So
we
we'll
have
An
say
hour to
Given-
figure out who wins.
Yep. Given the current
until everything
conversations,
disappears.
let's roll a few con saves. So as you
Yeah.
finish through your first wave of drinks, and as Rose and Zuamar begin to down their drinks, roll me a con save. All right. You both pass. You're looking good. You pour more drinks. Another 5 minutes or so of, take a shot, stare each other down, kind of smile, joke back and forth a little bit, pour a little bit more. What's everybody else doing while Rose is participating in this game?
Finally adding the spells I got from Nicholas to my spellbook.
Okay. So Aerith has cleared his plate and has secured himself a small area to set out the sheaf of parchments that Nicholas had given him and his spellbook with his ink, and is slowly transcribing them. Ken?
I gotta send a message to Mia.
I was
wait.
wondering. No.
Did we do one yet? Okay, so we didn't. So
Not today.
I am sending a message to her.
Okay.
Sending a message to my
What
fiance.
spells did you grab from Nicholas again?
Stone Shape and Power Word Fall. I can't remember if there was a
Yes.
third one.
Finally.
Finally, it lives.
I'm gonna work on Power Word Fall first.
Okay. Aureus, as you finish up your meal, what you doing with the rest of this time?
I think I'm gonna watch the two have their drinking contest, considering I know how it will end at the end of the hour, where they'll both be like, "Huh, I feel fine all of a sudden."
Okay. All right,
I'm
and
here to be entertained.
okay, that's what Nalam and Shirash are doing. That they stuck around for the entertainment.
Dinner
Yes,
and
what
a show.
Right?
You got anything?
Oh,
Oh.
oh no.
Very
You're
robot.
roboting Earth.
That's what Zero sounds like after you got hit in the head too hard.
Sounds good. So go ahead and roll me another con save, Rose, as you continue. Good job there, Zumar. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
You both just barely hit the DC on the second
my
one as you
Yeah.
about 10 minutes in.
Oh.
No worries, no worries.
Stalling card. I hate that.
You continue your contest for the next 5 minutes or so, drinking, staring each other down, a little bit of jokes back and forth, some banter to fill the time, and then another drink. And this one, you kind of feel it hit your stomach, and that familiar, welcome dullness hits the back of your mind, and you kind of feel the drunk setting in. And you and Zumar look at each other, and he kind of puts his hands on the table, shakes his head back and forth. Another one.
Again.
Keep going for another 5 minutes or so. Roll me another con save. It'll be a total of 6 until you guys run out of time. Okay. And the DCs are
Or
getting
until
higher
he
with each one.
Right? Or until he peaks. All
You
right.
got a 17, you got a 20. So as you continue to drink, you're both swaying, your eyes are kind of unfocused. He's using the table as like a focal point, and he's like looking in the center and pouring the glasses. 5 minutes pass as you take your next shot, and that wave hits you, but it doesn't push you any further over the edge, just enough of a drunk. You feel it cementing itself firmly in your body. And I'm still good. How you feeling?
I am great.
All right, let's keep going then. Pours out
Again.
another 2 fingers, hands you the glass. Roll me another con save.
Ah. Fuck you.
Yep.
Let's see, this one was...
Get a nat 20 as well. I believe.
Well, he didn't get a nat 20, but the DCs have been increasing, and yeah, he just hits it with an 18
Ooh.
as
They're both gonna vomit on each other.
You- 20 minutes into your contest, you're both just like, he's breathing heavy, trying to like keep air in his lungs and not let it into his stomach. That queasiness is lurching about. You knock back your drink, and as you do, you smile as it just sort of burns its way into your stomach, where it sits alongside all of the other feelings that you have been piling there.
How you feeling, kitty cat?
Well, I'm still good. I'm not giving up my goggles just yet. Another one.
Come on.
This one is DC 21 for both of you.
Don't get a natural one.
No. Well, it's not a natural one.
He got a 19 plus 2 for 21.
Oh.
You don't. It's not a one-off. This isn't a one-off. It's not a one fail. But you feel it hit you hard, like that wave deep in your gut, and you find yourself swaying similar to he is now. As you stare each other down, and Aureus, you look kind of out the window, not necessarily gauging time, but just using it as a way of like distracting yourself from this current moment to be like, any moment now. Any moment now. Give me one last con save. Two of you show off in this final bit.
Come on. Nah. Used up all my good rolls.
It's all good. So did he. He had a natural 2 for 4 on his final save. As you both take that last hit, he kind of like sways back and forth. His hands hit the table. His eyes cross. He feels something lurch. You see, like, it's almost like the hairs in the back of his neck stand up. His back starts to arch. And then
Poofs out
there's
like
this,
an angry cat.
yeah, it kind of poofs out like an angry cat. And then there's this deep kind of thrumming pulse from deep within your stomach. And you feel all of the weariness and muddled feelings and like pain and that kind of obfuscation in your mind of the drunkenness leave you instantly. And as it looks like he's about to retch up a hairball, hits him, and his eyes go wide. I didn't throw up, so I didn't
What
lose.
What the
I feel so
fuck?
much better. What the fuck just happened? I've never had alcohol where
disappears at the same time.
Hmm?
I said all the wine would have disappeared at the same time.
Yeah.
it does.
Oh.
Everything vanishes as Nolam pats his mouth with the napkin and looks over at you. That was delicious and a wonderful show. Good job, Zamar. And you as well. That was some good
Oh,
good work.
come on.
Good drinking.
Should have
Can't
drank faster.
tie. Man.
You both failed one.
No, I thought it was a good show. You both did fantastic.
Right to the very end.
I don't feel like I'm gonna puke anymore, but I feel bad. Ugh. That was
Your
weird.
pride was wounded more than the illness from drinking.
I mean, sure, that's part of it, but I don't think I've ever experienced going from like blackout drunk to nothing, and that was kind of whiplashy. Ugh.
Usually people are happy that they don't have to suffer the consequences of getting blackout drunk.
I mean, the aftermath sucks. The in the moment is pretty nice.
Well, I think it's getting late. We better rest because we have a long morning. And I doubt you can continue your drinking competition as is.
Well, considering there's no more alcohol, that would make it kind of difficult, yes.
And also now
No,
you're immune to disease and
yeah.
poisons.
You can't
Yay.
even get drunk now if you wanted for the next
Yay.
24 hours.
That sounds awesome. Rose will kind of like pick up the little wooden crown on the table and twirl it, like spin it in their hand a little bit, put it back in their bag, and then walk off.
Zamar, as you where are you walking to? There's not a lot of space in here.
Is there a way to get up onto like the deck again?
Yeah, there's a ladder right there, like in the middle of the hall, that goes up
Yeah,
to a
so-
hatch.
We'll go up that way. Go back up to the deck.
Don't stay up there too long, or the heat might get to you. And when all this is done, rematch. Introduce you to some fire whiskey.
Oh dear, that sounds.
Delicious.
So literally-
It's 'cause it is.
Literally
Any
fire
fire
or
Or a meal.
It'll definitely burn.
See, you both get it. It'll burn, and it does burn.
alright. So they'll just kind of like give him a wave and then head up top.
You climb up the ladder, spin the wheel on the hatch, and open it, and are met with a burst of hot air as the interior of the ant is probably around 80 degrees, 77 to 80, somewhere in there. But exterior, you are looking at closer to 130 degrees. As you pull yourself out onto the deck, you put your hand on the metal, and it doesn't burn you, obviously. You have your fire immunity, especially for
Mhm.
you. But it is hot to the touch. You step out onto the deck. Do you close the hatch behind you?
Yeah.
Close the hatch. Roll me a perception check. That is your response, Ken, as Rose's drinking contest is going on in the early stages. You would have heard back from her almost immediately. She was waiting to hear from you.
That's my girl.
You look around, Rose, and you see rivers of flowing molten earth. You see the tall, broken mountains that look like they were once one big mountain that exploded with shards cracking in every direction. You peer out and can see small figures moving around in the distance along the ground, little wisps of flame that dart between the lava pools. Are you looking for anything in particular?
No. No.
You also can still see the sun, which is really weird because you know that it must be like midnight.
Right.
But just over the western horizon, like looking in that direction, you can see obscured through the heat and clouds around the dale, these deep reddish orange clouds that hang in the sky, the diffused glow of a massive sun hanging at the horizon, like it was unable to set.
This place is weird. But they'll just. Is there like a railing on the outside
Mhm.
on the deck? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just gonna kind of sit at the edge of the deck, like legs over the side and arms on the railing, as long as I can before it gets unbearable, I suppose.
It's probably about half an hour or so before, because of your fire immunity, the heat isn't causing damage to you, but the toxins and the smoke in the air is just kind of winding you, and you're feeling that exhaustion beginning to set in. After about half an hour, if you pushed it any further, you'd be risking it.
Yeah. They'll push it a little further than that half an hour, just to see.
Okay. Roll me a Constitution saving throw. Okay, you take 1 point of exhaustion. As the very nature of this place seems to drain the moisture and vitality from you, you feel your body beginning to ache and kind of pick yourself up. Catching your breath is hard, and I take it you head back for the cabin at that point. Okay. Inside, Aureus, you said you were turning in for your long rest.
Yep.
As you kind of stand up from the table with your hero's feast now dispelled, Nalam nods back. The barracks in the back have about half a dozen hammocks. Feel free to just post up in whichever one looks comfortable. We'll just hot bunk it till we're at our destination.
Good. Thank you.
Nods. Looks over at Zamar. Zamar goes, "What? I can drive this thing perfectly fine. I don't feel anything. Magic. Now I'm not drunk." All right. And he heads back to the helm. Raj shakes his head. "I'm gonna go up there and keep an eye on him just to make sure he's not getting into any trouble."
No, officer, I'm not drunk driving. I used magic to clear the debuff.
It's gone now, I promise.
Anybody else have anything they want to do before you guys turn in for your long rest?
I want to. I guess throw open up a journal real quick. Just throw out some quick how would I incorporate the Tabaxis technology into Magitech?
I think Aureus gave a good insight earlier with the APMs and the airships.
Yeah, so it's man, it's this could be some technology that I could share, what's the phrase, get I can get distribution rights technology.
A patent? You're trying to get a patent for it?
Patent tabaxi technology.
Yeah, and I get distribution rights. Just share it with Soul Coast.
Okay. You round out your evening taking down notes and drawing little sketches of the exposed technology that you can see here within the walls, the strange glass-like conduits that arc with that red power of the Firedale. Take down some of the drawings of the various pipework and schematics along it, and add it all to your notebook, adding in some notes in there about the arcane propulsion modules and energy conduits and transfers. Anything for Aerith?
Nope. Just continue inscribing Powerword Fall and then go to bed.
Scribing the spell, because we haven't done this frequently enough.
Yeah.
Based off of the level of the spell.
Mm-hmm.
Let me look up what level it was.
It was a 4th, right?
4th level.
Mm-hmm. So is it 4 hours is what I was trying to remember, or do you have something that shortens it?
I don't have anything that affects spell inscribing. It's not on my list of...
Just become a scribe.
I was a scribe.
Yeah.
In order of the
Give it up.
scribes.
That's what I
Hey,
thought.
you would have had a minute per level instead of an hour.
That's what it was, but you changed over to, okay, so... Okay. So you spend... Do you want to have it... Well, either way, you have more than enough time. It will take 4 hours, but because you trance, you have enough time to complete it. Do you want to complete it before you trance and be out here after everyone turns in, or do you just want to wake up early and do it in the morning?
Wait, it says for each level of the
It's
spell,
2
the
hours
process
plus
takes
50
2
gold.
hours and costs 50 gold.
2 hours. And you have spell transcribing materials. I know
Yeah.
you have those, and those are one material per level of the spell. So as long as you have 4 of those in your inventory, you should be able to transcribe it.
I have
in
more
that
than
case-
4.
Yes.
That's 8 hours. Damn.
Yeah, so you'll knock out 1 easy before everybody starts turning in. Do you want to keep pushing it tonight or begin your trance when everyone turns in?
So, you said 1. Like, am I able to inscribe the spell Power Word Fall or not yet?
1 hour of
Okay.
the spell has been inscribed. You need 7 more. You have your 4-hour trance, and then you can do it in the 4 hours after while everyone else is still sleeping.
I'll do that.
Okay. So as you kind of wrap up that first hour looking down at it, you've copied over about 1/8 of the spell, and you're well on your way, but like I had said earlier, it has been a very taxing day for you guys, and you start to feel that exhaustion as Ken stretches and yawns, finishing up his notes. Anything for Eodos?
Nah, pretty good the feast. He's gonna take a nap now.
You all turn in for your long rest. Rose, as you kind of open the hatch and feel the burst of cool air, because compared to where you just were, it is cool inside the ant. Crawl in, close the hatch above you, turn the handle, secure it, drop down into the mess hall. As you see, Ken is kind of folding up his book, and Aerith's putting away his tools. Eodos is going through calisthenic stretches, getting ready for bed. And looks like Orius has already turned in. Are you turning in with everybody?
Yeah, it's hot. Fuck that.
All right. 4 of you head into the back, see the half a dozen or so swaying hammocks now that Zumar has resumed the journey, as they had told you that Farastiel was about 12 hours of travel away. And while they know that you don't want to necessarily get close enough to be seen, they want to get you close enough to potentially cross that gap in a short time if needed. So they're continuing on the journey. You crawl into the hammocks, and as you do, they sway with the motion, and it kind of keeps you in a solid place. And as you close your eyes and just hear the of the machinery around you, it turns into a background hum, and exhaustion takes over, and you each fall into a deep and restful sleep, where none of you are accosted by anybody.
Not this time.
Aerith, you come to your senses, the world around you moving, but you're not. You kind of flip your feet out of the hammock and can see beneath you, because the hammocks are kind of like stacked 2 over each other in 3 different rows. Ken is still fast asleep on the hammock beneath. Hop off, head out back into the mess hall to finish up your scribing. Looks like Nilam is sleeping kind of like just curled up on one of the tables. You didn't see Amaji or Atana, and you can hear as you kind of like walk through just the hum of low conversation from the helm, and you know that Sharash and Zumar are still up there. So, ooh, what did I do?
Nah.
Okay.
I did something and everything went black.
But only for you.
You sit down and you knock off 4 more hours of your spell transcribing. So you need 3 more hours of transcribing in order for it to be in your spell book. As the rest of you come to consciousness, and that same kind of strange, the world around you seems to be moving, but you're only feeling small bits of it, and then the sound of ding, ding fills your consciousness, and you all remember exactly where you were. And in that moment, look around and see your allies, Sans Aerith, and the day is yours.
All right, first things first. Shit. No, wait, hold up. Let me make sure I'm doing this right. Yep, 1d6 plus 2. Okay, I did it right.
Sure that I haven't missed something because that's for justice, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Got my flashes back. Okay. Alright, so, well, I'm going to meditate. I don't know what anybody else is doing.
Pretty sure.
Okay. Yeah. Don't forget to add your 12 HP.
You're still roboting Earth.
Neat.
The long rest button did not do what it was supposed to.
Oh no.
Yeah, it did everything except for the health because I put in like the plus 12, so I just had to do
Yeah,
it
that's what I
manually.
did too.
Mine only did my spell slots.
Nice, that's very helpful.
Yep.
How long does the morning training stuff like take?
An hour.
An hour.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Training again. Resilient. I don't know
Alright,
if I
how about
can
now?
Oh, that's so much
Much
better.
better.
Okay, I mean, I wasn't saying anything important. All I was saying was once Ken finishes his meditation, we could basically just go, right? Because we were doing the
Right.
teleportation, and so.
Yeah. Yeah, Rose is, I guess he, you guys got up, Ken started meditating, Rose got up, and she's like, okay, well, hurry up. I can't even really train in here.
Yeah.
It's kind of cramped. I want to leave. I don't like this. It's too small.
Shush. I'm trying to focus, but I understand.
Then-
I'll be done. I'll be done.
Think faster.
Shut up.
Are you doing your morning training or?
Yeah,
'Cause-
I'm training for.
Okay.
Fucking. Why is my mind blanking on the
Gift of the
fucking
metallic.
feed?
Yeah, I feel it.
Folks.
It's all good. We're all looking out for each other here. Then, as Rose flops out of their hammock and heads out into the mess hall to join Aerith, you set yourself up on the floor, connecting yourself to the steel metal ant around you and feeling the cadence of its walk through the dales. And you begin meditating on your gift. Go ahead and roll me your charisma check.
Thank God.
Okay. That one is...
Do I waste the flash on this?
It's up to you.
Well, it wouldn't really be a waste, per se.
I mean, keep in mind we are about to go into
Yeah, we're about to go
a
into
potential
a fight.
gauntlet and boss battle.
Right. Where we may or
Yeah.
may not need to be stealthy.
Yeah, okay. Alright,
May or may not be.
Okay.
Stealthy.
I mean, if I can teleport us to the boss, then hey, we're good. If not, and that seems pretty unlikely, we may have to make our way through the city.
Oh yeah, dude, I believe. The worst that can happen.
Yeah.
Uh,
That's the
Only
worst that can
one
happen.
of us is wearing heavy armor now.
Sure.
Also, I didn't think about it. I guess I could do mine because it's not like I'm swinging or doing anything right now.
Oh, if you can do yours, then I can do mine next year.
Feel free.
Oh yeah.
This honestly, it might be. It would explain it if I roll bad. Why I can't channel that cold because it's so hot, so it won't be as unfortunate
Right,
if I roll bad on it. There it is. See, it
Hey,
all
there you
checks
go.
now.
Right?
But
I
in
don't
doing,
think I have rolled good. I like my tradings are really unfortunate.
I think it's con for me.
It's still progress is progress, and you do still get your 1d6.
Let's see that one, baby.
No, a 5. See, that's not too bad.
Also 1d6 for Aureus, and it was 3d6 for Ken. I kind of like hemmed and hawed a bit because I didn't know if you were going to use your Flash of Genius to bump it up. Okay, so go ahead and knock another hour off of your spell transcribing, Aerith. You need 2 more hours,
Okay.
as you have been working diligently since finishing your trance. Rose comes out and grabs some of the hardtack and like a jug of water. At least you were hoping it was going to be something other than water, but it turned out to just
Right.
be water.
Of course not.
And sat down and just munched on it for about 5
Oh,
minutes
sure.
before getting up and then starting
Yeah.
to pace around. I saw.
Yeah.
I was getting there.
I don't even-
figured
well, I
you
was
tried
gonna
to
say-
be patient.
I was gonna say I don't even know if they sat down to eat. They just grabbed food and started pacing around in a circle.
I mean, you
You're
could
about-
try swinging your sword in a tight space to figure out how bad it's.
Just swing it at Aerith. Come on. He's even more agile now. You don't have
Yeah.
to worry.
Wanna be a test dummy?
Nope.
Shirash opens the door at one point. Looks like he's just been up all night. Sees you, nods. Morning. I'm gonna go use one of the recently made available hammocks. It kind of just gives you
Not-
guys a salute and
Really, you didn't sleep? There was another hammock available you could have slept in.
have you ever been on a road trip with somebody? You don't sleep till the driver sleeps. And as he says that, you feel that as the legs slow down, there he is. He just had to find a place to park us. Okay. Just gives you guys a nod. Wide, like, jaw unhinging yawn. As Zamar opens the door and has a similar look of just tiredness on his face. Smiles. Amaji, your turn. Starts to head down. He's gonna get
well-
Amaji.
You get, I guess, by the time, well, shortly after you go to bed, we're leaving. So if you don't see us here, don't be surprised.
Kind of like stops. Turns around. We'll see you all again, right?
Maybe.
Hopefully.
Assuming we don't die.
It's always the assumption. Or, don't get mind controlled or Other-
Shirash
terrible things.
has his hand like on the wheel and his head kind of drops. And he stands up straight and stretches. I can give it another hour to see my allies off. Come on, let's get something to drink. Zamar nods. I got a little bit longer in me.
They should be done soon, I hope.
Maji will walk by up to the helm, giving you guys a nod. He looks rested. He did sleep, but half an hour passes. The ant continues its motion. Rose continues their pacing. You guys finished your training. Aerith, you've knocked that 6th hour off, and as Eodos, Aureus, and Ken, you kind of simultaneously finish your independent and somewhat linked meditations. What are the 3 of you guys doing?
We ready to get teleported into who knows where?
Yeah, about that time. Also, don't forget, we gotta grab one of those little braziers they've got for the
Yep.
safety of us.
Also, I heard that. And what do you mean you don't? Who knows where? The town.
I'm not saying it's your fault. You said that teleporting here is difficult.
I said that it's difficult and that I've done worse and I'll figure it out.
It wasn't a slight at you, Rose. It was more of like a funny little interaction, like, who knows where we'll end up? Let's find out. It will be fine, Rose.
It will be fine, because I'll get us there, no problem.
I know you will. Everyone else ready?
As you all gather up, there's a sound that rings through the ant. A siren. And Amaji turns around as it is abruptly stopped. And he opens the hatch door. Somebody get up, Wilf. Something's grabbed onto us. We can't move.
Ugh.
Looks over.
Oh boy.
Zamar nods. Pardon me. Gotta go take a look. Kind of like skirts
Don't-
up the ladder past Aureus.
Don't go alone. Rose will run after him.
Emerges up onto the top. And kind of leaps out. Heads over to the edge. You follow up after him?
Yeah. Just
Roll me a perception
climbing
check.
up quickly after him and just, what are you doing? You're gonna go outside by yourself and something grabbed onto your entire ship.
That's what I do. That's what I did when we saw you. This is who I am. Looks around. Oh, get back in! Get back in! Get back in! You poke your head up just in time to see what looks like the burning face of a creature stand up to above the railing of the ship. What you look at must be... Sorry, I'm doing math in my head. 35, 40 feet tall. A creature of pure wreathed flame that is just billowing out, and it looks like it has grabbed onto the front of the ant with one hand and one of the legs with the other, and is just holding it. As Zumar kind of heads back over to the hatch and tries to jump in on top of you, you manage to spin around and look in time to see a second one. Elementals! Elementals! Big fucking elementals! And he pushes you down the ladder.
Yeah. Well, I'll grab him by the scruff and throw him down the ladder, like past me. Just get back in there.
That's bigger. Amazi looks at him. What is it? The biggest fucking elementals I've ever seen. He looks over at Atana and Nalam, who look at each other. It's as big as the ones you said you fought. This isn't good. I was grabbed onto the ant. I saw at least two. Maji shakes his head. Shit. All right, to arms then. Let's go. We must defend the boat.
Anyone
He starts-
primordial? That's elemental, right?
I do.
You want to see if you could tell him to chill?
Well, what if they're tempered?
Cool it, nerds.
I mean,
Yeah, I
he
think
doesn't have to talk first.
I need to listen. Got it. Rose will poke back down
You
from at the top
feel,
of the ladder.
As the whole ant is jostled onto its side, you guys each have to
Ugh.
reach up and grab onto like various things in the air in order to keep yourselves from toppling into each other. I'd say Rose, you probably grabbed the ladder, while Aureus, without anything, you kind of just topple onto the table there, and the Tabaxi all do a similar kind of motion as it's all thrown a good 5 feet or so off to the side. We don't have time. We've got to get up there. Maji begins to try to push his way past you while drawing his blade.
Hold on, this is what we do. Just
He-
Eric,
stay
tell him to
safe,
calm
alright?
down.
Roll me a persuasion check. "26."
What is this?
He kind of like narrows his eyes at you. Just one of these things was enough to rip their ant apart. If there's 2 of them up there, we have to fend them off or we're dead.
Yeah, then we'd better stop them real quick, guys, before they rip apart the boat. And Rose will clamber back up out of the hatch,
Okay.
back up
as
onto the
you
deck.
Clamber onto the deck. I need the marching order and everyone to roll me initiative. So who's following Rose immediately?
I should probably fucking here.
I'll be behind Ken.
I guess I'm
Okay.
behind Aerith.
Okay.
I'm gonna scooch in front of Aerith. I'll be
Okay.
honest with you.
I should not have. You don't need to have this here.
I believe in you, Aerith. You can get him to calm down.
Oh, I don't have my helm of awareness anymore.
Okay, so Rose,
Oh.
Ken, Eidos, Aerith,
What the fuck?
Aureus.
Yours rolls with
Yes.
advantage automatically. So that's 2 rolls, Ken.
Oh,
Beam.
Yeah, that's
Wait.
it. You rolled a 19 and a 1.
Oh,
what
no.
the fuck?
Yeah, because it's rolling your initiative with advantage.
Oh, okay.
Mine
I have
doesn't do
mouse set up to
that.
do the same. You can set it to do that.
Ooh.
If you go into the there, and then near the top on the right hand part.
Oh yeah, got daily inspiration. But I don't have my helm of awareness active anymore, so I can't.
Ah.
So you need
Well,
to turn it
fortunately,
off.
The 19 was the first die rolled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the initiative thing is in the middle section at the top where it says initiative style, normal, advantage, or disadvantage.
So
Oh.
gear,
You should turn that on, Aerith.
Yes, I should.
initiative style, yeah, normal. Okay, I see.
None of your
I see
tokens were
with eyes
correct.
unclouded.
Such a good. Now I have to watch Princess Mononoke again.
Why?
It's what the line is to see with eyes unclouded by hate.
Oh. I haven't watched that movie in a long time.
That's like
It's
his
been
whole
a
mission.
very long time.
What happened to your token, Rose? Why?
I don't know.
Rose, you
on,
broke
guys.
yourself.
Hooray! That sounds about right.
All the alcohol.
It's all the alcohol.
Probably. It hides the feelings, though.
No, it's not healthy.
When has Rose ever been healthy?
At the very start, you were very optimistic.
Yeah. Up until we started getting the masks and stuff, and they
Yeah,
went a little insane.
but you started fine. And then the trauma set in.
Exactly.
There we go.
Yep.
We'll
we
get you a
got our
therapist after this.
daily inspiration.
Aureus. It's the wrong Aureus. Can tell because he has an AC that is above 20.
I didn't roll because I didn't see the tracker, and we're still on the
Yeah.
same map. Am I supposed to roll now?
You can
Yeah.
always put it in later.
I was going to move you guys. I didn't think about that. You can either wait a second or move it. I'm just trying to, because you guys kind of all funneled out of a thing, so I'm trying to put you on the map. As you
And I rolled a
emerge,
hot
Rose,
one.
you all see, taking in the surrounding, not one, not two, but 3 massive fire elementals bearing down. One of them already has the ship. Another one, the second one, was the one that had jostled you from the aft of the ship earlier, as it's still kind of in that pushing motion. A third one is pulling itself up out of the lava now, and there are 3 smaller ones already clambering up the legs onto the deck.
Neat.
And I'm
Oh.
this one.
Oh, there's 3.
And now you guys
At
kind
least.
of, you finally get to see what the top deck of the ship
Right.
looks like.
Hey.
Yeah. There are 3, and then like 3 more tiny ones.
Don't worry about it.
Can
The
I
tiny ones
first,
weren't here when you first.
Can I like first yell out, "Why are you attacking us?" in Primordial if they recognize, if they can understand me?
Sure, roll me a persuasion check.
Come on, not 20, we believe.
Why are they attacking us? Because Ifrit wants us to die. What do you mean, why?
It doesn't hurt to ask.
Eh,
It's not a
Yeah,
nat
dirty
20,
20.
It's a dirty
but
20.
it's a dirty 20.
And you speak primordial. So
I
you
do,
can
yes.
Understand. As I add your initiatives in.
Oh, I have a 15. Ta-da.
Okay. Ken was a dirty 20. Eidos had himself a 9.
9.
And All right, and then I need to make sure you guys are on GM layer. These guys actually onto the grid so that I can manipulate them easier.
What a beautiful morning.
Made of fire and death.
As you stand here on the deck, I don't have the little bubble on, but the deck is still within the protective sphere of the sensor. Save for what you can see is like a little barrier here and a little bit there because it's like a dome.
Okay. How high up does it go from here?
Only about 10 feet up.
Okay. Good to know.
So no flying.
I mean, I don't think we can fly anyways, so
Did
that's
I
fine. But
grab the sensor beforehand? Because I know they gave us one.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Just make sure you're always crouched as T-Rex Rose on this deck.
right.
What's it called? Just
Yeah.
a sensor?
Yeah, sensor for Astiel.
I
Trying to remember.
probably misspelled Ferristeel or Ferristel, but it worked.
Let's see. I'm trying to remember how to spell the word.
I just did fire a steel.
That's pretty much what it is. Fyra Stiel.
I was gonna say fire ass teal.
Sure.
Sure.
Why not?
I just realized that I know it's called a sensor, but I don't necessarily know how it's spelled.
I believe it's CENSOR.
I think so too. Okay, so we'll do that. So, okay, as you have that in your left hand, you emerge, and if going up the ladder, you hear as Etana leaps forward. Here, take this. It'll keep you safe. And hands it to you. You take it in your left hand and clamber up behind the rest of the party. As you emerge onto the top, the Myrmidons and huge elementals pouring towards you. Aerith, you cry out, "Why are you doing this?" Or something along those lines, I believe is
Yeah.
what you said. And you hear incoherent synchronicity from all 6 of them as they roar burn at you in
Oh, wow.
Primordial. And then these Myrmidons go.
Oh, good.
Come down to here. He makes his 3.
Fireball, fireball, fireball.
26 to hit you, Rose.
Yes, that hits.
Okay. You take 9 force and 12 fire, reduced to 0 fire because you're immune to fire.
So 9.
As the scimitar that it is wielding carves through, you feel like a thrumming energy at the core of it and the burning flames around the outside, but the flames do not seem to harm you. It's just that thrumming energy within. It then draws the blade back and makes 2 more strikes at you, but you manage to dodge out of the way of both of those.
Yeah, fuck off.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, I forgot
This
to
was-
dictate my spell for cardomancy.
Okay. Do it right now.
I will
2 seconds, go.
do lightning bolt, whatever.
Okay. Does 28 hit you, Aerith?
Oh God! Shit, I don't have blades hung up.
Nope.
Sure don't. Not yet.
Take 8 force and 6 fire.
I am resistant to fire.
Okay, so a total of 11 damage then.
Okay.
And Hen, it is your turn.
Oh, right. Do we prioritize the little ones or the big boys? Is the question.
I feel like the big ones can actually cause damage to the ship
Yep.
than the
yep,
smaller
yep,
ones.
Yep.
Those just cause damage to us.
Yes.
All right, so I'm just gonna start prioritizing the big boys. Just gonna take aim at this one right here in front of us.
Okay. The one that's... This one's got the ship in its claws. This one just shoved it. And this one is climbing up out of the lava towards you guys.
Okay, well, I'm gonna shoot at
Okay.
that one.
Cool.
Make sure I got everything off. Everything that needs to be off, and everything on. Okay, here we go.
Both those hit.
Nice.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Just making sure that I got everything. As you take in the situation, look around. Was that haste that you used at the beginning?
Nope.
Oh, okay, I just saw the little timer on you. I don't know why that.
That's
Oh, that's
probably
probably
from last
from-
match.
Last
Yeah,
battle.
it's
Okay.
probably from.
You lower the Vidofnir cannon, two quick, sufficient blasts into the fire elemental. The flames kind of blown away, and whatever is at the core of it damaged, but still intact and still very angry. Anything else you want to do?
I'm gonna take a peek at this one, like out the
Okay.
corner of my eye, and then whistle to Fafnir to pop him in the mouth.
Okay. 20 hits.
Neat.
4 force damage. Got it. All right. My huge fire elementals. Oh boy.
Don't do anything. Don't touch us.
Alright,
It's not
just hang
allowed.
out.
Stay away.
It had the ship, and it was like had it by one leg and the other around the front, and then you hit it twice, and it slowly looks up, and like the burning of an inferno lets go of the ship. 10, 15, 20. It's trying to get to Ken, but it can't quite because, you know, there are others in the way.
And there's a ship there.
But what it can do, as I think everyone is, I need.
Yeah, boy.
Fireball, fireball, fireball.
Everybody except for Rose, mainly because it just won't affect you, Rose, but I need the 4 of you to roll me dexterity saving throws.
Fireball.
As it walks up towards the edge and like pulls its upper body on, and as it's like lifting its hind legs up out of the lava, you can see the ground cracking and this plume of lava flowing out beneath it. It looks at you and rears its head back, and it just explodes in a wave of fire that goes out 15 feet in every direction. Why did you roll it for that one?
At least Earth did good.
Oh no.
Good job, guys.
Okay. Ken, Aureus, and Diodos, you each take 31 points of fire damage.
So 16 for me.
15, you round down.
Okay, cool.
15 with resistance, and you are all on fire.
Oh,
Aerith, you manage to twist out of the way, kind of ducking down over the main concourse of flame, and you manage to not be lit on fire, but you still take 15 points of fire damage, reduced to 7 with your resistance.
-7.
Rose, roll me a dex save, because technically you could still catch on fire.
I can still be on fire, I suppose.
You could still be on fire, yeah.
Just for the fun of it.
Right. I don't want to make you miss out on the fun of it. Unfortunately,
Aw.
your instincts are too strong. As
That could have been a decapitation.
Right, that could have been used for better purposes. Oh well.
but that will be that one's attack. How much? Okay, they got tons. This one is going to 10, 15. Doing the same thing. It's like taking these massive steps across the lava, and as its foot rears down, the earth cracks and plumes of fire reach up to grab it, reconnect it, and it pulls itself up onto the deck, and it's going to do exactly what its friend just did. Everyone make me another one.
damn it.
On the bright side, it doesn't matter if we say Rafael now. We're
Right?
3 of us are on fire.
Okay. That one's not bad, Okay.
That was
Aureus,
much
you
better,
take
guys. Good job.
11 points after your resistance of fire damage. Yeah, with the fail, it's 11 points. Everybody else succeeded. So, Aerith, you're still not on fire.
So wait, how much
and
do
you
I
each
take? Oh,
you each
sorry.
take 11 default 5 with resistance.
It's 5.
As it kind of secures itself, its claws dripping molten magma onto the deck of the ant. Aerith, it's your turn.
11,
Oh
you said?
boy.
Oy. So much for that 12 extra HP.
Okay,
I mean, it's still
soaked one of them.
helpful, yeah.
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 And
Yeah,
it's
we still got it
goes-
too. Yep, it's on
yeah, it
max
goes towards your
HP, so
maximum, so
Yeah.
you can heal it
we'll just have to heal up later.
immediately.
11. He has over 200 hit points, guys.
All right, what do you care, Ken? You've got 200 hit points.
And a cloak of displacement.
Right.
So it's basically like having 400 and something.
Decisions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Ooh, I just had a thought.
You have chain lightning?
No.
That's a nice spell. I like that spell.
Mia had chain lightning.
Yeah.
Yeah, she did.
Did a lot of
So
work.
it was very nice.
No, I don't want
Right?
to use
It was
that
very
now.
nice.
Why do I still have that spell?
I don't know.
Tell me, wizard
Because a
man.
wizard never forgets.
Because I want to test something, but something's too close to me.
Uh-huh.
Do it anyways.
Fine. I'm gonna fire out a ray of frost at the big one.
Okay.
You can use a cantrip.
It's also a disadvantage as you are
Yeah,
within melee.
that's what I was questioning. Where is it on this long list of spells? Oh, are you fucking
Nice.
kidding me?
Nice.
The worst part about it is that it was my first roll.
I
Right?
know.
Also, we don't have bless, so you can turn that off.
Oh shit.
As
Not
the waves of fire wash over you, you duck out of the way of one, and as you see the other one coming, you kind of like get behind Ken. And as he raises the shield on his arm, and the arcane shield manifests itself and deflects the flames around him, narratively his save, it manages to save you from being lit on fire from that one as well. In turn, gather together your cantrip's energy and release the ray of frost, but before it's even left your fingertips, it's like it melts and evaporates into the air around you.
Like, I'm gonna bonus action blade song.
Okay. All right then, Iados.
Wait, I still have an extra attack.
Oh, you do still have your extra attack. My bad. Yes.
Gonna swing at it. Oh, for fuck's sake!
It all worked out.
Great.
Just because my cantrip failed, I'm gonna
Perfectly balanced.
activate Thing of Bahamut.
Okay,
Just because I can.
that's fair.
Not too bad.
Okay. Radiant 21.
I was wanting to
Fort
see
5.
if they're vulnerable to cold damage.
Well, they didn't appear vulnerable to force or radiant. I'll tell you that much. It just seemed to hit them normally.
Okay. Now that's the end of my turn.
Awesome. Iados.
Alright, well. Only one in range for me is the little guy, so I'm just gonna swing on the little guy.
Okay. Uh, 19 hits.
Oh man, I was actually kind of hoping to start building those in charge.
Okay. The thunderous blast of the booming blade sending the fire like flickering away from its body before it recoalesces back into the Myrmidon's form.
Attack number 2.
19 still hits. Okay. 34 points.
Let's see. I'm gonna reroll, see if I can get it up a little bit.
That is true.
I can,
Yeah.
in fact, get it up a
Yeah.
little bit.
That's 41. That's definitely a little bit more. You through the first, and as you twist the blade, kind of turn your body and carve back down, its whole form twists, and you see as it almost splits entirely in half before the flames grow back together, weak, flickering barely, but still holding itself together.
Alright, that's my turn.
Alrighty. Aureus, it is your turn.
Let's put an emboldened bond on everyone
Okay. You
and find it in my ears.
focus on that place within your heart where you have always kept the Wanderers of Starlight. Even when you were in recovery and they were out nearly dying, you never forgot them. They were always right there with you. And you can feel it now. That bond you all share. And as Aureus doesn't tug on it, but just with his spirit reaches out to that bond, you feel it like a spider web snap between the five of you, and you are all emboldened.
And
Not
that
that
is
you
my
guys
turn.
needed to be
That takes
emboldened.
my Tyranny of Dragons.
Okay. Third one, 10, 15, another 10, 25, 35. This one crawls entirely up onto the deck and can get to here.
Ugh.
And then using its 10-foot reach is going to make its 2 attacks at Eodos because it can't quite hit you all with its big fire explosion. 21 Eodos?
Nope.
Okay. Then it swings out twice at you. The first one goes completely wide. You duck and dodge out of the way. The second claw comes down and you meet claw with massive blade and deflect it into the air, returning your focus onto the small, weak prey that stands before you. Rose, it's your turn.
Alrighty. Now that everyone is here, closer.
Please, don't do it.
Hit him with
Don't
that
have to.
skillet strike. Go.
Yeah, there was that. Or
No, don't do it. I know what you're gonna do.
Slow.
yeah, 10 foot's not quite large enough, but 40.
What was the
That's
10
large.
foot?
Confusion.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Only a 10-foot radius.
It's a 21, right?
Yes.
Okay, let me look at there, and it's wisdom saves.
Yes.
Okay. The little boys fail. Just wholesale. I rolled one natural 20 for one of the huge fire elementals, giving it a 21. So one of them succeeds. This one succeeds. Everything else is slowed.
Alright.
Don't be sad, Kate.
Suppose.
No. I honestly, I build these fights knowing that unless somebody does something like this, or like, Ito's doing almost 100 points of damage every round, that things could go sideways real quick. But I count on you guys to help rebalance the battlefield with your sheer power, which you do very well.
Okay, just the guy next to me is not slowed. Okay.
You cast it out and see it's strange. You've seen your slow spell hit many creatures in the past, but watching it hit a fire elemental trips your brain out as the very flames that flicker within its body slow down, and it is now billowing in slow motion.
Interesting. Alright, and then I'll use my bonus action to Bardic Inspiration. Let's do Aerith.
Okay.
D12.
Alright. So you cast out your spell, you turn to Aerith, snap your fingers, point at him, give him a wink. Aerith, you feel yourself filled with some sort of arcane inspiration and
Aerith thinks it was a shudder because Rose winked at him.
that's fair.
Snap, wink, do better.
Damn. Alrighty. Well, The thing about the Myrmidons is that they kind of use the sheer number of attacks to ensure that they could
Right.
hit every now and then.
That's why I would like them to not.
Going to come forward, and does it go for the one that's dancing around or the one that has its eyes closed in prayer? The prayer one.
You wouldn't hit a priest, would you? Ah.
You wouldn't hit a
I was
guy
thinking
with
of-
glasses. Wow, you hit a guy with glasses. That's impressive.
Rude.
Aureus, you take 6 force damage and 5 fire damage. That's after reducing it. So a total of 11. As it takes 2 slow steps forward, raises its scimitar, and slams it through Aureus's back. But it only
In
has
slow
the
motion.
one attack. Yeah, in slow motion, and it can't. It has a +0 to its wisdom. It can't roll a 21. It just can't.
That's what we like to hear.
This one's going to try to hit Eodos. 27.
Yep, that'll hit.
Okay, you take 8 force and 2 fire for a total of 10. And then this one's going to try to hit you, Rose. 15.
Oh.
I'll find out for you, Aerith. Give me a deck save off of that one that just hit me, because I'm gonna fire back a elemental rebuke with cold.
It's 14.
Ooh, yay.
That does not do it.
Okay.
Let me cast it.
How do you feel about being cold? I hope it's
We'll
not.
find out here, because it's
not
just
good,
a
yeah.
reaction.
Mhm.
Ignore the 27.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah,
a
so
4 and 5.
19. As it slices down towards you, you twist out of the way, and in that same motion, reach down for the cloak to tap into the gemstone made from the frost sack taken from Arveatris, the ancient white dragon slain outside of Starfall's respite. You snap the cloak, and a wave of cold energy washes out over the Myrmidon. It does not appear super effective, but it is not resisted either.
Aw.
It's just neutral.
There you go.
Well, good
Now
to
you know.
Great.
Now I know. Thank you.
Saved you a turn of wasting a cantrip on it.
Yes, thank you.
And then that one was the one that. Okay, cool. Alrighty, then it's Ken's turn.
All right, I'm looking at this this big guy. I'm like,
Okay. His
just
face is
wanna
about-
put one of your new moves to work. So what I'd like to do, I'm gonna use 3 charges, Justice, and activate the Elemental Blast.
Okay. You twist the blade into existence, your hand just kind of flicking, and this long platinum blade not riddled, but inlaid with Damascus markings and brilliantly glowing runes snaps into creation. You raise it above your head as energy coalesces into the blade. Which rune are you activating for it?
Well, it's not resistant to ice.
Too
Well, it's
fair.
not weak to ice, but not resistant, so I'll just use ice.
Okay, so you call forth from that same energy taken from Arveatris herself, and as the white rune activates, you drop the blade, and as a cone of pure, cold, arcane energy bursts out before you in a wave, it needs to make a dex save, right?
DC 18.
That is a 6 for a natural 2. That does not succeed.
Hey,
8d6.
nice. Hell yeah.
Cold damage as the wash of energy courses over it. The cold fighting against the heat of the ambient, temperature here, but being held in place by your arcane power. Let me make sure. That only uses one of your attacks. It's not your
Yes.
whole attack action. Yeah. Okay.
Correct.
I just wanted to make sure I wrote it correctly.
I forgot to adjust the long swords. stuff.
Okay. No problem. Got that. Got
So,
that.
Just one long sword attack since I already got it out. Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to double click it.
17 because you swing with intelligence, right?
Yes.
5. Hold on.
So it's supposed
Hold
to
on.
be 1d10 for a single and 1d12 for dual handing it.
But it's also a +2 weapon. That dragon slaying bonus is an addition to the +2.
Yeah, but I have.
Let me make sure. Okay, it's only giving you +1 on that one right there. It hadn't been updated in a minute, so I'm updating it for you now. Cause an 18. Oh, actually, you're going against the big guy, right?
Yeah.
18.
meant the-
just-
No, the 28.
Yeah, he accidentally double clicked it. So the 28.
My bad. That's all my bad. Yes, 28 does actually hit. Yeah, 100%.
It's 1d12.
When it's two-handed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Click.
Perfect. All right. You take the blade from that down resting stance and take a step forward and dragging the blade's tip along the kind of the top of the ant itself. You lash upwards, carving through another chunk of the elemental. Anything else you would like to do?
I'm still far enough away from this one. Just kept pecking at it.
Okay. The one near Rose?
Yes.
Okay, that does hit.
Nice.
7. Okay. And then this one is slowed, so he just gets his one little love tap. And then he gets to make his save again, as he did not get his ability back. That's a natural 1. That's not gonna work.
Won't, won't.
That's a dirty 20. It's a dirty 20 on the wisdom save.
Nope.
Not enough. The next one
And it's quit.
is not slowed and did get its fire blast back. So I need
Okay.
everyone to make me another dexterity saving throw.
Damn it.
Actually, I need to put markers because you guys have been on fire. You're supposed to be taking damage at the start of your turns.
Ah.
That was my fault. I forgot. But you are still on fire.
Be on fire.
No, I'm doing fantastic with these rolls.
Oh my god!
You really don't want to be on fire. Eric.
Apparently not!
Apparently.
I'm
Yeah.
hot enough.
Okay, 16 saves. So, Aureus and Ken, you both take 31 points of fire before resistance. Eodos, 31 would be down to 15 if you had
Ken's not resistant, I don't
Oh,
think.
right, okay,
I'm not resistant, so to make sure.
Eodos and Aerith, you both save. You take 15 points of fire damage and are not lit on fire. And
Is that
Ro-
is that just half from the roll?
yes, that's just from the roll, so yours would be 7 with resistance.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And that's its turn. It doesn't need to make a save because it never got slowed in the first place. Aerith, it's your turn.
Let's do a booming blade.
Okay. $31 does hit. Alright. 20 points of damage. Got it.
And attack normally.
A 16 unfortunately does not hit.
Okay, I'm thinking 18 is the magic number.
Probably.
Don't forget you got that
Uh,
D12. You could make that hit potentially.
Oh,
Right.
that's right.
Yeah.
So
And then also-
21.
21 definitely hits, yeah.
Yay.
Cool. Also for Aureus's thing, it says that it only works once per turn. So you can only add that to one of your attacks. Not all of them.
Good to know.
That'll be my turn.
Okay. sorry, I need to get that damage on there as well. All right, so as you strike out twice, booming blade going off on the first one, following up with another. Actually, 16 would have hit with him slowed, but it's fine. Another strike from the rapier.
I knew it.
Well, it depends if you added the bless, or not the bless, but
It's
the
fine.
emboldened one. But yeah.
We got there in the end. It's looking a bit messed up. It's definitely looking like it's having a day. Eodos, it's your turn.
Alright, so how much do I take?
It's 2d10. 15 fire damage, reduced down to 7.
Alright. And this
Did
year,
you-
Swiss is putting in work, dude.
Did you use the D12, or should I change it to somebody though? That was mostly the question. Like, did you actually use it, or do you still have it?
I mean, I didn't need it for the attack, so.
Well, you wouldn't have had the +1 on that second attack because it went on the first.
That's what I was trying to say. That's why I
Oh,
was
okay.
asking.
Then yeah, I would have used it.
So I will switch that to Eodos then.
Okay.
Well, I'm just gonna keep on keeping on swinging on this boy in front of me.
Okay. As the flames on your armor, unable to damage the armor itself, but still adhered to it, burn into you. You grit your teeth and strike out at the one before you.
I'm actually not, for once, I'm not gonna boom and blade the first attack on this guy. Because hopefully he's almost dead.
He looks really, really, really messed up. That does hit. As you hold your booming blade, twist the blade instead, and just horizontal strike, you carve through the center of it and send it scattering into 2 piles of smoke and ash. The charred black metal scimitar that it had been carrying in its hand clatters to the ground, as well as a few pieces of burnt metal. That's all that remains of that boy.
Alright, cool. Just gonna step in here and start working on this big dude
Okay.
with the second attack with boom and blade.
All right. He's kind of like crouching down on the top of the ship as he's walking across. That does hit. Across it, he leans down and has like one arm wrapped around this smokestack and is trying to get
much
closer to
Hey.
you guys. 47 points of damage.
It did because I killed that little guy. I got one more attack.
Yes, you do. As he like pokes his head down and around, you
Aw.
leap out.
Does it miss automatically? You could use the D12 potentially.
Yeah, a one's auto fail.
Okay.
But that's fine because I still need to build up charges until I get like the start of the final upgrade for Eodos' thing. I only get them all misses, so I definitely gotta miss sometime.
Alrighty. Anything on bonus? Oh no, that was the final.
That was my bonus. Yeah.
Aureus, it is your turn.
You take fire damage.
Yes, I do take fire damage.
You do. You take 7 points of fire, reduced down to 3.
That's not bad.
Only slightly on fire.
We're a pretty fire attuned party, huh?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I was debating doing something goofy just for shits and giggles,
Do
but
it.
I probably should actually. All right, fine. I would
Do
like
it.
to.
Man, you were talked down to that so fast.
All right, geyser him off the edge.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Douse them flames.
Because you have a decanter of endless water.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Let me pull that up. Give me 1 second.
It's a really low DC. It's only a
Strength
DC
save.
13 strength save.
They got a -2, I think, from the slow.
I thought that's
think,
only
or is that just Dex?
dexterity.
That's for
I
dex
can't
save.
A
remember.
dex
It's
save.
like
Somebody don't-
higher
okay.
action to do this.
Got it. You know.
Strength save.
It'll be funny though if it fails.
It would
You know?
Right?
I rolled an 11 on the die with a +1 for a 12.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Get
So roll
knocked
me a d4.
Hazard.
instead of a creature. Let's.
I'm knocking him 15 feet.
Why are you holding it? Oh. I'm just reading the whole decanter now.
Yeah, I can choose to either make him go prone or to push him.
Okay, that's what I was.
And I choose to push him 15
You choose
feet.
to push him.
Right off the
push.
edge.
Okay, that's fair.
Bye.
The water erupts out like a river, and for a moment you smell that familiar smell of fresh water and think, is Takashi here? And then you hear the sizzling of steam and can smell smoke and like burnt, rusted metal as you hear as that one is just yeeted over the
Whee!
edge. It takes 2 bludgeoning from that, and then
Means it's water damage to do extra.
it's not
Is it
Water
doing
damage
extra
is an
damage?
element.
Roll me another d4. It actually does.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Well, it's for every 5 feet the Myrmidon. Roll me 3d4 actually, because you pushed him 15 feet. Because it's for every 5 feet the Myrmidon moves in 1 foot or more of water, it takes 1d4 cold damage. So
Hey.
another 4 points of cold damage. Got it. And then he took another 12 as he splattered into the rocks beneath.
That works.
Okay.
Can I use my bonus action to put out the fire, or is that an action?
It is an action to extinguish yourself
Gotcha.
Or another person.
or another person. Your decanter could probably do it easier and faster.
Shoot
but
everybody.
My action to push him off, so
Yeah.
yeah, that was my turn.
Alrighty. This one
Something
here. Now that Eodos has come up to meet it, it can't get to where it wanted.
And it only has the one attack. Come at me, sir. I'm fine.
Yeah. It just has the one, but it still has his blast wave. He hasn't used that yet. It's just only going to
Nuh-uh.
hit you and Ken. So if I could please get
Rude.
Sorry, kid. I was trying to stop him from getting arranged to do that to you guys.
He's just at the 15 mark. So if I could get Eodos and Ken to make me dexterity saves as you carve at this one's face, it pokes its head around it, and then it stands up and its flames like
Thank God.
pulse in, expel out. You both, having seen this, raise Eodos, you raise your cloak to deflect it. Ken, you raise your shield. The flames are deflected around you by both of it, or around both of you. You both take 13, reduced down to 6 for Eodos. And then he gets to make another save. Maybe. Come on, buddy.
No.
Come on, buddy.
Don't do it.
You could do it.
Don't do it, it's a trap.
Mm-mm.
That's
It's a
that's
trick.
17. I'm rolling well, but I'm not
But
rolling
not
well,
well
enough. All right,
Not good enough.
Rose, did you want to?
Okie dokie. I'm gonna go ahead and use my bonus action to bolstering rally on Ken.
Okay.
Give you 14 temporary hit points. And then I'm gonna turn and face this big motherfucker. Hi. And pull Snicker Snack and let's go.
$28 does hit. 8 slashing. All right. As you draw the blade, carve out into the body of the elemental, the blade catches the flames and it kind of they course around it like oil of 2 different colors trying to mingle and not able to. It finish your sweep. The elemental didn't seem to like it.
Come on, Zen. Fire's your thing. Can't you just like suck him up?
What? Do I look like a straw to you, Paladin?
Same general shape-ish.
This one is slowed and on the ground. So he's gonna
Aw,
go
bye.
10, 15, and start climbing his way back up. He gets halfway up the leg. That one's dead. This one. Going to slowly move right here just so that he can get that sweet, sweet advantage.
No,
18?
that misses.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay. Ken, it's your turn.
Boy. Still on fire. So do I gotta
Yes.
roll for
Fire damage.
I roll for the fire damage.
All right.
You take 12 points of fire damage.
Hey, that was most of the bolstering rally took that at least.
Yep. Okay. All right. We're just gonna swing on big guy.
Okay.
Swing. Swing. Let's go.
32 definitely hits.
You could add the D4 to your first attack if you'd like.
Roll a 4. Roll a 4.
Hey! There you go.
Yes!
18 hits.
It does.
32. Got it. All right. Anything else you'd like to do?
This Myrmidon, this little baby one, is it close? Probably not the roll Fafnir's for strike at disadvantage at this range, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Nah. I'm not gonna risk it. It's fine.
Okay.
I will go over. I will pass on the bonus action for now. Is there any way to like roll to like fucking stop being on fire?
You
gotta
can
put
use
it
your
out with
action
an
to
action.
extinguish yourself, yeah.
Fuck. Okay. I just gotta wait.
Simultaneously, can everyone give me a dexterity saving throw?
Ah.
So much fire.
I've rolled
Endless
so
fire.
many sixes. Guys, every failed dragon breath is
It's
coming
coming
back
back
to haunt you
here.
right
Really?
I'm
got
This
21.
is at a time where
scared.
almost all of us are resistant. to-
No!
Everyone is now on fire. Ken, you did save, so you take half damage. So everybody takes...
I'm gonna see if I can turn
I
that.
was gonna say, would a D12 save you if
doesn't
you roll
save?
high? No.
It doesn't. It could have saved me, I think,
It could have, but
Yeah.
unfortunately...
but it doesn't.
But you still have the D12.
Right? Yep, you keep it.
So
So
Yeah.
everybody except Ken takes 25 points of fire, reduced to 12 if you're resistant, and Ken, you take 12 points of fire damage. And now everyone's on fire.
11, 10.
16 doesn't save.
Minus 10.
I rolled my D4.
Oh, I see the D4. 16 actually is the save, so that does save.
Okay, so 6.
So 6, yes. And still on fire, not newly on fire.
Yes.
Okay. That's that bad boy's turn. This one. How are you looking on this D6? I'm gonna kill you guys. I don't want to do
No.
that. Yeah, everybody give me another deck save.
Stop!
I've rolled 3 6s in a row, guys. This is crazy.
Ah! Fuck you!
And with high AC parties, like hitting you guys is hard. This is a lot
High
less
AC.
difficult.
I'm not gonna
You're the
roll 'cause I
exception
don't
to prove
wanna-
the rule.
I don't want to waste a natural 20 possibility, so I'm not gonna roll since I'm already on fire now.
Okay, you were just fishing to be on fire.
Yeah,
Got it.
you said to
Alright.
keep rolling to see if I would light on fire or not.
Okay.
But now that
Aerith
I am on
and
fire, it's fine.
Eodos both save. You both take 18 points of fire, reduced down to 9 with resistance. Aureus and Ken, you both have failed. 36 points of fire, reduced down to 18 with resistance.
36.
36.
How you looking, buddy?
Not good.
A little crispy.
Yeah, it's a lot of fire.
It's a lot of fire. I didn't expect to roll this many 6s,
Right.
but the dice are telling me what to do. So, Aerith, it's your turn.
How's this one looking?
Which one?
The one in front of me.
Oh, estimate maybe about a little under half where it started. Its flames are starting to like break apart in certain places. You can see parts of the carapace are cracked and like falling as chunks of magma back down to the ground. There are little cool spots here and there where it's been hit with cold damage.
Nope, I'm gonna stick to what I do. Booming Blade, then normal attack.
Does hit. 25, got it. All
No
right,
D4 on the second. Yeah, cool.
That does hit.
And sweet.
11. You slash out twice, continuing to carve away at the like chest of this thing as it's looming down over you. It continues to billow this fire out of it like it's a furnace, just carving away. Your robes and cloak also on fire. So, speaking of, you do need to take
Oh, damn it.
No.
15 points of fire damage,
Is reduced or
reduced down to 7.
Okay.
I'm always going to say the normal one off the bat, and if you need it reduced, just ask, because that way it's easier on my very panicked brain at the moment. Anything else you'd like to do?
Nope,
fine.
that's it.
Okay, Eodos, it is your turn.
How much am I taking?
You are taking 9
Fire.
points of fire, reduced down to 4.
I can live with that. I can live with 4 fire damage. Right. Then I'm gonna swing on the big dude in front of me.
Okay. Team misses.
Right, second charge.
$31 hits.
Also, that it would actually just be a 27. I just forgot to toggle
Without
off
the 4.
plus
I
4.
was wondering why it was a green -1.
Yeah, because
You know.
since Aureus is back and he's going to be able to do that, I added that into things I can toggle on and off. I just forgot to toggle it off.
Hell yeah, still. 27 definitely hits.
Turn Booming Blade off. So it doesn't get factored in, hopefully. Oh yeah, it did.
41, alright.
I'm
You
gonna
swing it
reroll,
out.
see if I can. No, okay, the first one's better.
Swing out with that first strike as it has grown wise to your ways, pulls out of the way this massive creature, and as it looms backwards and up over you, getting ready to counterattack, you double step forward and drive the blade into it, and like carve up, ripping the blade back out into your side. Anything else you want to do?
Nope, that's it.
All right, then Aureus, you take 9 points of fire, reduced down to 4. It's just Ken that's not resisting, right?
I
Yeah.
think so,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. Because Red or Tiefling, Gold Dragonborn, Aerith has it in his armor. Okay, cool. Oh, he's back.
What?
I just saw your name drop out of the list at the bottom, and I thought we lost you, but you came back as soon as I said anything.
Yeah, we're getting apparently like severe storm warnings, and my connections dropped for a second. It even did the little red like, "Hey, your connections
No.
messed it up." Just a heads up, but then it came back.
Good.
Just hold on for a little bit longer, internet.
That means surrounded. Let's just do Spirit Guardians.
Okay. Distance 50 feet.
I love Spirit Guardians.
Yeah, for the first time, so they take 3d8 radiant. Spirit Guardians already in here. It is.
What are your spirit
And they're
guardian-
even slower.
So they just look like I want to say like angelic spirits almost, but none of them are wearing armor.
Clothing.
So like
They're all naked.
Clothing.
They're
Like
that type
small
of
robed angelic
special
spirits.
silhouette, like
the seraphim from Sisters of Battle.
Yeah.
Kinda. Yeah. Okay.
Naked.
They are
And
not
as the-
Naked.
As the
There's
space
nothing
around
wrong
you
with
is
nudity.
filled with small,
Right?
glowing golden, angelic figures robed in what look like similar wrappings as Orius is wearing around his arm. They flitter through and around the fire elementals, harrying them, and with flashes of radiant light, you can see them pulling away. Anything else you want to do?
They all take that damage. Oh yeah, he doesn't get a reaction, so I'll move here so this guy takes the damage as well.
And when the... Okay, so wisdom save. Wisdom save.
Yes. And it's half damage if they succeed.
You have a DC of 23, right?
Yep.
They cannot pass your wisdom save. None of them can physically pass your wisdom save. So
Awesome. They all
they all
take
failed.
50.
Okay.
So I'm
All
gonna
right.
move there just so I hit him and then I'll move back.
Okay. As you step to the other side, move away. This one has its turn.
And if he starts in it, he also takes the damage. Do you need me to reroll it?
No. I had the damage already. I thought this was the one that attacked Eodos.
Oh, if it's this one, then yeah, he's out of my barrier.
I'm just wondering if I used the wrong token for. I think I might have. I think I might have. But we'll just. It's
fine.
It's fine.
Don't worry about it.
I rolled a 4, so it's all good. But this one does have his attacks, so he's going to.
He gets one attack
Raise.
because he's slow.
Well, that's what I'm saying is it's supposed to be this one's turn, but I did this one when this one was supposed to go,
Ah,
and I did this one as though he were slowed. So
see.
it's just gonna do
Okay.
that one.
Yeah.
But he has
Oh,
his 2.
This one's about to attack.
Yes. And
Okay.
yeah, he'll just attack. He's gonna swing out at Ken with 2 heavy hits because he's been watching the fire
At
seemingly
disadvantage.
unaffect. Rose, thank you for burning that 20. Thank you. No, it was a good reminder. But a dirty 20, still don't think hits you, Ken. All right. He swings out twice, like looking like it's just swinging down at the area where you and Rose are both battling, and you just both manage to dodge and dip out of the way of it, unaffected. Rose, it is your turn. And now we're back on the correct initiative track.
no, I'm on fire.
Yeah.
Fucking die. They pretend like it hurts and then they slash out with Sonar again.
Yeah.
Come on.
It still hits. Okay, 19 damage. Not bad.
That, and then I'm going to Bardic Inspiration on Ken as well.
Okay.
So Ken and Eodos D12s, if
Okay.
you need them.
This one
You
manages
never say
to
no to D12s.
Right?
crawl back onto the deck of the ship.
Is he
Is he-
at 1/4 speed because the Spirit Guardians also make him slower?
He would have gotten right there, and then yes, he would now take 15 points of damage, and he is now at 1/4 speed. 20 points of damage. Thank you, Aureus.
Hey. And now you're even slow.
All right. This one, and they take it at the start of their turn or at the end of their turn.
Start.
When they start in that area, yeah, I think.
Do you want me to roll 3d8 again, or keep the 20?
It's up to you.
I like rolling dice.
I think it's more fun to roll every time.
It just takes 12 damage at the start of its turn. Yeah, it's not a problem. I'm still gonna try. I gotta hit gotta hit Rose. I gotta break concentration. Come on, 28 to hit Rose.
I'll use my cloak to have you reroll again.
So
14 to hit Rose.
No.
Yeah, go for it. Yep. This is the little one now. The big one had swung out. Oh no, he swung out at you. That's right. So, go ahead, make your attack on the little guy. That does hit.
so close.
As you see it swing out at Rose, the blade seemingly on course for a hit. Rose flicks their cloak and manages to distract the creature just enough to deflect the attack, and in that opening you step in and drive the sword into the heart of the creature's magma, ripping it out with a spew of molten rock. Takes 17 points of damage, and it is now your turn.
All right, I'm just gonna use an action, just put myself out. This is bullshit.
Okay.
To stop being on fire.
You do take at the start of your turn.
Yeah, take the damage.
Take the damage. Oh, you take 4 points of fire damage.
Nice.
Roll a 1 and a 3. And then take that moment to pat yourself out, kind of like hit the flames you can see, and then you flex the armor system, and like all of the plates open, shift, and there's this like of magical propelled air that expels the rest or destroys the rest of the fire. You are no longer on fire,
Neat. Okay. All right.
and you still have your bonus.
Cool. Oh wait, so I
Yes.
can't swing again?
Yet it is Embolden Bond.
Let me read.
So is it
uses
like
the reaction
one
to teleport.
action for the 2 attacks?
Well, so the attack action gives you 2 attacks, and they can be
Okay,
broken up to
so-
use spell attacks as well.
Okay,
You have to use
my
your full
action.
action to douse the fire. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I still got my bonus action, so I'm gonna just be petty and pop that one in the mouth with Force
Okay.
Strike.
Push him further away again. Get off.
The little
Start
one or
over.
the big one?
The little one that just climbed up.
Okay,
Make him start over again.
that hits.
Oh well, this one doesn't. Yeah, this is not a force balloon.
Oh, it's not the
Didn't mean to do
push.
that. Sorry. Yeah, it's not. It's not a
Dang.
Eldritch Cannon.
Aw.
Just a homunculus.
Still.
Alrighty. Anything else on your turn?
Nope.
Okay. These 2 are the ones in the middle. Got it. It's 2 1s, so neither of them get their flame blast back.
Oh no.
This one is going to swing out, and he's going to reach out and try to touch Aureus. It's a 23.
23 should hit.
Yeah,
Touch.
Take their 15 damage beforehand.
they do. Ooh, that's actually kind of spicy. As the angels continue to tear at the huge elemental, ripping its fire away from it, it raises its hand and, still in that slow motion, slams it down on you, Aureus. You take 8 points of fire damage, reduced down to 4.
Okay.
And that is its turn. It's another wisdom save? No. Okay. This one, he is not restricted by such things. But he does still get his 2 attacks, so he's going to swing them both at Ken. Takes 6 damage. And disadvantage, that's a 22 and a 14. Neither of those hit, right? Okay. Nice. Aerith, it's your turn.
Alrighty.
You are on fire.
You
I
are on
am
fire.
on fire.
You
I will.
take
Oh.
9 points of fire damage from the fire.
Is that also reduced, or is that the base?
4. I don't know why I keep forgetting you. It's like I can tell Aureus and Eodos
Eodos.
easy because like the racials,
yeah.
but I think it's like, oh, elf gets elf burn.
Right. Put a green dot on yourself if you're resistant to fire.
green.
That's smart.
I'm gonna put
gonna
myself
put-
out.
I'm gonna put
Okay.
a purple one on myself because I'm immune.
Take a moment, pat the flames out. You kind of like billow out your cloak. You take your hat, fan yourself a little bit. You are
Ugh.
now no longer on fire.
I will. I believe mirror image. Yeah. I'm gonna cast Spirit Shroud on myself.
Okay. That's the one that powers up your attacks, right? Deals extra damage when you hit things. Okay.
Here, let me link it.
I always get that and Spirit Guardians mixed up,
Right.
It's understandable.
right?
Or the
All right.
one that like heals people. That's also called spirit something.
Spirit, healing spirit is I think what you're thinking of.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do it
Yeah.
for cold damage,
Okay.
and that's my turn.
All right. As you extinguish yourself and look up at your foe, breathing heavily to kind of like keep, not even breathing heavily, but just like keeping that constant rhythm with your blade song, you cast your Spirit Shroud. Your blade becomes wreathed with flickering bits of cold arcane energy. Eidos, it's your turn.
All right. What am I taking?
Well, taking 10 points of fire, reduced down to 5.
You didn't put a green dot on yourself.
Oh, I thought you were just talking to Aerith. My bad.
No. I said if you're immune or if you're resistant, you got to put a green dot on yourself. There. Now you got greens. You got purple. And poor Ken
Now,
does not.
an hour and a half from now, I'll wonder what is the green dot on my portrait for.
Yeah.
Alright. We're gonna get back to swinging on big boy.
All right.
Aw.
It's another charge.
We're getting there, though. We're getting there.
Winding up the fate render.
Right?
Does hit.
Oh, my bad.
24 would still hit.
Okay, cool.
It's just too funny with the.
Right.
I love seeing the -1 green.
Wouldn't have been worth putting it on the first one anyways, but
Let's see if we can get that up a little bit. Hell yeah, we can.
Yeah, you can.
hey.
Right. You swing out, and it's doing that same kind of motion where it waits for you to attack, and then it dodges that first attack, and you've seen it now twice do this, and are now baiting it into this. You wait for it to open up, and then you leap in and take that opening. Anything else you want to do?
Nope, that's my turn.
All right, Orius, it is your turn. You
How much fire damage?
take 4 points of fire damage.
8, 4. Okay. First thing, let's use my action to put that out. 'cause it's
Okay.
annoying.
Stop burning.
Flowing suit of the friends around you, you pat yourself out, extinguishing the fire.
And then bonus action, I would like to summon a spiritual weapon. I don't know if you have that as an.
Oh boy, what does your spiritual weapon look like?
Let's use a mace because that's what
Mhm.
Orius used.
That is very true. Okay, I do not have one, but what I will do is I will draw you
Little boy.
a little mace
Ah.
that we can then move around
Alright.
as you cast
Disco
out your
sticks.
spell. The rest
I was
of you
gonna
see.
spawn him right there. He's at 60. Make sure
Yeah.
that's 60 feet. Just so
Oh,
I
yeah.
can give Eidos advantage.
Well, the
It
weapon
doesn't
doesn't grant
help,
advantage, unfortunately.
unfortunately.
It's
No,
not a
It's
it's not a
not
creature.
corporeal.
Never mind, I'll put it in there then.
Okay.
Not to give advantage, that's my
I
I
know.
wanted it to so badly in Strahd, and it did not work that way.
Gotcha. Alright, and then scroll down to find where it is. Nope, that's Spirit Guardian. Spiritual weapon.
That does it. As Orius holds out his hand and you guys see as the very mace that he carried in the beginning of your journey manifests itself out of golden light just behind the other Myrmidon, and then cracks it upside the head. Anything else you want to do?
That is my turn.
All right.
Actually, sorry, I will move 5 feet just so that guy starts his turn in there.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll take it. There's a little bit of a compromise happening here, so I'll take it.
Does he get his breath thing again?
He got his
Of course he does.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry. I've been trying to keep this guy far enough away from you guys, but it didn't work.
Small boat.
That's fine.
And Aureus, Ken, and Neodos, please give me a dix.
And I just put out the fire too.
Good old
I'm gonna-
dangerous is really coming in handy.
Right?
Right. With the emboldening bond, I'll take the damage, I'll take the hit for Ken.
You all manage to make your dex save, so none of you are lit on fire. And Ken, right as the flames are coming at you, you raise your shield, and then just as the shield is about to endure the flame, and you know that there's still some heat behind that, you watch as Rose manifests right in front of you, arms outstretched, and they just sort of bask in the flame, taking that hit instead. Aureus and Eodos, you both take 15 fire, reduced down to 7, and are not lit on fire.
How's everyone looking?
Definitely been better. I'm at about a 5 out of 10 right now. But it's not the hits from the guys. It's been the fire breath.
Yeah.
The constant flames.
Firedale.
It'd be a lot worse if I wasn't resistant to fire.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I can't say the same thing.
Yeah, but you have 200 HP.
Right.
I
Got
was
bit of a
at
puppy.
like probably 70 less than you. We started this at max. So
Some bandaging may be in order after the battle. but-
It's
yeah, we might need to take a short before we teleport in.
Hey, when I planned this, I was like, they could just teleport away and leave the tabaxi. Like, you know, I know you guys are heroes,
No.
and you always do the heroic
We're not
thing.
heartless.
Yeah,
Yeah.
to be like, that would be the best way to save resources, maintain, would be to just try to get the hell out of. But you didn't. You ran right in.
Never done the best option to save resources. The first
Pragmatism
encounter is we are
says
taking
leave
on this
them.
entire city. We will save everyone.
That's very fair.
you know.
All right, well, Rose,
Yeah.
it's your turn.
Yep. Just continue on.
Okay.
I know he can do it. God damn it.
29 still hits.
I just want to see one of these big things get decapitated so badly.
I know.
I feel like
And there's-
you're. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, and there's no way for me to go anywhere to get advantage to give myself a better shot. It sucks.
As you maintain your combat stance that you've been training, you wait, and in each instant that it lowers itself just enough, you leap, carve. You're trying to get that thing to activate the same bit that took Malachi's head. You know the blade can do this, and you're making progress. Each gash seems to leave less and less of its neck intact, but it is still.
Give me that.
coming for you. Sky, stop nudging my hand.
The real
Quarter
boss.
speed once it steps into the gold light, right?
Yes.
Okay. So then that would be they have 10 feet. So it gets 5. You can get to there. Roll me your spirit shrouds.
19.
I do love creatures without a sense of self-preservation. They are a lot of fun to run in battle.
Because they just
This
run
one's just-
into battle.
Yeah.
Yep.
This one's gonna try to hit Aerith with a 17. That does not hit
Ew.
Aerith. And this one, roll me again. Radiant damage. Another 8 damage on that boy. All right. He's going to make his attacks on Rose. Well, his attack on Rose, 22.
All right, I'll take it.
Okay, you take 6 force damage, and I need a DC 10 concentration check.
With
I don't care about the
advantage from
damage. Fuck
Warcaster.
it, whatever, just Constitution save.
10.
12
Plus-
12 does hit it. Yep. Okay.
Hey, I almost rolled
Slow.
terribly.
I know. Slow stays. Ken, it is your turn.
Okay, now I can actually swing. Just go ahead and just keep focusing on this big guy. First hits with booming blade though.
Okay.
Yeah.
You've got a D4 to add to that second one if you'd like.
Yeah.
Or a D12, I guess. You have that too.
Oh, that means you can't miss.
If you add the
Unless he
D12,
just doesn't want to, yeah. Unless you
Right.
just don't want to use it.
Hey, there you go.
that'll definitely hit. Both those hit. You said the first
Get
one had
off.
booming blade?
Yep.
Right, 21. He's just barely hanging in there, man.
Do I risk this? Nah, that's not gonna be enough damage to deal out. But I am gonna pop this one in the mouth again.
Okay.
I mean, you have disadvantage regardless because you're in melee, so you might as well if you want to
Yeah.
shoot him.
It's true.
Go for it.
Nothing's
It
gonna
doesn't-
happen if you
it's
miss.
It's not the
Uh,
target. It's if you have 5 within range of you, then you have disadvantage.
Okay, cool. I mean, alright, let's just roll the dice on the big one then. Fuck it.
Unfortunately,
well.
14 doesn't hit.
Can't hurt if you miss it. No, it's only for one of them.
Oh, yeah,
it's just for the
once.
So-
first one. Yeah.
So if you
Okay.
wanted to use the D12, I guess, and not the D4, that would have made the second one hit, and then you could use the D4 for this. It's up to you.
No. We already
Nah.
used it for the first one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because the 17 wouldn't have hit, so he had to.
You gotta call
Okay.
it.
That's
All
true.
right.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, you know?
That too.
These guys. Come on. Aw. I was hoping for 2 6s, but it's a 1 and a 4. So this one is going to make his one slowed attack against Aerith because he's the only one within range. 15 to hit does not even get close to touching Aerith. The other one is going to. Then he's going to try to make a wisdom save. Nope. All right. The other one will make its 2 attacks on Rose, continuing to try. 26 on the first one. Oh, right. That's why I wasn't. Nah, never mind. I remembered why I was not hitting them with you, or hitting you with these big ones. They only deal
Yes.
fire damage.
Okay, it would hit, but then I guess it's
Yeah.
okay.
Swings out at you, but again, the flames just wash over you and do not seem to affect you. Aerith, it's your turn.
So comfortable.
I'm not on fire. I'm gonna attack him.
Wow.
So he started blasting.
So I started blasting.
Okay, roll me the damage. Okay, you got it. All right. You crouch down, leap, strike in the air, and as you do, you hit the core of this creature with the magical pulse from your booming blade, and you watch as these fire and smoke kind of flickers and then coalesces and then blows apart in a massive blast of fire away from you.
Oh god.
That one is now dead. The first attack actually
Hey.
killed him.
So then second
So,
attack will
killed the little one.
Yeah, kill the little one.
You kind of drift back down to the ground, landing, twist. You, like, I'm trying to think of the specific word, but you kind of like raise yourself
Pirouette.
onto your toes. Yeah, pirouette up onto your toes and lunge out with your rapier at the other one, striking it in that same space. You do a fair amount of damage, but you're unable to break apart its core component.
I'm gonna dance
Still
around to
there.
here.
Okay. Heck yeah. All right. Eidos. At the beginning of your
Yeah.
turn, you take 5 fire damage, reduced to 2.
Ah!
I got it so hot.
Alright, and I'm going to reckless attack because it looks like we're starting to get the upper hand. So
All right.
start swinging with advantage.
Hell yeah.
I clicked it, and it's taking a second, and another second I go to click it again. Because I
Roll it
think
again.
maybe yep.
That's fine. We'll give
Come
roll
on, roll
20 a
fun.
moment to think about what it's done.
There it goes.
There it
Okay.
is.
Yeah, 25 definitely hits. The number you were looking for was 37.
Yay.
37.
About 44.
A little less than 44. As you move around the center plume, this like smokestack that was coming out of the middle of the fire, and turn around, you leap up onto some pipework, jumping into the air, carve with an upward slash that goes from like the center of where its abdomen would be right up to its throat. As the Fate Render rends it in two, you feel yourself hit that same kind of core that Aerith had hit, and as it does, the flames flicker and billow and condense before blowing apart away from you in a massive blast of fire.
Alright, cool. Then I'm going to, because I killed something, I've got my extra attack now. I'm going to free action because I finally had the points built up. Shift 2 of them into the new Acolyte form.
Hell yeah.
Since we got multiple things to hit and it looks like they're almost dead anyway, might as well, right?
Yep. What's your accolade form look like? Because I know you had the idea in your head.
So basically, Fate Render kind of unhinges like Cloud Sword from Abbott Children. You know how it's like made up of multiple weapons? It
Yeah.
basically detaches and becomes one like normal greatsword and basically a slightly smaller greatsword in the offhand that's made up of half of the blade. So he's dual wielding greatswords, and the other two charges, he braces the blades together, kind of drags them across to charge them, so that he could run in and make his other two attacks real quick. And I forgot to turn Great Weapon Master off. Definitely don't have it on for this.
That's
one.
true. 20 would definitely hit then.
Jewel face.
Yeah, so the damage slightly drops off of this because it becomes a 1d10. But because they're charged now, I can also fire off 3 Eldritch Blasts at the other guys. So it's basically his like AoE mode.
Hell yeah.
And are they all going at the same one, or?
I'll do 2 on that one and then 1 on that one.
Okay, all 3 hit. As you strike down the first one, still kind of like floating in the air, you watch as he grabs the blade and with a rips the 2 parts of the Fate Render into the dual fates. He hits the ground, putting both blades together, crackling with that dark energy, leaps forward and carves into the middle of this one. The magic number for this one was 7. As it also explodes in fire, he turns and the blades release 3 blasts of energy that slam into the smaller ones.
It just the thunder's not supposed to be there because
Yeah.
Booming Blade. So it's just the 10, 9, and 8. Because
Okay.
I don't know if you want to add life drinker to it because that's with the weapons.
Yeah,
So I don't, but I just don't want to toggle that off every time because I have to use that for the manual weapon. So
I
it's
think
just
we'll go
10,
with just
9,
the
and
base
8.
damage. Yeah, but that does churn through them. They
Alright,
are
and
still there,
then-
but
Yeah, the third attack's coming out.
oh, right, third attack kill things. That does hit.
Alright, and then here comes 3 more Eldritch Blasts because I used 2 charges.
Is it the same way? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I'll put 1 on this guy and then 2 on that guy.
Okay. Is the first
way
one
we can
going on this
spread
one down
them.
here?
Yeah.
Yeah, the one below me.
Okay, got it.
That way we spread the damage around a little bit.
Okay. Well, they both have magic numbers now. Unfortunately, they are still up. As Eidos disperses the second one, releasing the blasts of energy from the dual fates, hits the ground, kind of twists past Aureus and strikes out with his offhand greatsword into the one just beneath Aerith. It again, these little bolts of energy release out, slamming into the hostiles around you, but it is still on its feet. Aureus, it's your turn.
I'm going
Get on
to
Aureus.
use my action to put out Eidos, and my bonus action to sweep.
Okay, that is, you definitely can do that as Eidos kind of billows before you, the ghostly affectations of his gems obscuring the flames a little bit, but almost making them spookier. That does hit. You reach out, you pat out the fire, you kind of give him a pat on the back, and you open up the decanter just a little bit. Look over at your mace, you raise one hand and flick your wrist as the mace raises up and then cracks down onto that Myrmidon's head. Its magic number was 3.
And then I guess we'll move it right there.
Okay.
Can I drag it? I don't think I can drag it.
Alright, Rose, this is it. Decapitate this man, please.
Yeah, the guy in front of Rose explodes and dies, and Rose just kind of sighs a little bit. Just, God damn it. And then they just like half step and without even really looking, like slash out at the last guy.
Okay. Oh,
I was gonna laugh.
Hey,
I was gonna
you're right,
laugh.
You're right
That would
here.
be
Maybe you're right
really
there. You might
sad.
be able to fish for it. You can get advantage with Ares.
I'm gonna do
I
that.
really-
Sure.
I want-
Why not?
Every fight we have, I just want to see something get decapitated now that it's a chance.
Right.
Oh.
you
Right.
get in position as it's kind of reeling from the attack from Eidos. It looks weak, barely holding itself together, and it is still slowed by your magic. As you jump into position, you raise Zanar and swing with that horizontal slash to try to take the head, and as you get close, it extends its body up to roar to begin like regaining its own fighting spirit, and it raises itself so that its neck is just higher than where you were aiming, but the core of it, its chest, was right where the blade was going as it carves through. You feel yourself detonate something on the inside, and this one just into fire and ash, and all that
Come
drops to
on.
the ground is the twisted steel.
I'm gonna
Out of
pat
initiative.
Rose down to extinguish the flames.
Okay.
I know they won't bother her, but
Yeah.
I'd still like to prevent her clothes from going up in flames.
Yeah, let's not fight.
Oh
the
yeah,
next one.
Aureus patted me out. Appreciate you, Aureus. Because I'm feeling it. Oh man, am I feeling it.
I think I have a few healing spells I can use, unless we want to rest first.
A moment passes while you're talking. You hear, "You're alive!"
Yes.
We're good.
Nope. Ah, damn it. No one say anything. I want him to think we're dead. Damn it.
That's not. The whole point of us is us helping them. That
I know, but
us, I think we die to some elementals.
yeah, but it'd be funny, and then they're like, "Oh no!" and he pops up, and we're just standing here watching him. It's the principle of it. Come on.
Yes, because the principle of it is so important.
It is. And Rose will step over and throw open the hatch.
You open the hatch and look down to see Zamar, his hand kind of half extended up
Mm.
and looking at you.
Now we're all dead.
We're
Okay, it's in here, come
primordial
on.
spirits.
Ooh,
Scurries back out of the
spooky.
way.
Yeah, it's fine. Hop down.
I tried, Rose. I tried.
You
Well,
all
let's
hop,
see. At least you played along.
you hop down one after the other, closing the hatch behind you. The Tabaxi have all gathered here in the mess hall. Amaji stands near the helm.
Little spicy.
The fates have been kind to us today. We have chosen worthy allies. Thank you all.
When we leave, is there somewhere that you guys can go that's not going to happen again?
I'm
No,
pretty sure, given where we are, it's probably gonna happen again.
Hey, maybe there's somewhere that's safe. I don't know. Maybe not the entire place is on fire.
we will return to where we were near the border. There were less elementals there, at least. But there is nowhere
Something it
safe
is.
until Frostiel is freed. But if I am a betting man,
You want to make a bet?
no. It's an easy
Damn
way
it.
to curse yourself when it comes to a mission of dire consequence. Still, he just sort of smiles and nods. Right. We are still about 6 hours off. I know you talked about using your own power to get there.
We're still going to. Just stops for a minute, looks at everybody else, and we're gonna have to take another hour rest.
Yeah.
I mean, I can burn a few spell slots and do a bunch of healing.
You might need some of that.
I mean, I didn't use that many spell slots during that fight, so I can spend a fourth and a fifth and still be very good to go. Give you guys a bunch of healing.
I just realized I didn't use my spell story item for today.
Okay.
So I'd like to incorporate that into the healing, please.
Okay. What did you load it with?
The usual.
Probably just, the usual, just the level 1 cure wounds.
Well, you guys can let me know how you want to proceed. If you want to take a short rest, you can. If you want to quickly heal up and go, you can. It's up to you guys.
Yeah, because holy shit.
Yeah, that's the. We really pay for it. Karma caught up for us for Kay not being able to get the dragon breaths back with this one.
I know.
It was so many sixes, man. It was that one when I rolled, because I was rolling those two when they were together. I was just doing 2d6s, and I was like, that's a 5 and a 6. Oh no, that's both of them.
I tried so hard to intercept that one coming from the south to keep it from getting more than just one of us. But he got there way quicker. He got there so fast.
He had 50 feet of movement. They were
Too
big.
small.
They took big
Too big
steps.
and the boat's too small.
Yep.
So
do
when
we
you
want
guys
to take
roll,
a short rest?
can you do? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good. I was just asking if we want to take a short rest and then use spell
Please.
slots or spell
It,
slots.
I mean, it would probably be smarter to take a short rest just because we have no idea what's coming up that we're going to need spell slots for. I don't want to spend another hour here, but
Amaji will just instruct Zamar to get them moving, send Sharash in to back them up, and then ask Katana and Nalam to take shifts
I mean,
on watch.
actually, speaking of, hey, wait, get back here. Chases after him as Sharash as he. If I
He
give
kinda,
you your
stops
thing back,
in the door.
can
Can you
you heal
heal?
us?
Hell yeah, dude.
I'm capable of it. If I can get my Nolith back, I should be able to apply some.
Yeah.
I just need
Tosses
to
it back.
look up the class in the compendium and know how many spell slots.
Right?
What
You-
level are you?
All things hoping here, and hopefully you won't need your spell slots. So might as well use them on us.
Let's see.
Nope,
You've
I passed it.
certainly helped us greatly today. We would have died trying to defend this place from elementals like that.
Yeah. It was a little hot. Not gonna lie.
There's a look of almost like awe in Nalam's eyes as he's kind of like flicking between each of you, and Etana seems almost like lost in her own space, just kind of drifting out. And as Amaji asks her to, alternate watches, she kind of has to shake her head. Right, yes, absolutely, we can do that. We'll alert you if there's anything on the horizon. And okay, I'll take first watch, Nalam. And Nalam looks over and just nods. Of course. Let me know when I am ready or needed. As I continue to look up.
What level?
I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready.
Didn't think about it until right that second. It's
I
like,
know.
wait a minute, you're a healer.
I have the
Yep.
the class list in front of me.
Yeah, I mean, I have it open. I'm just getting to the page. There we go.
118.
I still think it's funny that it looks like Orius did not take any damage.
Ah.
Rose really didn't, honestly.
You just
Oh,
caught
lots of-
fire.
You got a lot
Yeah.
of fire resistance in a fire biome.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Takes
Alright, now we just need to find air resistance and water resistance for next time.
Well, it's gonna be lightning resistance.
Or thunder.
And
get to the-
ice, I guess? I don't know what kind of damage the water plane is going to do.
Bludgeoning.
Just all
Drowning
blood.
damage.
Water.
Well, I got
You
some-
take
I
you
got
take
some
5
protection
drown
thing.
damage.
Simply don't breathe. You're fine.
Yeah, right?
Simply do not breathe.
Easy.
I
You don't
I have
need
a
that.
counter to that.
Yeah.
I have water
Take
breathing.
a moment. I have to figure out how the class actually
Develop
functions.
gills. Establish
All
a
right, I'm gonna go use the
respiratory
bathroom then.
Yeah, go for it.
As Shirash steps in, looks around, takes the Newlith from you, Rose, looks out over the party. He's going to do a quick triage assessment. He raises the Newlith into the air, and they flip over to Eodos, and they kind of like circle around you, and you feel arcane energy washing into you, but no healing yet. And then they go back to him. All right, got that attuned up. So let's see, where do we want to start? And then I need. Let's see what.
I just got cardied.
You did just get cardied. Yep. I just needed to find. I think Cure Wounds is probably going to be the best thing to use in this case. He's level 8, so he has up to 4th level spell slots. So he'll use 2 of those to do 2 4th level Cure Wounds on Ken.
Oh, thank God.
Plus his int mod. Okay, so you regain 59 hit points,
I am back.
Not bad.
Not bad at all. I'm taking
and
what I can
Eidos, you get 17. As the duelists fly out and little beams of light and energy from them into Ken, you feel the wounds around you being filled with arcane healing and recovering, the burns starting to not be so crispy or as painful to move around in, and your skin taking on that normal hue instead of charcoal. Not that it was that bad, but there were parts that were
It's getting
crispy
there.
fried. And then cracks his neck. All right, that's the worst of it. Let's do. Let me see how many. Ba, 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 ba. Creature sees.
So, what's that done?
Okay.
So, quick question. I didn't mean to. Can you do like r slash whatever the dice roll is times the number of times you're doing it, or do you just?
I think so, but I just do the multiplication math in my head. Because I don't know whether it's going to roll the dice and then multiply that sum or roll the multiple of dice, you know?
Yeah.
He's going to use 2 third-level Cure Wounds on Aerith. For, ooh, that was a good damn roll. 70 hit points you are capped off, my
Ooh.
friend.
Jesus.
Right?
Oh yeah, that that puts me over the top.
Okay.
Even past the. Yep. Okay, we're good.
Well,
we're good.
it's still, and that number is including the 12 you got from the Hero's Feast,
Yes,
right? 'Cause
yeah.
you heal up into that. Okay. All right, so he'll do that, and then that'll be another 13 for Eodos. And then he'll do another third level on Eodos. These 68 with a third level is really nice.
Yeah.
It's another 29 to Eodos.
Really makes it worth it now.
All right, that's
Yes.
pretty much all of my higher level magics. I've got some of the weaker ones still available. How are you all feeling?
I am feeling great.
Yeah, yours were really easy to heal. That went well.
That was such a critical heal. Thank you.
It was a crit.
It was.
I guess I'll pull out my little armband. I guess I'll just gotta use like half of my little slots. Ah,
Well, while everyone is healing and stuff, and Rose will come over here, sit on the table, like put their feet up next to the. I don't remember any of their names, and now it's gone.
Well, she, Itana, is actually the one who went
Itana.
up above. She's
Oh, okay.
keeping lookout. So right now, Nilam is the one
Sitting
just sitting here
Next to
watching.
London. Yeah, kind of sits down next to him. Just pretty cool, huh?
You mean Shirash is healing?
I mean, that's pretty cool too. I meant us.
I kind of figured what you might mean. Yes, yes. I am very impressed. You are all quite strong.
Came in, and I couldn't quite tell if you were impressed or jealous or upset that we made it through. I'm assuming because your entire thing got destroyed.
It was more than just the two of us that were on
Okay.
that ship.
we're good.
And
I see.
I find myself curious if I were as strong as you all, or if you had been there. With Saya, Eden. But such questions,
Yeah,
they're not
Unfortunately,
worth.
not really worth it when wondering about the what if.
I'm back.
This
to
caught
sleep.
me off guard. This is really all it was. I was. When we felt the third one, we thought that was it. We were already ready to fight to our last breath. So, that's not jealousy, and it's not being upset. Not at you. Not at you.
Nah, I don't blame you. Like, if we were there to help, we would have. But
I believe you. I believe you.
can't
Alright.
save everyone, huh?
But we have to try.
Oh, gods, do I know that.
Smiles and pushes himself away from the wall. Just sighs, heads over to the ladder. Shirash is still applying some healing. Okay. Ken gets himself all patched up. Shirash looks over at Eodos and kind of like, just one, just a little bit more. Here, hold on to this. I'd feel bad if something were to happen to you.
I was gonna say, if he's gonna heal us, I was gonna use what is it? Is it Beacon of Hope? The spell where it's max on all healing.
Oh, well, he has been healing.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's fine. He used his first second level slot to give you another 30 points of healing, Eodos. So you are now
Oh, hell yeah.
with the boys. All right. My first and some of my second level magic energy still conserved. I mean, if you're taking one of my nolas, I don't really can't do shit without it anyway, so.
Means I joined back late. Is it okay if I retroactively used Beacon of Hope? That way he rolled max on all of his heals. Same with Ken when he rolled his hit die.
If needed.
If you want to, I mean, so far, Ken's the only one that really used any charges. He used his spell slots, but
I'd
it's up
keep
to
your spell
you.
slot.
Okay.
We're pretty
Everyone's-
good right now.
Everyone looks good. It doesn't look like
Yeah.
we needed more.
No,
Hey,
I'm good.
just
I
wanted
only
to-
used one spell slot. Hey.
You just
Are we
wanted
still
to.
doing a short rest? Oh, I just wanted to top off my wraps a little bit more.
Gotcha.
I mean, with the amount of healing they just did, I don't think we need a short rest.
All right.
So everyone's good then?
Think we're good?
Yeah, he topped me off.
I'm basically at max.
Cool. Rose feet hit the floor again and they stand up. It's just, all right, I need that back, unfortunately.
Hold on, is everyone topped
Oh.
off?
I am.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I'm just like 1 point off being max, so I'm basically topped off.
Rose, how are you?
I'm missing like 15 hit points, including the Hero's Feast stuff, so it's really not.
Anyone else missing hit points? Because I was just gonna. I can do a spell I'll give you like the first 15 and the rest to me. Unless anyone else needs hit points.
Yeah. If you want to top it off, go for it.
I just
don't
realized
mind.
I had temporary hit points added. Pretty sure those are all gone.
Mhm.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I forgot I had them.
Long gone.
So that is 2d6 times 10. So 20d6.
As Aureus takes a minute, casts out his aura. I think it's Aura of Vitality, right?
Yes, that is correct.
The Aura
Oh,
of
I have
Vitality.
Ring of
You get-
Regeneration. I'm forgetting so many things.
Alright, Rose, you
That's
get
like-
15 of that. I'll get the rest.
All right, I'll take it.
It's
That'll
as
kick
long as
it
you have
out.
time, it's a really efficient spell.
All right.
How does the ring work? Is it a time thing? Do we need to wait for you?
Every 10 minutes.
So, like,
I
we
don't know if
could
we
stick
wanna wait
around,
10
but
minutes.
nah,
Yeah. You're already healed up. You're good.
we're good.
But
Alright.
before we go, I shall give you all a rousing speech of how well we're going to do. And give
Well,
everyone
this-
a temporary hit point.
This will also lead me into my next question and my next statement. We've talked about how difficult teleport can be, narratively, and I know you guys are confident. And it's definitely
Yeah.
possible.
I'm
But this-
confident. I don't know about anybody else.
This DC is high, like high, and it's a ability check. So anything you guys have to add to the table to make the roll possibly not fail.
Ability check?
It's an ability check, yes. It will be a charisma check from Rose to see if they can successfully even cast out the spell. At that point, we'll then be in teleportation rules. And then I'm also going to be asking where you're going, Rose.
I'm gonna give everyone 20 temporary hit points, and
Okay.
then let's see what can I do to give you ability check stuff.
I wish I could Bardic Inspiration myself, but I cannot.
I also want to remind you guys that you are heading into hostile territory with a lot of people around that you have been asked not to harm, and there were a lot of discussions about ways to blend in or hide easier. So now may be the time in case the spell works. Just
think
throw
we're
it
gonna
all
do
out ahead of time.
Yeah, I think we were gonna do invisibility, which we would have to do at time of after I cast a spell.
Well, there won't
Or
be
at
any
least-
time between casting the spell and arriving there.
Oh yeah, I forgot
You
to up-
may
I forgot to
arrive
adjust
somewhere.
my spell list to add invisibility back.
Shit.
Well, I mean, hey, so if you make everybody invisible except for me, like, fuck it, Rose will raise one hand, snap their
Wait,
fingers,
can't
and they'll
you-
turn into a tabaxi.
I was about to say, couldn't you just change your appearance to a tabaxi?
Sure can.
The three tabaxis still in the mess hall with you kind of sit back, look at each other, but you all seem nonplussed by this change in Rose, so they don't ask questions.
All right,
Alright,
what's your preferred color and pattern?
Well, probably it would be harder for me to do one I've never seen before and possibly fuck it up. So I'm just gonna turn into I'll turn into the Shirash.
Sharash stares at a carbon copy duplicate of themselves, only wearing your armor and gear and carrying a greatsword on their back. He
Right.
just sort of
They'll look at him and wink and just, how do I look?
sits there in silence. I don't like this. He starts to make steps towards the door and then looks back at you and shakes his head and then looks at the rest of you. I wish you all the best of luck.
No, keep talking so I can get the accent down. We wish you the best luck.
That's good enough. And he'll step through the door,
Oh,
like,
come on.
very obviously freaked out by what he's seeing.
Spoil sport.
Okay, so Rose is a tabaxi.
Yes.
Very cool.
And then
could
I guess the rest of
use
you-
Golden Bond to buff you, maybe just a D4. And then
Yeah, I mean-
worst case scenario, I use Divine Intervention and gamble on.
I mean, so you can do Emboldening Bond and Bless if you wanted to.
Yes, actually, that's in my ring spell storing, so I don't have
Yeah,
to. waste
Ken's
spell
got-
slots.
Artificer thing. Can't Bardic Inspiration myself. I want to be able to Bardic Inspiration myself. It's bullshit.
You're suffering from the 14 bards not benefiting from their own thing back in the day.
Yeah.
Yup.
It's bullshit. Let me do it. Did they change that in 2024?
I don't know. You read it.
Doubt it. I read part of it, not all of it. Hold on. You guys think of anything else you can do to help?
I got nothing. Sorry.
Yeah, all of my
Could
stuff is
use
like
your
utility.
daily inspiration.
Yeah, I got Flash of Genius. That's all I
I
got.
do have my daily inspiration. I can use that. Oh, there you're yourself. Damn you.
Will inflict wounds help?
Will a
Yes.
mind sliver help?
Sure, yeah, definitely not the opposite.
Would you like for me to summon a fiend real quick?
Could I summon a Planner Ally Bard to buff Rose?
It's getting kind of weird.
That's getting
Hey,
out there.
That's getting
As
weird.
goofy as that is.
But all right, do you
I don't
guys want
know
to cast
bards in heaven? So
the invisibility stuff on yourself now before we go? Do I need to see you for teleport? Hold on.
That is a really
Yes,
good
I do.
question.
Ah.
Well. Hmm.
Well, let's hope you get us in a building that's away from prying eyes. I forgot to add my shoveling shit proficiency to this character.
No.
It was a very important proficiency, I swear.
Yes, because you worked so hard for it and
I did. I
And
shoveled
you-
so much shit.
got proficient with it in a in a camp full of cultists.
Orius is walking around with a cane, but it's a trick weapon from Bloodborne. It's just also a shovel.
I'm always
Alright,
ready to
so
shovel shit.
do we want to take that risk, or do we have another option? I mean, I could potentially. No. Well, yeah.
I mean,
can do that.
I mean,
could-
we have other options. Just this is the one that at least puts them in danger. Avoids
No, I mean-
us having to climb up a turtle.
Yeah.
Remember,
No.
I do have a way to stop them from fighting us.
So we're teleporting. Like, I'm gonna do it, but it's just when we get there, if we can't be invisible. That was the whole thing, not to gain attention.
Yeah, I will. Worst case scenario, I'll just have to do the thing to stop them from fighting us.
Is that like a forever thing? Is that a time limit?
It lasts, I believe, 5 minutes.
Will they come after us after they realize
Well,
that?
it's within a 90-foot radius.
Yeah, but once it wears off, did they
Yep, they're free
did they
to do it.
know they were affected?
Yes and no. Yes, they know they were affected.
Okay, because again, this isn't like, okay, obviously turns to the leader guys. Just obviously, we're not trying to kill anybody. Gonna do our best. This is less of a we don't want them to fight us and more of a we do not want to tip her off. If she sees us, if anyone in the town sees us, she knows we're coming.
I mean, put up anyone had a cloak, just put your hood up and be like, "Oh, I'm just a tabaxi. Oh, don't look at my face."
Don't look at me.
There's
Put the helmet
still.
on.
I still have
But-
seeming. I can cast
Sim
it.
should work. I think
Just don't
Simmy's
cast
gonna
it on
have
me.
to do-
Cause I'm already
A
good.
cat.
Don't cast on me.
do
So
it.
should I cast seeming? Are we agreeing
Go
on
for it.
seeming? Okay.
Yeah, Simmy's probably gonna have to work better than invisibility.
At least with seeming, when we pop in, they'll be like, "Why are there random tabaxi here?" You know?
Yeah. That's better than, hey, look, the fucking Wanderers of Starlight.
And then we can lie, be like, "Oh, we were sent on the mission from what's the
Maybe
lady
just
in a second?"
Don't talk. to
Don't talk.
anybody.
Yeah, they're
At
hive
all.
mind. If we interact, they're gonna know immediately that we're not part of it. Don't do that.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna cast seeming.
Cast out seeming, making your party look like a group of tabaxi, as normal as you can make them look. Actually, seeming does actually cover your armor too, doesn't it?
I
think
believe
so.
yeah.
Yeah.
I still don't want to be seeming, though.
Disguises
No, I know you
physical
don't.
appearance as well as
Yeah.
clothing, armor, weapons, and equipment.
Yeah, that's it. Rose
That's nice, though.
kind of needs it, but not really. The one who really needed it
Fine.
was Eodos, being you know, so spooky.
Super spook.
Okay, as you
I
cast
mean-
out seeming,
I'll still cast it on Rose, but mainly have
No.
it affect her clothes instead of her physical appearance.
I don't want it.
Tough nubs! You're too
You look
fancy.
Fine.
as your
Then I get a save.
you do actually get a
Damn you!
As you attempt to fight off Eris magic with your sheer force of will, you watch as your clothing becomes mundane and normal, as rugged looking and rustic as
We're
the
trying
tabaxi
to
clothes you're wearing
avoid-
around.
Attention! Your clothes are too flashy.
They are not. They're cool.
That's why they're flashy, and they will draw attention.
Bullshit.
I'm so fluffy.
What
Except
does
you don't get to
Aerith's
pet
tabaxi
yourself.
look like?
I'd probably go with like a
Not real.
not real. A white cat. You know, the white cat, white furred cat with like the blue eyes.
Gotcha. The Persian.
Yeah, Persian.
Yeah.
What do you make everybody else look like?
I got an idea of what my cat looks like.
Nope. Doesn't matter. Aerith, what do you make your kid look like?
Right? You don't get a choice.
I mean, I wouldn't make him as close. A Maine Coon is the best
Love
thing
Maine
I can
Coons.
think of for Ken, especially given his like current height.
Big cat.
Big cat.
Can't stop there.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Yeah, let's
Oris?
eat
Aureus Siamese.
Okay.
And Eidos a
And
black cat.
Eidos.
It'll still match his spookiness, but not as like frightened spooky.
As you cast the spell out. Your save's 22.
21.
I think it's 21. Yeah. I don't
21.
think it's increased.
Amaji narrows his eyes at the four of you and then nods. It should help, though I can see the you beneath it, so just stay on your toes regardless.
Well, stop looking so hard.
Once we're there, we're all gonna vanish. We just need to cover our tracks for the initial arrival.
Yeah.
And that should do. I doubt they'll be rolling a natural 20 like I just did.
God, I hope not.
All right.
Alright,
As
you ready?
you have backseat your party.
Yeah. We have furried our party.
Yes, everyone's a furry. Get ready for
Oh,
the
no.
yowie.
Oh,
No, no.
It was a slippery
Don't know.
slope. It started with Vor, now we're furries.
Okay. What are we doing to prepare for transit?
Golden Bond and Bless from my Ring of Spellstarring.
I got Flash and Genius.
On deck.
Okay.
Okay.
I have my inspiration to give me advantage.
Okay. Using your inspiration for advantage. Okay. I'm gonna be just forward. This is a DC 35 to make this work.
I can do it. I can
No.
do it. Charisma.
Ask Nicholas to help. Someone send him a Cindy.
No, fuck off. I got this.
Sorry, golden friend. It appears I rolled a 6, a 3, and a 1 for my portents.
Oh my god.
Nothing.
You give me a natural one.
Right, so I'm giving the Bless to Rose, Eidos, and Ken.
Okay. All right. Cool. It's Rose, Eidos, Ken, you're blessed. You all feel once again as Aureus almost like stringing or strumming the strings on a harp taps into that bond that you all share with each other, and you are once again connected in this small hive mind network of your own. The blessed spell goes out, and Ken, you stand ready to assist with the arcane calculations wherever you can. Rose, you think back to the trials that you had had and everything that you've been through, especially since returning to the Wanderers, and take a deep breath.
Deep breath. Shake out the hands. Just. I got this. I got it.
Was that you spitting in your hands?
No.
It sounded like you went.
I think it was. I think it might have been.
Sure. I feel like that gives me a negative to my chances, but fine. Ah.
Oh my
Wow.
god.
That's a 1 and a 2 on the
It
die.
sure is.
That is a 1 and a 2 on the die. Okay.
Can I offer my inspiration for another
No.
roll? No?
I mean, if they want to try using their other spell slot, this burns your
Yeah.
7.
Yeah, that's fine.
And give me 1
That's
second.
yeah. Hopefully we don't explode.
Yes, please.
Can
Let's not
I
explode.
divine intervention this to make it work?
You'll get
Oh.
Don't worry. As
Oh
Dear
my
God, I got
god.
this.
as Rose kind of shrugs off all of the offers for help, reaching out to their gods and making extra, cast out the spell, and as you do, Rose, all you hear is everybody takes 19 points of force damage and 20 points of fire damage.
Ooh.
As you feel yourselves
The
Remember, you have a
29.
shield.
Ow.
to dematerialize, but it's like the ephemeral version of yourself is then thrown into a wall of fire and arcane force. You are then repelled back and emerge into this space, half staggering, a little bit of smoke billowing off of your shoulders.
Oh, there goes my temp HP.
You Ifrit.
What happened?
Also, hopefully, nothing.
No, there's
too
no
bad
damage
happens.
here in the ship.
Well, with the wild magic.
That is
He's a
true. Gotta
7
roll
from-
that one. Give me a second. Give me a second.
Mm, mm.
You instinctively reach up. It's about 2 inches in diameter now. It's growing. But no wild magic popped. Nothing
Okay.
exploded around you.
Oh.
And you're not breathing bubbles. But you look around and your party's kind of like,
Why does my head hurt?
Rose just grits their teeth harder. And I got one more.
Please,
Please,
Rose.
level.
Believe, send it. What do we got to lose?
16.
Can I offer like aid? Can I just help to give them advantage? Because the help action, I can pump my like spooky Raven Queen charisma power into them.
Yes, you can use the help action to assist with this. Narratively, as Rose is casting out the spell, a look of determination and a little bit of concern deep within their eyes, you take out your hand and kind of rest it on their shoulder. You can have advantage, Rose.
Please?
Save.
Oh, God. You fucking kidding me?
Okay. You are once again
Intervention.
roll me. This time you're ready for it. Roll me your D100.
Come on.
As you feel the magic begin to coalesce in that same barrier there, you feel a presence mocking you, mocking the audacity that you have in this moment. You are all dematerialized and slammed into that wall again and take a total of 16 force damage and 28 fire damage.
Jesus Christ.
That was
30.
those two 10s and an 8 on the 3d10 fire. Oh.
You said 16 force.
16 force, 28 fire for a total of 30 or 44.
Minus.
As you reappear here again, the sizzling heat still emanating off of you. Your body's feeling like they had just been crunched in a car wreck, and then like it's kind of like a Looney Tunes feeling, like you just got smashed by a rock and then reinflated, and you feel fine in this moment, but getting smashed by that rock hurt.
Damn it. Rose just punches the table in front of them as hard as they can.
What's wrong?
It's not working.
Frit is interfering quite heavily.
Understood. What does that mean for the mission?
We either now have to go in the normal way or climb a leg.
I will tell Zomar to resume the approach of Rostiel, but to keep us at safe distance until we're ready to make the final approach. If something changes, let me know. I'll turn around and walk through the door. The hatch opens and Tana crawls down looking very, very heat-wrecked. Alright, Nalam, your turn. Nalam looks at her and kind of just smiles, but he's not feeling particularly confident at the moment. He'll go up next. But now you guys.
Oh man.
Rose. You doing all right, Rose?
Oh, actually, so as you step within that, down the hall, and
Oh
you don't hear
my
anything.
god.
Ah, okay. I have a feeling someone's gonna be tossing shit. Alright, I come into the room.
Right.
Just silent, and Rose is staring at the wall with like both hands in their hair.
Well, we kind of half expected this.
Are you like yelling at the wall, or you hitting the wall?
Yes. But there was no sound because I cast
There's
silence.
no sound. I'm just gonna sigh a little bit and stand there and let you do your thing for a little bit.
Ken expends more from his armband.
Yeah, that did a number on us, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I said teleporting was tricky.
If I
Yeah.
could roll not a 1, a 2, and 2 8s.
I know.
You fucking serious?
Sorry. Oh man.
I mean, to be fair, we were buffing you, and Divine Intervention failed too, so it's not your fault. We tried everything, didn't work.
All right. So now I can go to the bathroom.
Well, Rose processes in the back within their silence. Do you even recognize Aureus coming in as he
No.
opens the door and steps through? Okay.
No.
Three of you in the mess hall, Ken just slowly touching the armband and pulling the arcane threads out to heal himself in flashes of healing light. What are you guys doing, Aerith and Eidos?
I guess mentally preparing for the fact that we might be climbing a giant turtle leg now.
I think for Aerith, he's going to go on outside on the deck and like
Okay.
try to fly with the broom, see like how well he can keep up with the speed.
You gotta stay within the area. You gotta stay within the
I'm
area.
gonna stay within the area.
I'm just saying.
I'm testing the fluidity of flight.
You head up onto the upper deck, and you open it. You see Nalam standing at the bow of the ship, kind of just looking out. He looks over his shoulders at you, and just nods. You take out your broom. You speak the draconic word of incantation. It doesn't levitate.
Damn it.
You love that for us, huh?
I go back down.
No dice.
No dice.
Oh man. And if we try to go up with the arm, we're gonna be putting them in danger, so we're gonna have to climb this leg now. I don't want to climb a leg.
None of us have climbing gear. That was Robert.
No, we got some from when we were climbing the snowy mountain.
Do we have climbing gear?
I mean, I do.
That's
Eric
better than
does.
I thought.
I know Ken does.
And should too, but I don't. None of the rest of the party was there, and none of you went to Peas. None of you gave Peas a chance.
No.
Peace was never an option.
As you guys sit
Wait,
in the mess
you-
hall,
Or how long, I guess? Like, does it reach the 10 minutes?
Our rest will probably just wait the entire time, waiting for you to finish.
And I guess right as it cuts off and wears off, and you just hear Rose just, God fucking damn it, punches the wall as hard as they can, leave them until their like knuckles split.
yeah, it doesn't take long. It's a metal ship made of pretty sturdy metal. It hurt like hell to punch.
And then they'll just crouch down on the floor.
You don't have to beat yourself up over it. We knew it would be difficult.
Off, Marius.
Rude.
We tried our best. It happens sometimes.
It's not good enough. This is what I'm supposed to be good at.
Rose,
This is my job.
It won't have to be perfect.
This isn't perfect. All I had to do was good enough.
Rose, you did do good enough. You tried your best. That is all we're asking of you. Sure, it didn't work, but hell, whenever half of our plans worked. We change, we adapt to the new environment, and we try our best again.
We don't have another plan that
Then
doesn't
we'll
put
make
someone in danger.
And as terrible as that is, sometimes there has to be risks. We'll do our best no matter what path we walk. You don't need to blame yourself for this. We all tried to help you. Hell, I called on the matter to help. It didn't work. It's not your fault. I'll walk up to her and then reach out a hand to try and see if she'll take it to help her up. The others are probably working on another plan. It's all in Mouter's fault.
Exactly.
The others are probably working on another plan. You should probably go and help them, alright?
You don't have another plan.
Then we'll make one. And worst case scenario, we'll do what we always do and we run in blind and somehow save the day.
It's a terrible plan.
It's a very terrible plan, but for some reason it seems to work for us.
I can try again. I just need more time.
How much time do you need?
Okay. I need magic. I need spells. I don't know.
Can I give my spell slot to Rose?
I think that's an actual wizard thing. I don't think.
Is it?
I don't even know if the wizards
Can
can
we,
do that.
Yeah, I
can
don't
we
even know
rip
if wizards
Aaron's
can do
spell
that.
slot out of him?
And even if that is possible, I don't have the high enough spell slots to do it.
Right. No. My bad. I had only read about it in one thing that I must have read about in a UA. Yeah, it's an Unearthed Arcana. It was called Anointing Power, and it was a second level spell that gave you the ability to give a first level spell to an ally.
First level spell.
So fortunately, short of a divine
I
intervention.
burn an 8th and a 7th just to give her a 7th.
It's a mechanics thing. Like,
I know.
yeah, and it's like there's no way to like transfer that energy, especially because yours is inherently divine and theirs arcane. If you had if you divine intervention, it could definitely do it because that kind of circumvents the rules. Same with like wish, but aside from that,
Gotcha.
yeah,
Well, I tried.
yeah.
All right. Well, how about we talk with the others, Rose, see what they think, and then if we choose to wait, we'll wait, or we'll come up with a new plan. Does that work for you?
Just the casual singing, the cadence.
I love the trauma and the drama. It's so delicious.
Rose, I don't know what happened while I was gone, but you cannot blame yourself for every mistake. Or even some random accident, or something you can't control.
Why not?
You want to bet?
Seems
No.
like everybody else does.
No one else blames you. I'm assuming her knuckles are bloodied, right?
Yeah.
Alright, can I use healing word?
Yeah. It's not necessarily enough that did more than a point or two of damage, so it's easily to just recover from.
So do you want me to use this spell or no?
You don't need to expend the spell slot.
Oh,
It's
okay.
just sort of a like. There was no real damage dealt, so it's more of a narrative healing where using your innate divine. You have Rose's hand, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you kind of like turn their hand over and look at the split knuckles, and you just rest your hand on theirs, and there's this little flash of golden light, and your knuckles stop hurting.
Rose, we are your friends. We trust you and we know you're doing your best. All we ask of you, and you're doing it to the best of your ability. You do not need to beat yourself up over this. I don't know what happened since I was gone, where you obviously have these feelings and you seem angry with yourself all the time. But we trust you. You're doing fantastic. You just have to let yourself see that you're doing good. Alright?
They'll just duck their head down further. And you can see that they're crying.
Just pat her on the back while she cries.
Well, you guys regather yourselves in the back, in the mess hall. Amaji will step out about 5 or so minutes after Aureus had left for the back. As Ken wraps up his healing, he nods. We're back on course and should be within the range in about 6 hours, if that helps your planning.
It's definitely a maybe.
Well, if there's anything we can
Yeah,
do to...
unfortunately. Oh, go ahead.
No, sorry. He'll just sit down and
I
kind
was
of...
gonna give him a heads up that you might be a little bit closer to the danger than we intended. Sorry.
It's fine. We would fight to the bitter end for our city, for our people. And the idea that perhaps we didn't have to go back. We could just let you vanish from here and all would be fixed was a beautiful dream. But we knew that it was only a possibility. Danger is everywhere. The only way to avoid it is to fight.
We're gonna try to come up with something that at least limits how much of a risk you guys have to take. But I'm glad that you do understand that we're not perfect, so things can go wrong. But genuinely, we are trying really hard to get there without risking you all, and also once we're there, to hopefully not hurt anyone that is just brainwashed.
I believe you. He looks over at Atana, nods. We believe you. We know that you have the best intentions. There's an old saying among my people. No plan of battle ever survives first contact with the enemy. That's why we keep making new plans, and you keep trying. Fortunately, we had a couple fallbacks on this one, so we're just kind of going back to plan B.
Yeah, I kind of don't like Ifrit already. I'm gonna be real. I kind of hate that guy.
And turns his head. I have not heard him since, well, all of this began. Staying close to the censors and not pushing. He was not always so ferocious. Could be like a warm embrace. Heat, like the sun on a cold day. I would like to see him restored as well. But that is a battle for after free our people.
Yeah, that's seeming like step 2. Once we get rid of that bitch pulling the strings. He just kind of looks at Kid and Aerith like, any other ideas? You're the two int-based guys. I feel like you should have more input than me right now.
Unfortunately,
It's essentially similar to how it was in the Earthdale. No teleporting, no flying.
just have to got the easy way. Now we gotta do it the hard way.
The Dale lands where high-level adventurers go to feel like low-level adventurers get.
Damn you!
As you guys finish up your conversation in the back, Rose, and you feel Orius's hand just patting you gently on the back, just small little half circles. What are you guys doing next?
Sana sana korita rerana.
Ready to go back and talk together?
Not really.
I wish we had another one of these fucking ants, man.
Come on.
Can
We have to
fabricate
talk
one.
to them
Meh.
At some point.
Fabricate what?
Get her to her feet.
Fabricate an ant.
That's a lot of fabricates.
Yeah, that's multiple days, like at minimum a week of
Mend
just
the broken
fabricating
one.
components.
Use mending to mend the broken one. 1 inch piece at a time.
I mean, you joke, but
How many
have-
people have mending? How many of us have mending? How fast could we do it?
I think it's just 10.
Yeah, I think it's just Ken right now. I don't have it.
No, I have mending.
You
Okay,
have
so
mending as
you
well?
and Ken.
Okay, so you can mend at approximately 2 inches per minute.
Per minute.
Yeah.
How much of it is damaged?
You have
The
no
one that
idea.
got destroyed. Probably
Yeah.
all of it.
They ran from it like on foot in this area, so
I'm sure it'll just be like an hour. Totally
yeah,
not weeks of mending.
60 casts. Back in the barracks, I think you were saying something, Aureus.
Oh yeah, I was helping her to her feet, and then I was gonna take part of my robe and wipe her eyes, and like, all right, I know you probably don't feel the best, but we should get back with the others. Now I will carry you to the others. It won't do very well, but I will attempt to do that.
Come on.
You ready?
No. No. I don't want.
You don't want to?
that.
No one's gonna consider your wants right now. Or Aureus is not gonna
Thank you.
consider your wants right now.
No, I'm listening. I asked what exactly she wants right now.
I don't know. Just feel like it's bad enough having you tell me that it's okay. That
Okay to fail, though. I mean, look at me. I'm the king of failure. I died twice.
that wasn't your fault.
Really quick, too. I died once, and then got up and died again.
Okay, the first one was definitely not your fault, but the second one, that wasn't your fault, Aureus.
Just as this is not your fault.
We could have done something though, and we didn't.
There's nothing you could have done. You did your best. And hey, look at it. I'm here today. I'm fine. You gotta stop blaming yourself for stuff you can't control. I know it's easier said than done, but nothing you've done that I've seen so far is your fault.
You were.
Now, if I see you do something stupid, I'll call you out for it. Like your drinking competition, as funny as it was, but
Hey,
you haven't done anything wrong. You've tried your best.
I did though. You weren't here.
Like what? What?
All-
Why do you feel this way?
All I wanted was to protect everybody. I fucked it up.
How?
They don't trust me anymore. Ito's left.
They still trust you. What are you talking about? All of us are here today thanks to you. We trust you. I'm gonna be honest, I wouldn't teleport or dimension door with someone I didn't trust. Everyone here trusts you. Now, of course, there'll be little spats here and there, but you're still family to everyone, and they still trust you. I'm sure there was maybe a misunderstanding somewhere, and that's obviously gotten under your skin, but have you talked with them? I'm
Tried.
sure they'll explain to you that they still trust you.
But they don't. They can't even. Left and came back. They wouldn't even. The simplest of things.
Rose, what are you talking about?
There's been so many things, so much that has happened since you've been gone and dead and crippled because of us.
I think I was crippled from my own actions, more or less.
Kind of goes in with the whole you dying, me turning you into a statue.
Go ahead and
Alright.
put this music back on.
So I lost a little bit. Just because I lost a little bit of strength doesn't mean I haven't gained in other areas, Rose. It is not your fault. You did what you thought was best. Honestly, I'm probably only here today because you turned me to stone.
I feel like everything that I've done a lot recently has been I thought it was best, and it turns out it just makes everybody upset.
Like what?
Like, Ori's Ken exploded at one time. Gone.
I think someone explained that to me, kind of.
He
Kind of.
I mean,
It's
I
a
got
whole
told the
thing.
guild got blown up by Ken, but didn't go into
Well, that was kind of part of it, I guess. But his body couldn't take it, and he was gone. And I wanted to fix it. I didn't want anyone else to worry or to suffer. Fucked
Ken's
up.
back, though. How did
Yeah,
you
but I
find
fucked.
Ken is back. I don't know what exactly happened, but Ken is here, and he still trusts you. And whatever mistake you think you've made, I'm assuming you made it with the best intentions in heart.
That's what I'm saying, is that whenever I try to do things, it goes wrong. And so I don't know what's right anymore and what's wrong and what I should be doing. Again,
If you ever wonder if you're doing something right or wrong, just talk with us. We'll help you.
I feel like regardless, no matter what I think plan-wise, it gets shot down a lot.
You're the one who suggested we teleport. We all were on board with that.
Not with battle plans, like I don't know. I don't
Rose, you can't be perfect. That's not possible.
Why not?
And you have such high standards for yourself that you are driving
Why
yourself
not?
You are driving yourself crazy. You are doing your best. We all trust you and we see you're doing good. Take a deep breath, relax, and know that we still support you. You know what? We're going to do a breathing exercise. I want you to take a deep breath.
God.
I want you to hold it in for 5 seconds.
Okay, now you're just being condescending.
No. I'm being serious. I want you to take a deep breath and hold it in to 5 to 10 seconds, and then slowly let it out.
They'll just stare at him for the longest moment and then slowly take a breath in.
Take a deep breath. Hold it in for 5 to 10 seconds. Slowly let it out.
I don't know if I feel any better.
I'll then do it again.
I don't want to do it again.
You don't want to breathe?
Nah.
No.
No, that
You have
breathing
now
exercise
activated
actually
manual
helps
breathing.
people with
Fuck.
anxiety and relaxing
Yeah.
their muscles. So
Yeah, it's really good technique actually. It's funny because in Strahd, Cray, this is what he devolved to, is he had to take 10 and he would stop and close his eyes and take a deep breath for 10 seconds and then he could reassess the situation and keep moving. because it does help.
Rose, you are doing a good job. You need to stop being so hard on yourself.
Don't know how not to do that.
Well, try your best. Try and stay positive. Then just trust in your friends. We trust you. You're doing your best, and that's all we ask of you. So you ready to rejoin the group and discuss our next plan?
No,
How long do you need, Rose?
Forever.
like 30 or 40 more minutes. Do you have cards?
Good question. Do I have cards? I still have my letter of introduction. Ornate initiative. Mess kit, tinderbox, simple knife, spool of leather, dreams map. I have
Just
the shiny fish
pulling-
bag and the shell necklace.
You're just pulling like junk after junk item out of your bag, and
Walking crane, scale. I do not have a deck of cards on me.
we'll go find someone who does. I want to play cards. I want to talk.
Do you want me to bring everyone else back here too? Or do you just want to play cards with me?
Eidos can come too.
Okay. I'm gonna leave and look for a deck of cards and ask Eidos to come with me as well.
As you step out of the back room, closing the door and spinning the wheel behind, walk out into the mess hall where the group is sitting around. What are you three up to?
Spitballing ideas, trying our best to come up with something.
Yeah.
I've got no spells that benefit anybody, unfortunately. So
Yep. I'm in the same boat.
Yeah, me too.
I don't have any pitons. I've got a hammer, got a crowbar, and a dream.
I mean, so long as the leg isn't moving, it's not difficult terrain to climb up. The scales are large and the cracks in its skin strong and wide enough to get your fingers in, so as long as you're at least somewhat familiar with wall climbing, it'll only be like 50 feet.
You know, only 5 stories.
You hear the door behind you close, and Aureus steps out. You ask Amaji about cards, and kind of just turns his head and goes, "You've got something like that. Give me 1 second in my quarters." He's going to go back to his captain's quarters to get them.
I was about to say it'd be really funny if Aureus can use his divine intervention to complete my draconic conversion, and we could just fly into the fucking city.
I mean, technically, you could channel Ascalon.
No.
What's the worst
just
that can
fly.
happen?
Right?
Yeah,
Keep that
pick us
fly
up.
us like an hour. You can stay
What
that
if
long.
what
right?
if we get there quick, and then you turn at the feet, and then you just cut the climb out for us, and then you go back to normal and don't explode.
Well, I don't explode anymore. I just, if I crit fail, I just keel over.
Dead.
And then if I get revived, I get 5 stacks of exhaustion.
So
You know.
Virtually the same as it's just
Yeah.
you're there still.
You know,
Yeah.
no big deal.
That also defeats the purpose
What happens?
of stealth, because they'll be like, "Oh, there's a giant dragon thing. Oh God, maybe
I
we
mean,
should go
stealth
get the leader."
at this point, I'm pretty sure stealth is out the window. Even if we climb up the leg, we're gonna
Okay.
have to. Not that it's a problem, you know. We were trying to figure out the smoothest process, but like we're pretty used to like
Non-smooth.
free form, you know. We are masters of improv at this point, so
Yeah.
it's not the end of the world.
You guys thrive when all else has already failed.
That's why it wasn't any big deal when we got slammed into a mental wall of fire just now. Like, this should be a surprise, but we deal with this every day now. Like,
Annoying. Stop it.
you're inconveniencing us.
Exactly.
Knock it off, Ifrit. We got a job to do.
You're gonna make us want to hit you harder. Please stop.
For your own sake, Ifrit.
That
If we climb the leg, where did they say it puts us at? Is it the Noble District, or is that where we're trying to get to?
as Maji walks back in with a small deck in his hand.
Oh.
The leg. Apex is up near where the shell. It's near the bottom of the shell, so it's not going to get you all the way up to the Noble District. That's near the top. But it should bypass at least the docks and maybe the slums. Get you into the lower city, which is at least a few steps closer. From there, you'll need to progress up the shell through Artisan District, then the Noble District, and finally to Pride Rock.
Like on foot. What's the rough estimate time-wise? Because invisibility lasts an hour. If I don't get, fucked around with, and I can just hold it.
Say it's probably about 5 miles from base of shell to top, if you're just moving up the side of it. So if you're quick and nothing really slows you down, you might be able to make it in an hour. I can at least draw you a few rough maps of the city to give you an idea as to where you're going in each district.
That would also help a lot.
Yeah.
See,
I like
there's
that.
always something we don't think about. A map from somebody who knows the place is one of those things.
What?
He hands you a deck of cards, Aureus, and it's very obviously a deck of cards, as they all have a number and a symbol on them, but they're not shaped square. They're shaped like that, almost like a diamond, like a little crystal.
Oh, are they still normal cards, just different shape?
They don't have hearts and clubs, but it seems to be numbered 1 through 15 and has 4 different. It's got like it's got a flame, it's got a water droplet, it's got a big old swirly symbol, and it's got what looks like a rock. They're elemental cards essentially. Instead of the 4 suits, it's the 4 elements, and it's numbered 1 through 15.
That works.
I was about to say
Alright.
triple triad.
No, that would be a whole. I'd have to make a game for that.
You'd have to go on an adventure just to collect the cards.
Yeah, that's a side quest I'm not ready to put in this because it will not.
At least
it will
this
not be
far in the
completed.
game.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't get the drop from that enemy. Guess you gotta find another one to get a chance to get the card.
Next campaign, there will be triple triad.
You gotta find the one NPC at like the specific hour they're willing to battle you to get the card from them.
You gotta get the like item that lets you use card as an ability, and as enemies get weak, you use the ability on them, and it turns the enemy into a card, like in Final Fantasy VIII.
Oh my god.
Give me that.
He will return to the seat near the head of the table and kind of sit down to be here in case you have questions for your planning.
Eidos, before you get too in depth in planning, your presence is requested for a game of cards.
Just
Card?
Eidos.
Cards.
Just Eidos.
Why does this feel like I'm in trouble?
Well, that's to be determined.
Mhm.
Just
You're
give me
being
credit.
sent to the office.
Yeah, like, can Please see me in my office. Like, oh man, what did I do?
Oh man.
Eidos, you have been too spooky. You're being sent to the principal's office. You are scaring the other children.
We
Gonna
had to
need you
sign
to
you
knock
up
it
for
off.
despookification.
It's not a phase, Mom.
It's a lifestyle.
Okay. Alright, I mean, that's fine. A little weird, but I, I don't really have much to contribute to the plan at this point unless we need the dimension door somewhere. So, good luck, guys.
Best of luck in your planning. Give us like 30 minutes.
Thanks.
As Amaji begins to draw out some rough top-down sketches, he kind of draws like what looks like a half-circle edge, and then like almost like a plank walking off the edge. The dogs sit over the edge of the shell like this, and they have arms that can be lowered down. From there, you're mostly going to be wanting to just keep heading uphill. That's really the direction. But he'll kind of go over the basic geography with the two of you. Unless you had something else you wanted to do, Ken. I saw you move.
No, I was just moving closer to. I guess I'm assuming there's like a table or something. He's like writing,
Yeah.
like drawing the map on.
There's like two. They're on opposite sides of the ladder. They're like right there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I'll just get right here.
All right. So he's just kind of going over it. He'll answer any questions, and at least now, mechanically, when we get to that point, you two will know where you're going without me having to have a whole map of a city. Roughly. Did you have any specific questions that you wanted to ask him?
Are there like, do you have like, do you equip? Well, I mean, probably a silly question, but do you guys got city guards? Do you have like dedicated posts where they hang out and observe their designated areas?
Yes, but no designated posts. Usually within the city, movement's pretty free. Even the lowest among us are allowed entry into the noble and upper districts to plead their cases and speak with the king. So we don't have any sort of watchtowers or guard stations. There are guards that are posted down on the docks in case we have travelers that we have found that need to be dealt with when we arrive back at the city. But it sounds like we're going to be trying to avoid the docks, so
Yeah.
I don't think you'll need to worry about that. There are others like myself, like Etona and Sharash, trained in the martial ways of our people. But they will most likely be mingled in with the rest of our people, who are, for the most part, craftsmen, mothers, fathers, farmers, ranchers, just people. I'd say if you find someone that has weaponry like ours on their back, they're probably trained. And well, judging by what I've seen, I don't think you'll have a problem with them, but I know you'll do your best not to cause any unnecessary harm.
Of course. Well, I guess that answers my question. Guess now just memorizing the maps. And I guess we'll try to figure out how to go from there. I mean, it's kind of, guess we've already figured out basically what we're going to have to do, but anything to ease it, I will try my best to sniff it out.
I'll do my best to think of anything that might help along the way, too. Back in the barracks, Rose, as Aureus had left, what did you do? I saw you moved your token around a little bit.
They just like moved over to sit against this back wall.
Okay.
And then just sit down.
About 5 minutes pass. You hear footsteps outside the door, and then they fade again. And it kind of causes that little bit of anxiety, like that uncertainty as you're just waiting. But after about 5 minutes, the wheel on the door turns. You see as Orius and Iedo step in. Orius has a stack of something in his hand that looks like cards, but it's hexagonal in shape instead of square.
You're probably just like, what the fuck is that?
Right? Are those cards? Is this?
Yeah, they're a deck of cards, slightly different symbols on them. They're numbered 1 through 15 because they don't have face cards, but pretty much a deck of cards.
Weirdly shaped.
Right. Okay. I mean, can we still?
Should
How
be
do you
able to
play
the same.
poker without the face cards? I guess they're just
11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
numbered. What is the 15?
Is it the
Aren't there only?
14 or 13?
Actually, it should be only 14. I said the wrong number. It should be only 14.
I was like, aren't there only 4 face cards? I don't remember.
I don't know why I thought there were 5 face cards.
This one has 15. One
Right.
extra card.
They
Just take
actually
it.
used the Joker for some reason. Weird.
And here, I thought the
Alright,
Joker would be
guess we'll play
a
poker.
0.
Yeah, you can use them to play poker or any of the other games you guys know. I just didn't know if you had things you wanted to talk with them about.
Yeah. But Rosal, motion for you to sit and reach out for the cards.
Okay, I
And,
hand her
like,
the cards and sit down.
shuffle them together. Just
But they're weird to try to shuffle, huh?
Yeah,
I've
they're-
shuffled hex cards like that. It's tricky.
kind of pointy and they don't really line up very well. Well, if your hand sucks, not my fault. It just if you're willing, and I'll talk about stuff, okay? I want to tell you what happened with everything while you've been gone. First part, and well, the whole part, I guess, for you. Gestures over to Orius, and then the part that you've been gone for.
It'd probably be a lot more helpful. I mean, I wouldn't say a lot more helpful. Ken takes really detailed notes. I saw the reports he left, so I can attest that he's covering all the bases, but it'd probably be a lot more parsable spoken word than, official documentation.
Reading a book about it. I embellish better too.
Use you.
A lot of shit happened, okay? But Rosal, start dealing, and I guess they'll start with. I don't even remember like if anything really big happened after Orius died.
Robert,
Mhm.
you ended up making it
Right.
with the double.
Well, okay. See, I wasn't a part of that.
Ah,
That was everybody else who
See,
made the
it's not your
deal.
mistake. You don't make all the mistakes.
You're right. I sat that one completely terrible idea out for once. So I guess I get to say that.
Hey, we have a lot of cool allies. Some of them happen to be questionable, but they are
Sure.
helpful. I would rather have Robert and his weird army on our side, at least temporarily, rather than against us the whole time,
I mean, are they on our side? Or are they
friendly with pretty much everyone except for he had mild gripes with Rose.
I mean, so I get like the best way to look at it is they kind of have to be because they want a foothold in here, but if they don't help us, they don't get that because Tiamat's gonna wreck it all.
Right.
So there's like an air quote. They're friendly.
They're using us, I suppose.
Mutually
It's a-
aligned
Sure.
goals.
Mutually
Yeah,
aligned
exactly.
goals.
Because we're also technically using them because it's not like we want to be friends with a bunch of devils and stuff. Robert is the one outlier because he's made some fucked up decisions, but we kind of see
Kind
why.
They did kind of kill a lot of people with our not blessings, but looking the other way.
Orius knows all about that.
Yeah, that's him, and that's he's a problem for later. We'll take care of that.
Well, just to help remind, because I have my notes here.
Yes, if you would, that would be great because I
The
don't
first-
fucking remember.
The first thing that you guys had to deal with upon coming back was Thune and the corrupted dragon children that
Right.
required elimination.
We saved some
then-
of them.
You then traveled to the Pirate Isles and fought a Dragon Lich.
Eudos got
Oh.
spookified.
That's where he got all his spooky. You traveled to Galindar and promptly left, meeting Sebis shortly and learning about the trials of the city while you were on your journey to the Nether Mountains. All of this being this kind of long flight across half the world. You were trialed by the dragons and deemed worthy.
Yeah, you never met all the dragons on the mountain.
Does that
And
mean I
I'm
have to
dating
do
one of-
the trials if I ever go up there? Alright, they can pass, but you have to do the trials.
Yeah, you have
The
to
other
do it
interns
again,
were fine. I'm sure they
right?
Just remember,
Robert had a
the
chip on his
answer is
shoulder the whole
15.
time.
Also, I'm
You-
dating Ken's sister.
Okay.
You learned about the army marching towards Starlight's Respite, the sky castle that you had parked within a lake deep in the wilderness of the northern part of the Sword Coast. You were then arrested by the Githyanki Rose for
Forget.
actions
May have-
taken during that battle. As
May
you
have
detonated
committed a minor war crime.
minor war
Minor.
crimes, multiversal war crime.
Uh-huh.
But you were arrested during the Council of Waterdeep on the 7th day of the 3rd month. So it's been over 2.5 months since you were arrested.
What happens if you open a tear into the Astral Sea in the Astral Sea?
A black hole.
Like if you put if you
Right.
put it a bag of holding and a bag of holding like we did while you're already there.
Sends you to
You
the
don't wanna
material
know.
plane.
Either that or reality collapses. One or the other.
Good fun. Or nothing happens.
Kay's just not going to answer because he doesn't.
No,
want
I'm
us
Googling it to see if anyone else has come up with it. And honestly, it'd probably be a black hole type situation.
Ah, I was right.
Yeah, kind of like space
less
folding
than
in on
ideal.
itself. Yeah.
I mean,
But
that would
the
explain
Astral
why
Sea is
the
massive.
Here, so like, don't do that.
You might never run into the black hole,
Yeah.
but it's there now.
But it's
Yeah.
there now.
You
Met Thorn, also
Yeah.
dating him.
You met Thorn while in prison, and in the course of 8 days, it felt like years passed in the terrible Three Sorrows within Tunaroth. But you managed to find a way to talk your way into a little bit of a friendly situation with the local cultists there. got
That
your
might
way
have
out of
been
prison.
that might have been step one of people stopping trusting me a little bit, Aureus. It was a plan, though. I was never actually
Oh yeah, it's not
Double
when Robert
crossing.
stabbed Ryu.
I think so.
I was
It
never
was
actually
also where
double
Robert
crossing them.
got banished.
Because you guys got to the despot's
yeah.
throne, and Rose was there, like, "Hey guys, what's going on?" And you kind of forced Rose's hand to join you in that moment because they were trying to play both sides. But your friends
It's
managed
mainly
to.
the masks, you know? Like, those masks were just bad juju.
Ah, they were so
Big
nice
bad juju.
though. A lot of
You
good power.
guys returned a week after that from the Astral Sea with Rose in tow. But the next day, the news of Sebas's death reached you, and Robert accepted
Went a
Zariel's
little
offer.
crazy.
At the same time, Rose, you reached out to find Ken's uncle and found him imprisoned and starving. And as you revealed this information to Ken, the shock that his battle, his war, had not targeted himself, but a man who had raised and loved him, broke him. And as Ascalon emerged and destroyed half the guild hall,
Yeah.
the party reeled at trying to understand what had just happened. You fought to let's see.
You know how weird it is to ride your friend's foot as he flies away, Orius?
Right. That's right. Eodos went with him
Yep.
across the swamps. The same swamps where Fred had been found not months earlier. Let's see. My notes are a little haphazard, so I'm parsing it all.
I don't remember when the mind erasing stuff was.
It wasn't
That was
quite yet.
shortly after.
You didn't know how to deal with Ascalon, but you did know that there was something that you needed to deal with in Galandar, as during your time there you had learned of, I think you'd learned of Kentoji's presence, as well as Rokai's. You said well, you didn't even say a quick goodbye. Quick goodbyes were left for you by two of your allies, Hibisia and Robert, as they both broke. Hibisia being a Fae who had temporarily joined the party following Aerith's death.
Try to murder me. Or at least
Arrest
re-imprison
you.
me. Again. But this time in the Feywild.
The least equipped spy you could imagine.
Yeah, he
But as
wasn't.
Hibisia left and you met your new ally Takashi, you traveled to Lintier to convince Aerith to come home and rejoin the party.
Stop being
From
dead.
there, you went back to Galandar.
Get up, dude. We got your mom here. She's saying you gotta come home.
And struck down both Rokai. Well, actually, you struck down Rokai and sent Kentoji running away as you staggered him out of the air, forcing him to be separated.
Banished him for a little
You
bit.
banished him. That's what it was. I was trying to remember how you
Yeah.
stalled him, but you banished him while he
Yeah.
was flying on the back of Rokai, causing him to be separated from him while you took Rokai out.
I'm sorry for interrupting. We killed
No.
Rokai when we first entered Galandar. That's when we met Sebas, and then we
Okay.
went to the mountain.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because
because
Malachi
okay.
killed
Robert was
Sebas
there
to
for
get
that.
back at
Yeah.
us for that.
Yeah.
but we found out that Kentoji was possessed by Malachi's wife.
Mm-hmm. Damra.
Hmm
And he cut out on us. Because that
Robert
was
was
what
the one who
Rokai hit us with the fear, so he could. So Kentoji could get away while we were dealing with Rokai because we couldn't approach.
That's right.
Right.
That's right. Yes. Then
We
this
also
must
did
have
the
been when you
catapult
traveled.
thing.
You traveled back afterwards to deal with him because you purified the Fang of Bahamut,
hmm
finding the second of the currently 3 artifacts of the Platinum Dragon that you bear within the party. From there, you traveled to Lintier, hearing rumors of rising activities there, and found that the prince of the king had been turned to the cult. you slew him and made a deal with a green dragon not to touch her hoard in agreement for her leaving the Sword Coast and not bothering you guys again. It was
I think
then.
I got the mask back again. Right? Was that? Because I know I had one before we fought Ascalon because he almost murdered me over it.
Right, you
We
had
had the
the
white and the black one, right?
No, we had the right and the green one.
Yeah, I think we had the white and the green that we took from the prince guy.
yeah. You took
Yeah.
the
That's
green one.
that's
I
what
thought
I
you sundered the
remember. I
green
can't
one
remember.
because I know you
Yeah,
had the
we broke both the white and the green one because
yeah.
Well, we didn't-
Ascalon shattered the white one off of no,
Off of me.
it was the black one.
The black
'Cause
one got shattered because that's where you got your strike
black
from.
and the green one. Yep, and then I think somehow Rose got the white mask. They left. I don't remember.
I don't remember. Yeah,
don't
I just know I
remember
had one because
no,
you almost
no. Sorry,
murdered me
because
off of it.
my notes are obviously not complete. You had the white one originally. That one got destroyed by Ascalon. You did take the green one, but that one got destroyed in that moment. And when you defeated Vestariel, you took the black worm mask from her. But that was later. It was actually not much later as I'm looking at my notes here. It only would have followed Emmeline and the Avengers being taken into custody as they were being arrested. Oh, God.
It was a Fox bullshit.
Yep. Yep, that was it. And you had to rush out to aid them. And it was after that that Ascalon, his keep rose and flew across Sword Coast, forcing you guys to react. And as you met him in the air, you were confronted with the
Vanguard or the
yeah,
trials.
yeah, the trials of Ascalon and the pure power that he represented. You guys managed to prove to Ascalon that the world and the corruption here within may yet be saved and does not need to be purged by fire as he had planned. And he returned Ken to you. A little changed, but not much different than he was.
We had to fight
After
him first, though,
Rose
right?
put the mask on,
Yeah, because
Yeah.
we had to fight him first.
Yeah, you
you
had to
got
fight him.
blasted point
Yes.
blank.
Well,
That
that kind of
destroyed one of
changed the
them.
whole tempo of the fight. You put the mask on, and he took off the kitty gloves and obliterated the shit out of you.
Yeah, 'cause I think he destroyed the black one off me. He destroyed the green
then-
one for us.
Mhm. And then
Yep.
the white
Oh, no,
one was
Earth.
the one that you guys just purified or got rid
Well,
of.
that was the
with-
one that I took with me to the Feywild.
And then that's how we had to deal with Cullen Day.
Exactly.
Yeah. Wait, Earth, come back.
um,
Okay.
But you met with the Admiral of Baldur's Gate as well as the Council of Four, following the creation of your new island off of the west coast of Baldur's Gate, as Starfall landed within the sea, and what was once a mountain became a small island with its own keep already built within it. You confronted Vogue for his actions, and he was
Earth murdered
devoured.
that bitch.
Vestariel was then killed by Angarad, and Angarad was then killed by the party and Ascalon. And as Ascalon stood over the body of Angarad and released the power that he had been channeling, as Ken released Ascalon for the first time, his body could not reassimilate, and he became nothing more than sparkles in the air. And I'd say that as you're telling the story, Rose, you get up to the
Mhm.
point where you start talking about it, and you see Aerith rush forward, taking out Diamond and picking up Ken's sword with tears in his eyes and trying to cast Revivify on someone who's just gone. And then that, I think, leads us to what you had been talking about. Or leading
Yeah.
up to.
Right. Rose at that point kind of like the story thus far, and at this point they kind of pause and hesitate a little bit and grip the cards a little bit harder.
Don't bend them. They're
and
new.
then
They're not new. They
Well.
are all messed up. Like the edges are all frayed. I mean, it's a soldier's deck of cards, man.
right, but they'll look over at Aureus and then try to take a deep breath again and let it out, and then look over at Eidos. And yeah, so it hurt. It hurt a lot. And everyone was
Tender moment.
I fucked up. I know I did. And I'm sorry, Eidos. I never really got a chance to apologize about it.
Yeah, that was really made me mad. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I know. But I just wanted to help. You know I wanted to help.
That I do. Honestly, that's why I left, because I didn't want to take it out on you.
That
It's kind of twofold, honestly.
you
Because
leaving hurt too.
the Raven Queen did kind of say it's time, and I'd been ignoring it a little bit. But
You leaving, that hurt too. I figured it was my fault.
as you say, my fault. It's like, again, he'll do air quotes like that was a big fuck up, genuinely. And I'm not sweeping it under the rug. That, knowing how much I was struggling with the memory problems, and then you doing that, I do want you to understand how badly that hurt me. But I spent a lot of time in the Shadowfell, and by a lot I mean like next to no time. And in that small amount of time, it kind of puts things in perspective. And I don't want you to feel like I'm holding it against you. I genuinely, I have forgiven you for that. As long as you don't do it again, it's not just water under the bridge. But remember that feeling, because I don't want you doing that again to the people you care about.
That's the thing, is like I did it. I did it, but I still fucked up, even though I was trying to do the right thing. Looks back over at Aureus. I tried to do the right thing, and it ended up being the worst thing. I just didn't want anyone to hurt.
I understand how you came to the conclusion that that was the right decision. However, I do believe in the moment you got overly emotional and made the decision for yourself. The problem is you took away everyone else's ability as a party to decide for themselves. I understand why you did that. I hold no grudge against you. But that was a mistake, and it seems you have learned from it and paid for it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's it for me. Just that's like I said, that's part of why I left. Not because I didn't want to be around you or the party, but because I needed to work on some stuff with myself so that I didn't lash out against any of you. But I definitely see why you did it. But something like that, you don't just pull the trigger on it. Talk to us. That's the main thing. Just talk. I know that's kind of funny coming from me, the guy who's basically swinging his sword as an answer a lot of the time. But we could We can help.
It's hard to talk about things that are hard to talk about. I know it doesn't make any sense. Shut up.
No, it makes perfect sense. Like 100%. Hard to talk about things are, in fact, hard to talk about. But you got to do it. You know. You don't have to do it with everybody. You got to have the people you can trust to have that conversation with, though. I think I could count on one hand the number of people I'd be willing to have those conversations with, and every one of you are in that group.
Yeah. uh, but yeah. So that was my first fuck up. Want to hear the rest?
You can keep going. If you want to.
Yeah.
Before you do Eidos will like put a hand up, like, I am sorry, just leaving like that. I know I had to deal with some stuff, but I probably could have been a little bit more clear about things before I just vanished. So I don't.
You didn't.
I do. I am sorry if it
Man,
hurt.
you left a message for us written on a platform. You didn't even say goodbye.
Yeah, I kind of figured it would be really hard to go if I stopped to say goodbye, but I knew it needed to be done.
I wasn't even sure if you were still my best friend anymore.
Yeah, like I said, it hurt genuinely, but I never wanted to hate you for it. I know you sent a couple of messages. I wanted it to be clear. I I never hated any of you.
I would have sent more, but a lot of other shit happened kind of at that same
Yeah,
time.
I got a couple from Aerith too, and things were all over the place. I get it. That's again why I'm not super mad. Now I felt really bad once I started hearing about what the fuck was actually happening out there.
I mean, and that's the shit that they went through. I was gone for a little bit, too.
It was pretty
But
much at the same time. You
yeah,
guys, Eidos left that
getting
morning, and you
yeah,
left during the.
getting ahead of ourselves. So we got Ken back. Obviously, he is back. We had to, put his soul back together, so that was fun.
Not the greatest way to find out that one of your friends is dead. I'm gonna be real, but
Well, that was the point, though. I figured I could fix it before you had to mourn him. If you didn't have to mourn him, then one less thing to mourn, right? But I know. Didn't work out. Let's see. What happened
once
between
we
that?
get through all the atrocities that we deal with Tiamat, we gotta help you acclimate to like coming to terms with stuff. I think I feel so bad that was the instinct. We got to give a bunch of group hugs from now on.
But I mean, if you don't have to come to terms with things, then why do it?
That's not the healthy choice. Everyone suffers loss in life, and part of life is dealing with that loss and growing from it. Can't just hide it, throw it under the rug, and hope no one finds it.
But we can prevent it. That's what we do.
No, We do our best to stop it from happening in the first place, but when loss occurs, we help those who suffered from it. We don't hide it from them.
Yeah, if all we do is sweep it under the rug or take something like that away from people, what happens when we're not there to do that for them? They're not equipped to deal with that problem anymore. We got Kid back, and ultimately, no harm, no foul. But if you had died before we understood that, how could we deal with you? You know, then we're not equipped to understand and come to terms with a friend's death because we've never gone through it.
Well, I mean, Orius died.
I mean, you get you. I'm not being specific here. I'm as an example.
I know.
We are outliers. You know, the average person doesn't have the ability to come back from the dead or do the things that we do, and we want to prevent that loss of life or that sadness, but we can't take it from someone. That's part of being alive. You know, they have to be able to come to terms with these things.
And you hid it from everyone else, but you were the only one who remembered. That kind of contradicts itself if you say you want them to not feel the pain, but you force yourself to burden it all.
It's fine if I do it.
No, that's not how it works.
Yeah, absolutely not. Nobody needs to go through that alone. Do you know the Raven Queen collects memories?
You said that she took some of yours, I guess.
I definitely used to think it was maliciousness, like spite, but I think it's to make sure the things like that are remembered rather than forget, even though somebody died, somebody lost their life. Even though they might be gone, it's important that you come to terms with that. And a good way of coming to terms with that is surrounding yourself with people who can help. I'm just saying, I think you shouldered a little too much.
Yeah.
Taking
Yeah.
that from us with good intentions, and then basically all that weight that we all could have shared piled up on you.
I don't know. I just didn't want anyone to be sad. I won't do it again.
That's good at least. As painful as it is, life isn't all sunshine and rainbows. It's also the ups and the downs. That's what makes
I,
life
w-
life.
I wish there were more ups. It's a lot of
we're
downs.
working, we're working towards one big up.
We're working towards it.
You're working against the biggest down.
We are the ups currently.
Yes.
Alright, anyways, I'm not done. Play your hand.
Continue your story as the hands
Royal
continue.
flush,
You what? Bullshit.
Rose tells you about. Let's see, where were we right now? Bringing Ken back,
Yeah.
requiring traversing into space constructed from his very soul by a god of death. Not the one that you're familiar with, Eodos. Although they did end up using a Temple of the Raven Queen to access this place, but led
I guess
to.
I did want to add, Eodos, I thought there was one god of death and that was yours.
She wasn't even originally the god of death. by the way.
How many are there?
Kind of shrugs. she, she, she just kind of ascended to it, like put in that work. I don't. There's something else out. You remember me saying that the heart of darkness for the crystal that we got to go grab? Something else that serves death? That could be another death god. I don't know.
No.
Gods are
Anyway,
weird. I don't
yeah.
really.
I don't know anything about that either. Oni knew a lot about gods and stuff, but I didn't really talk to him that much, and I also don't really give a shit about the gods.
It could be
No
like
offense,
there's
Oris.
different. I know there's different kinds of gods to represent different kinds of death. Like you could have memory death where you forget. You could have spiritual death where you no longer believe in something. Death.
But is there a god for all of them? That's a lot. That's a lot of death gods.
Mm.
There's probably some pantheon of gods that the gods followed that are like the truest essence of that we don't know
I guess
about.
God death.
I guess after this, remind me. I'll send Oni a message and ask him how many gods of death there are.
You'll get to tell that alphabetical or numerical. What order?
Is 25 words enough? But yeah, so
Traveling
Back
into
to me.
Ken's very soul, reliving his life as you gathered together the shards of his spirit that were cast into the between, collecting them within yourselves, his dear friends. You carried them out of this ephemeral space and back into the material, conveying them halfway across the world with the aid of the dragons. You returned to the peak of the Nether Mountains, and with the aid of Arturia, the gate to Celestia opened, and a wish was made. Ken returned, but this time it wasn't a small change. His physiology had been altered. No longer a human with small bits of draconic affectation, he was now fully a half-dragon. No one could have argued differently. But nonetheless, standing before you, naked as the day, was Ken.
Yeah,
Your
that
friend.
wasn't something I needed to see.
You returned him to Erebor, where you guys recovered, and he geared up again, building his arcane implements and armor systems as you see them now. Before finally heading, let's see, hold on, I guess we forgot traveling up to Scornoble to go talk to Robert first.
Yeah, gloss over that part.
Yeah,
Okay.
so you traveled up, you
Robert,
talked
blah,
to,
blah, blah.
Robert, let's see, you fought
Not a big fan of that
Narzagon,
guy.
captured him in your iron flask.
Oh yeah, I still got him. I
You
got some
guys, that
more.
was when he was setting up his little decorations, right? Yeah, because you guys rode past all
so.
of that on the way up. Yep.
That was the start of it. Yeah.
Yeah, the start of the madness.
Yeah,
Like I said, we'll deal with that later.
there you go. And then went to the mountain to get it all taken care of. And that was when you removed the curse on Eodos and Nobody and Aerith, restoring their memories of their friend's death, and dealt with those ramifications. For a few days, about a week, you guys continued to travel together, helping Ken regain his strength as you set up a conference for the nobles of the Sword Coast to once again gather together in an effort to unite in an army against the cult.
Fucking nobles.
Teleported up and down the Sword Coast, meeting with as many as you could, and scheduled the conference for several days later, and then returned to Starfall to make your final preparations there. And most of this, Eodos, all of this you were familiar with. You were right there helping facilitate all of the travel as you were the bus at the time. Conference didn't go well. I mean, it went well, and honestly, it went well for Ken diplomatically, but by this point for Rose, you were under a lot of culminating stress. And even though you had managed to pull Ken back, it boiled over in the face of your long detested enemies, the nobility who stand above and look down upon those who would dare share their world. And as you struck out at him, your friends attempted to stop you.
I didn't like that too much.
You tried to fight back against them, but Takashi struck out. Actually, several of the party had.
Ken yelled at me. Takashi shot me.
A lot.
I think Oni tried to punch me.
I think Oni was trying to protect the other guy, like he was more so getting in the way.
I think so too.
Whereas Takashi was actively throwing hands.
You were casting spells, trying to slow everyone down, and not trying to harm anyone, but at least trying to stop them from stopping you. And it was then that Taz entered into the main chamber alongside Ken, having left the rest of the nobility downstairs to talk, and seeing the battle unfolding. She apologized to her brother, leapt to your side, took her draconic form, and flew away. And while you were being carried away, that final shot knocked the consciousness out of you, and as the rest of the flurry was still airborne, she twisted, took the hits for you, and flew off into the day. No one reached out. You spent about a day with her, regaining your strength. That morning, Iados, you had just left, having had your message from your queen. Perhaps it all tied together. But as you found yourself alone with no one but Taz McKella, you knew of one other person who had been looking for you, and you sought out Thorn. The three of you used his new Keyblade to cross the boundaries with plane shift, and found yourselves in the Feywild. And that was where your story diverges from the Wanderers of Starlight.
Yeah, but Rose will tell them about that because that's pretty much the other giant thing that has been
You arrived in a place that you'd never seen, had never been, but had been where you were from. Finding it under the thumb of a tyrant. You did what you do. You donned the mantle of hero and united people. The same way Ken had been in the Sword Coast. You and Taz and Thorn struck out into the wilds of the Fae to find anyone willing to fight against this tyrant and to try to free these people, not for yourself. You don't really care about this place, but for Thorn, who did see this as his home. And three of you fought for 7 years, struggling against Titania's rage, and managed to succeed, pushing her back into the very home city of Astrazalian. You established a coalition with the free Fae of the land. But you needed more help. Specialist help. 7 years had passed from your perspective. But you knew
Bastille kept looping that shit because we kept losing.
that Bastille kept turning the clock back, allowing the same days to rerun themselves, but different. Concurrent, but parallel. Each time taking in that blue flower and losing just one more piece of himself. Finally, as you saw victory on the horizon, you managed to connect. Well, actually, sorry. You had been managing to connect with Ken, as you had been reaching out and developing your powers and strength, attempting to connect with a dream, to talk to him, as you processed everything that you had been through. 5 times it connected. It's up to you whether you want to reveal what it meant.
Yeah.
Each time.
Rose. Well, Rose will just sigh and just. They. Every time I actually got to talk, and I didn't even know if it was actually him. The first time, I was just. I didn't think it was real. I didn't think that they would do this. I didn't think. I don't know. I didn't think this was how things would go. Second time, I was just mad. Mad at him. Mad at the party. Mad that they wouldn't talk to me. They didn't even try. I didn't know that how long it had been. I guess it was years, and they still were holding it over me. Third time, I begged. I begged him to come back, to forgive me. Fourth time, I was just depressed. And the fifth time, by that time, had been. That was almost the end of it. 6.5 years of reliving the same times over and over. But I was okay with it.
Unsure whether or not it was getting through to Ken, you took that final opportunity that Bastille offered you to stop the time loop, to enable the worlds to resynchronize with each other, even knowing that this could cause the end of the war in a bad way as well, as it forced her hand. You traveled back to the material, arriving within the guild hall that had been your home so long ago. You met with Emmeline, who told you quickly that they had just arrived but were on their way out, and ran after the party as you saw the plane shift being cast by a cute young girl that was hanging off of Ken's arm. You jumped in and included yourself in that plane shift,
I invited myself.
accompanying the party to Acheron, where you assisted. Oh god, get the details again.
No, I don't think we got there, but then.
Yeah, and then immediately it's like, I
Right.
really need you guys.
Yeah, you traveled to Acheron and filled the party in while Aerith and Ken investigated the strange wall filled with celestial writing that Takashi had found. And while you had figured out how to open the golden door and it stood before the party, they opted instead to help Rose, leaving Acheron.
That was when, right before, like, as we were walking to the Citadel, this was back when Snicker Snack was still half insane, and he was like, "Hey, there's a fucking dragon here. We need to cut it. We need to kill it. We need to kill it." And I'm like, "Dude, please, we're gonna figure it out." And then Rose undid the bandage on their arm, and then
Oh,
You saw
yeah.
shards of
I was
Holiday
dealing with some shit.
as they had attempted to do some stuff.
Right. Yeah. So, how about that? They'll just put their cards down for a second and lift up their arm, and the shards of wood aren't there anymore, but it is scarred heavily, and
Wrapped in vines and thorns with little red roses that have bloomed in a few spots around your arm.
the fingers are still permanently frostbitten.
Mhm.
But yeah. So, I mean, see, I feel like you'll be happy with me, Eidos. It's just about 4 or 5 years in, I decided that maybe it was a good idea to try to destroy the mask and stop using it.
Yeah, that's a pretty good. It looks
Yeah.
like it might not have went too great, but
Yeah, it didn't work well. No.
Fortunately, your allies were able to facilitate a way for you to free yourself from the White Dragon. Using celestial lotuses they had gathered 20 years in the past, and the power of an archfey, the last bit of his strength. A place was opened within the memory of Zanarinak, where you were able to confront Kolende, face to face, blade to claw. And with the Wanderers at your side, you conquered that evil. Harnessed it,
and Zen, he helped, I suppose.
and
Just like
proved
pat him on the
yourself.
side.
You were able to defeat the tyrant Titania, free the Fae, though it did take a great deal of effort, and you weren't able to 100% save all of them, as you learned that the Fae, the Archfey themselves, the Seasons, were originally free people who chose to take this power and become something more, and you wanted not to have to kill them, not if you didn't have to. You gathered together the powers of spring and summer, fall and winter, uniting them into a single crystal built by Ken to fuel the power of life, and returned that to his fiancée, Unmechanis, who put it on a big star. And since then, magic's felt a little bit less touchy, although you still have this strange patch of rock appearing on your shoulder.
Yeah, I guess that they'll brush their hair aside, turn a little bit, and show Aureus and just been growing. I haven't wanted to worry anybody about it, but every time I use higher level magic, which is a lot, not every time, but it gets bigger.
Is it possible for me to cure that?
What you got?
I'm not saying like now, like is he like thinking wise? Not resurrection, regenerate or heal. Let's see, what else do I got? Revivify, bunch of healing stuff. Greater restoration. I'm assuming regenerate would probably be the best option.
I don't know. I mean, it's not
Because that helps you like severed limbs and scars and
right. Well,
stuff.
it's not like
Protect-
missing. It's there. It's just
You
not.
cast
I'm not
regenerate
sure
and
if
it gets
it's
bigger.
no.
Hmm. Maybe don't do that.
I don't know if it's flesh stone replacing the flesh. I am not sure. It doesn't hurt, but
The only time it
It's-
hurt was when you tried to dig it out with a knife.
Yeah.
yeah,
That's
maybe I won't tell him
assuming
about that.
it goes.
But it does. I guess now that you're here, it really wasn't a concern for anybody else besides me. Higher level magic seems to trigger it, and
I was gonna
sometimes
say I've used higher level magic. Has it occurred on me at all?
You don't see any signs of it.
Like I said, it doesn't happen every time, but it's more often than I'd like. And
What
sometimes
spells?
magic goes a little fucky
Oh,
too.
is it again? 6 and higher?
7.
It seems,
7
yeah,
higher.
it seems to be 7 or higher.
Guess I'll keep a lookout on it, and then I'll make sure to check up on you, make sure it doesn't spread too far. I mean, I guess I could use regenerate on you to fix your arm if you wanted me to.
Um, no, that's okay.
I just realized. Is it 7 or higher? You said.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Did Force Cage trigger anything? That's a level 7.
It didn't. I did roll for that
Okay.
one. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool. Because I was gonna say, just wiping his brow like, whoo, I is my cap, and then
So-
I remembered 6 and 7.
Yeah, so I guess you'd be cautious about it too.
I wonder if
they
divine
said,
magic's different than.
I don't know about that. I just know it's because magic is all fucky, I guess, because Ken's fiance was the god of magic and decided to not be anymore. I'm confused about that part. I wasn't there for that.
Of the power of love.
You did hear that, yes. That's his theory, at least, that the fire and earth work together.
I wonder if the smart move then would be to get the other two before we introduce one or the other, so that we don't tip the scales again.
Gonna have to keep yo-yoing until we finally
Right.
get a perfectly
Well, I
balanced.
mean, so that's why we're doing fire now, to balance earth, apparently, and then that's where you come in, I suppose, Eidos.
Then we'll need water to cool it down, because then your
Well.
skin's gonna be on fire. And then
Right,
air.
sure. I hope not. But, I mean, we put the life crystal in from the Fae, and
Yeah.
I don't think anything happened, but I guess yours is the balance for that. I don't really know what'll happen. Like I said, I don't. This whole thing with that stuff, I wasn't around for, and I don't know a lot of it.
Keep tabs on seeing if it spreads, and worst case, we'll try regenerate on it and see if what it does.
Right?
Like, it doesn't hurt or anything. You could just got some rocks.
No. It. Okay, I guess I will tell you. You're not gonna like it. No, it doesn't hurt, but it is. It's not just like in there or like a shell or anything. It's in there. I tried to remove it at one point. That didn't go well. That hurt a lot.
I mean, that's understandable. Like, I don't know if I had some rocks that suddenly appeared on me. I think I would try to get them out too. So
See, it's not. I'm not. Chaz
it's
didn't
not
like
like,
when I did that.
yeah, it's not like, well, obviously, she's worried about your well-being and see you do something that could hurt you, right? Like, I get why somebody wouldn't like it, but I definitely am on the same team as you. Like, if I had it, I would have tried to dig it out.
All right, get it the fuck out of me.
Men going to a proper healer to remove it. Not
Well,
just,
I didn't have
got
a
a
proper
knife.
healer.
I got a knife.
We didn't have a proper healer, now did we, at that time, until you decided to come back?
Aerith sneezes.
I said a proper healer.
Minor healing. I'm not saying you need massive 7th level cleric spells to try it, but
Do you think it'll go away if we do get the fire one put in, or is it just gonna stop it from spreading more?
I don't know. I hope it goes away.
Worst case,
When
you
it-
now
Yes.
have
Whenever you
at least
change,
that
does
one
it change that spot? Like when you turned into the tabaxi, did you still have that spot in your fur?
Um, I think so. I don't change as much as I should.
It was
I
still
like
there.
being me. But yeah, it was. Yeah. So it's obviously part of me, I guess now.
I think the only thing we can do for now is just keep our eye on it.
Yeah. Can't exactly not do higher level magic recently.
Yeah, might just need to do it sparing, like last resort. Kind of put that under the same big
Well,
red button that Ken used to
see,
have.
the problem is that ever since you left, now I'm the bus. And I have to use that to get us around.
Yeah, and clerics don't get teleport.
Right?
Yeah, that's why I say sparingly. I know there's going to be times where you're going to have to do stuff like that.
I feel like it's been like every day
I
recently.
mentioned like planar travel, but I don't get teleport.
Can't
Makes no sense.
do that one. But all of this to say, I mean, it's mostly caught up, but I look, I think the war fucked me up a bit, okay? That was a lot of stuff. It was a lot of things. I started having anxiety attacks a couple years in. Thorn and Taz would help me through them. I have nightmares. It was a lot to do, okay? It was a lot to be in charge of, and I didn't know how to do that.
Yeah, I mean, PTSD is a very real thing, Rose. And
When this is all over, we take you on a nice long vacation, find a few therapists.
Yeah, if we don't die first.
nah,
We'll be fine.
we're not going to die. Well,
Never.
okay, hang on. We will die, but it'll be in like our 90s on a beach somewhere after we've all
Hey,
retired and won.
90s.
yeah,
I'm
maybe
going
I'll
for 100.
right. I'll go back to the Feywild. I'll live forever, bitch.
Mm,
That's how that works.
The Feywild has a night and day cycle now.
That doesn't necessarily mean that I don't die there anymore, right? Shit.
Only one
But
way to
nah,
die.
we got too many things that we might die, but we have too many people that can undo that now, so we won't die in a way that matters. We're just gonna have to keep trucking, do what we gotta do. That way, at the end of it all, we can have a really good time.
Man,
I mean, there's so many ways to
part.
get immortality. If you really wanted to live, you could probably.
I don't want immortality.
I don't
I
either.
was gonna
I'm
be
just
an
saying, if you
archfey.
really wanted it,
I was gonna be an archfey, and then everybody came and fucked that up.
What would your archfey name have been?
oogly boogly.
Bringer of summer.
Well,
Not
from
title,
what
name.
The great oogly boogly.
I mean,
That
from
way,
what we've
if you become an archfey, we have your name. Keep that in mind.
rude,
That's smart. It's very smart.
but I mean, I guess if we had gone through with everything, I would have been Titania.
Damn, that means the party would have helped steal your panties. Yeah, if you think
Mm.
Ken didn't put that in his report, he definitely did.
I don't read those things, and I didn't know anything about that, so I'm
Throwing
very
the pillows
interested.
on the floor.
So did he take them from her? Like, did he sleep with Titania?
No. Well, okay, I'm gonna be honest. I kind of skimmed, and I also kind of forced it on Emily to explain after. I think it was like a heist.
Yeah. They stole
Interesting.
from a vault. Something about a sword. I skimmed through it too.
Probably this one. Rose like thumbs over to Zanar on his back.
You do
On their
know
back.
of the story of the origins of the war, the flying flags over Sarnau, the panties stolen,
Right.
the anger.
It pissed her off big time. I
Her
didn't know that
clothes
Ken was
thrown
the
on
one
the
to do it
ground.
though.
Well, not kids specifically, just a party.
No.
But
Ken slept with Titania, took her panties as a trophy. Got it.
Ken sneezes.
Pretty sure Mia would be pissed if that actually happened. You did what? Lightning bolt.
Excuse me? But yeah, I don't know how to deal with this stuff. And I've been drinking a lot, and it helps.
No.
yeah, we're not gonna cut you off from the drinking, but slow up on that. And instead, how about you talk to us from now on?
This was hard enough already.
And
I don't know if I can talk.
easier.
I don't know if I can talk to you every time that
Well,
I freak out.
there's 4 of us. So at least one of us is gonna be around. You don't. If you feel like that's happening, we'll come up with a hand sign just so everybody knows and they can come help.
Hey,
That way
see,
you're not like on your own.
that's what I had with Thorn and Taz. We were in the middle of meetings, and if I keep the sign, that means I'm gonna lose my shit.
Perfect, cool. We're all on the same page already. Great, but drinking a ton probably is exacerbating the problem. If I had to guess, short term it might help, but long term your liver is gonna kill itself.
I don't
Does
need-
calm
don't need
emotions
organs.
fix that temporarily?
Are you sure you don't want Aerith and Ken in here? I feel like this is stuff that they should hear also.
I mean, I was just gonna tell you guys about everything that happened. I don't.
We have time now. Like I don't know. Ifrit kind of did a number on me, and he took out a good 60 of that extra help they gave. So we have a little bit of time. If you
Sorry.
want to get some of this off your chest, like it sounds like you got a lot weighing on you, and I know Aerith the kid would definitely want to hear this because just like us, I don't think they want you to suffer. At least not alone like this.
I don't want them to worry. I knew you wouldn't judge, and I don't think that they would either, but I don't know if I should, I guess.
Yeah, one thing you'll learn, and I think you know it already, and you're just trying to deny it. Family's gonna worry regardless. So I guarantee you trying not to make them worry is going to worry them.
And I think I had it pretty well. Right? It's been harder lately.
Does a little like hand motion.
Ouch.
You're really good at hiding, like keeping things under wraps, but it's been getting a little bit more. Something's been wrong.
It didn't help that I can't sleep either. You get used to sleeping with 2 other people in a bed for 7 years, and suddenly being alone is
You can buy you some body pillows to try and help.
We'll just get Ken to whip up a couple simulacrums of
I don't know how I feel about that.
Thorn to
It
add
seems
for you.
really, really creepy. Not gonna lie. Alright, I don't.
You astral project them over here.
I don't think it works like that. I think it works the other way around. I've tried a couple times to dream them, but that's not exactly an easy thing to do. Taz says it's not supposed to be possible across planes. It's worked a couple times. One time. I have a feeling it won't work here at all. If that's regular teleporting and stuff isn't even.
I guess if we ever are on break or we have some free time,
On break.
we could all go to the Feywild and you could have your girlfriend, boyfriend sleepover.
That seems like
Are
something
you
we
engaged
probably.
to them or are you just dating them? Because I know Ken's married to Mia now, or engaged to Mia.
Yeah, apparently they're engaged. That's also weird. No, I don't. Marriage is kind of weird.
In a
And it's
long-term committed relationship with each other.
right.
They don't adhere to labels.
Things are more open than that.
Alright,
They know. Yeah, they know that I am theirs and they are mine. For now. I mean, unless they decide they want to go somewhere else.
I mean, I'm sure they'll visit the material to see you too.
We just gotta take out Tiamat, that's all.
Yeah. Then you can, with all your spell slots, you can travel back and forth whenever you want it.
Great. Yeah, just gotta prevent the end of the world first before I get to see them again.
You want to have a
That
happy
seems
relationship,
fine.
save the world.
That
God, isn't that the truth?
seems like a lot.
I'm sure it'll work out in the end.
I know they're busy. It's just that they've got shit to do. We've got shit to do.
Doesn't mean you can't stop in and say hi once in a while.
I just want them to come back. I don't give a shit about the future of the Feywild right now. They can figure their own stuff out. Who cares who rules? No one's ruling. That was the whole point. Why can't they figure it out? Why do we always have to do everything?
I think it's because we kind of take it on ourselves to do a lot of this stuff, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, we kind of choose to do it.
We kind of insert ourselves into a lot of these situations because we feel like we're the best ones to handle it. And so far, seems like it. I mean, we're causing a lot of change that would otherwise not happen, right?
Well, we should stop it. Why don't we get to be happy?
They do. Just have to save the world while we're at it.
That's very stressful. Like, extremely.
Yes. However, if you didn't try and save the world, you never would have met Thorn and Tazmikella in the process.
Right? That's a silver lining.
You wouldn't have met any of us.
I wouldn't have almost killed you frame one of our meeting.
What a short
Wasn't
story
very
that was.
nice. Yeah, that wasn't. I'm glad you didn't.
Same,
Especially
same.
knowing, yeah,
You,
especially
you,
knowing
you
how
blended
hard you.
in, really? You really blend in. Like, you perfect
So
disguise. I thought you were a cultist for a minute.
that's what I do, isn't it? Can be anyone.
But that's why you gotta talk. You gotta let us know. If you can be anyone, and at least around us, you gotta be you, right?
I'd like to be. I don't know if I know who I am.
Well, who do you want to be?
I don't know. Never. Always just wanted. Wanted to be the hero. But being the hero is hard. It's a lot harder than I thought.
They don't really write about all the small things that go along with it, huh?
They fucking don't. They really should. When I write all of this shit down, I'm gonna write all of it. Even the bullshit. And no one's gonna want to be a hero. That's why they don't write about the small shit. God damn it.
You never know. Maybe it will incentivize someone to be a hero. You planning on making a book and publishing it?
I don't know. Maybe. I like to tell the story.
The
You know.
Adventure of 5 Idiots.
this is our story. It's kind of what I do, isn't it?
I'm sure it'll be a bestseller.
Before I go get Ken and Aerith, what do I? I'm not gonna repeat all of this. Like this was the whole 9 yards. You guys need to be caught up. Just the important part, I guess.
I mean, I would definitely recommend at least letting them know how the war affected you. I feel like that's something that probably doesn't get talked about. I know you
Don't
try
like to talk
to
about.
keep that brave face, but yeah, exactly. You, there's stuff none of us want to talk about, but you kind of have to get it out there. Like I said, when I left, I was kind of in the same boat. Not specifically with you, just I had to sort some stuff out, and it really helps put things into perspective if you can do that, especially with the people that matter to you. You know.
I'm gonna go get them, and then everybody has to say the worst thing about themselves, not just me. I feel like that's fair.
Hey, feel free. We could have a share a group share session.
Cool. Okay, hold on.
As you
So
head to the door. Oh.
yeah, no, yeah, they'll get up, poke their head out the door, and just Ken, Aerith.
As you all are, or you both are watching Amaji draw one more map. All right, so this is going to be the center of the Noble District. It's kind of like a giant well. There's a aspect of Frastiel beneath that creates water, so it is a lake kind of within the city, and the entire Noble Square is built over the center of it. And he kind of draws this like circular image with like these 4 bridges that go into it, and he kind of labels like, all of this is going to be water, but you're probably going to be coming in from down here, this southern entrance, and you're just going to want to keep heading north. From here, You're going to be looking at a bunch of stone temples and some metal buildings. Just keep following the one that's leading right up to the big rock, and you should be able to find your way up the Pride Rock. There'll be a small ascent behind the temple that you'll follow up to the shrine. But from there, there's only one thing up there. And as he kind of like lets that hang in the moment where he's obviously meaning the throne, he also means Vestariel. You hear Rose call for you guys from the barracks in the back.
Yeah. Give me a sec. I'll be right there. Thank you, sir, for the maps. I definitely appreciate the information. Got it memorized, so we should be able to hopefully streamline our approach and make this slightly less painful.
It's my pleasure. Anything we can do to help. Seriously. You are doing the heavy lifting here. You're doing my job. So, anything I can do.
Thank you. I guess Ken will back away from the table and start making his way back to see what Rose wants.
Okay. You guys head back to the barracks. You follow him, Aerith?
Yeah.
You watch as they turn the corner, and it's a small space. You could hear them talking from the mess in the center of the ship, and see as they like poke their head around, and they see you standing in the doorway. Turn around
Hurry
and head
up.
back in.
Before I lose my nerve.
The two of you follow Rose in to find Eodos and Aureus sitting comfortably on the floor, a pile of cards between the two of them, and just sort of an air of seriousness hanging within the barracks.
Everything
Rose
okay?
Rose just shoves a hand of cards into your hands, and then gestures for you to sit down.
I guess we're playing cards.
Yep.
Who's been winning cards?
Everybody, all three of you roll me a d20 right now. One d20 to determine it all.
Win or lose.
I lose.
So you didn't get to roll. You weren't playing.
You're not here yet.
Oh.
So far,
No, the 19 on my screen in line! In line!
Eodos has had some pretty lucky hands. You guys really haven't been. There's been a lot of using the cards just as a distraction, especially for you, Rose.
Mhm.
And you just haven't been really getting a good deal, Aureus. You keep getting
Yes.
like a pair of twos, and you're like, huh. And then you'll like deal go through the hand, shuffle it back up, and then Rose will deal you the exact same pair of twos again. Like you're like, I just had the two of fire and the two of water. What the?
I told you, not my fault. Can't shuffle this shit.
But ironically, on that second time, they didn't have anything, so the pair of twos actually won the hand. You guys deal Aerith and Ken in as you join the powwow around the barracks at the back of the ship and can feel the sway of the ant's legs beneath you. And the scene is yours again.
All right, we're playing for. I don't know. I'm talking about shitty stuff. Congrats.
Specify shitty.
It's Aureus, Ken. He's pregnant.
Who's the daddy?
I don't think that's how it works.
I don't think so.
Hey, you never know. Thorn thought he was pregnant for a while.
He might still.
Ugh, we don't talk about that. Okay, listen. I don't know. Fuck. I have to do this again? I don't-
You didn't invite them over.
Because you told me to.
I don't think.
Because you're correct that they should know too.
That was Eodos.
was.
I know. Fine. You've been agreeing with him though. You're complicit.
Okay.
I don't. Uh, the war was hard. Okay, on me. Um, I've been having a lot of trouble since. I don't know how to do this.
Do what exactly?
Talk about this, about myself, about myself when it's not. Good things about myself. I didn't figure out the hand signals yet, Eidos.
So kind of laugh, but it just Rose has been going through it, and honestly, I feel like probably everyone has been putting up with some stuff that they don't want to weigh everybody else down with. But it seems like we need to have a chat and let everybody get this stuff off their chest so that we can kind of understand what each other's going through.
Can someone else go first? That would be cool. Tell me about terrible things that you're feeling so that I can tell you about those things later.
So you want us to say terrible things that we're feeling, or terrible things that we, or terrible
Dealt
things about
with.
ourselves, or
Either one.
Bear your burden.
I mean, I guess for me, I'm well aware my moral compass often gets you guys in trouble. Like trying to talk with dragons that obviously want to eat us. Granted, I'm still
You
gonna
should-
try and talk to the dragon. And
I
I'm well
understand
aware
the
that
sentiment. But yes, sometimes it's not maybe the best idea.
Context clues are important when it comes to talking to dragons, I feel.
it doesn't hurt to try.
It could hurt us.
Well, I
Oh,
mean,
it very well,
could-
like,
yeah,
literally could hurt us.
it's still good to try, at least.
I have missed it about you though, Aureus. At least you try to see the best in everybody, which is a little refreshing, I suppose, even though it's kind of annoying.
Take that as a compliment and ignore the last half.
It was still
I'm
complimentary.
I'm just teasing you. I know.
So what are you struggling with? Personally.
Personally, I mean, I died twice, and I originally thought I failed, and that was hard. Just sitting on Mount Olympus. Well, not Mount Olympus, sorry. What was it? The Mount
Martyrdom.
Martyrdom, yeah.
Just sitting on martyrdom. Just, I don't know. It felt odd to just relax there, even though I felt like I failed in my duty. But hey, I'm back, and I guess I have a chance to try again.
Did you want to stay there forever? Should we not have
really.
brought you back?
No, 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 no. I'm actually very thankful you brought me back. I guess, as peaceful as it was there, I was agitated that I couldn't have done more. But now I have that opportunity. And part of my memory of martyrdom is still fuzzy, but I do remember the feeling.
In a good way, or
The feeling of I wish, like, agitation, like, if you're stuck cooped up in a room. I felt like I needed to be doing something else, but I was instead stuck on martyrdom. I guess
That's
of
a
all the rooms to
powerful
be
term.
trapped
That's a
in,
powerful phrase. I felt like I should be doing something else when I was stuck on martyrdom.
Stuck here in heaven. Ugh.
I felt like my mission wasn't done yet.
No, because we still needed your help.
Exactly.
Even though I feel bad bringing you back into it.
It's fine. I probably would have found some way back anyways, just to annoy you guys.
Are you gonna try to talk Tiamat down?
Oh my god.
Yeah, probably.
Orius, no. That's where I'm drawing the line.
I can use my action freely to try and talk Tiamat down. Maybe Tiamat never got a hug as a child, and that's why they're always so grumpy.
I think she would want to eat you with her mouth and teeth.
She would.
I could talk her down, maybe.
With all 5 of her hands, too.
Orius is over here.
I could do it. I could fix her.
I can fix it.
I respect it though. Like,
Oh god. We're gonna die.
Conviction.
yep.
Fuck.
We need that sort of morality here. Not saying the rest of us aren't thinking like with the best intentions, but it is great knowing we got somebody there that is trying their hardest to do the best.
Even though it's going to get us killed.
Find out when we get there.
We're going to die. Okay.
Will work out just
Uh-huh.
What if we
Oh, boy.
just, instead of freeing Tiamat, we get her put on house arrest and get her
That's what
out
they
of
did.
that cage,
Well,
and
that's
then
what
we'll
they
go
put
put her
her on.
somewhere else.
That was her house arrest.
Yeah,
It was
that's just
being
normal.
caged forever.
That's just normal arrest. She's actually in prison right now. We got to get her
More
another
prison.
plane that she can just chill in and enjoy, and stop trying to destroy the multiverse.
she's
But they're
kind of
kind
stuck in Avernus.
They're all connected, like, so even if you put her in a different one, she could make her way back. I think that's the
That's
problem.
we gotta rehabilitate.
Don't we can
So
change
you
her
want
alignment,
to
guys.
fix
Talk
her
her down.
too.
We'll change her alignment.
No, I
Be
intend to kill
a
her.
real god of good. You never know.
But if Orius wants to try before I swing, I'm for it. No, my mission is absolutely to not seal her up, but to get rid of her at this point.
How do you get rid of her?
He does gestures to Fate Render.
Okay, but she's a god. You kind of just
Gods
put them
gods
away.
can be killed. No, you can kill a god.
I mean,
They can
from the sound of
be
it,
ended.
Mishra is dead. So,
I mean, so Mistra's not, at least from I don't, looks at Ken and just, I don't think she's dead, but like separate? I'm unfamiliar with how
you
that
do
works.
that to Tiamat, split her power up. I don't know.
Into 5 different dragons.
And then you talk each one individually, and you slowly convert it as a whole.
I mean, you got to think though. We were on the corpse of a dead god. Remember the prison? Gods can die. We can kill them. If Tiamat's a bad god, we can put an end to her.
Why didn't they just do that the first time instead of just locking her away in a prison forever?
I think because if the gods fight, it's a bigger risk, maybe. You know, if all that power is flashing like that, it's probably going to wreck everything that's currently extant. So they, rather than have to start over multiple times until one side wins or loses, they put her away. But
could use the helm of opposite alignment.
I love these ideas, man. This is great.
We just have to get her to willingly attune to it and fail.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll be down for that.
DC save of 15.
She can fail
What's
that. Sure.
the save type again?
Wisdom.
Wisdom. Which
Pretty
got,
sure she
does
has
she have
like
a
a
plus
20.
16?
Let's see.
I don't think she could fail it.
Hey, I could give her a negative D12. Maybe she rolls a 12. And rolls like really, really badly.
You
On
said
a
it was a
failed
15?
Will
Yeah.
DC 15.
Okay. Technically can't fail
What
it.
On a
But
if
failed
it's
DC,
minus
the
11?
alignment of the wearer is
Or 12.
radically altered to an alignment as different as possible from the former alignment. Good to evil, to lawful, neutral to some extreme commitment, etc.
God, that would be crazy.
Is it a Pathfinder item?
Only a
'Cause you said
witch
will.
or a miracle can restore former alignment. Really?
Damn. Can't gods just do whatever
3.5,
miracles they want then?
So
Oh, okay.
not in
3.5.
5e, it's in 3.5.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes
That makes
sense.
sense.
Alignment was a much bigger thing in 3.5 because you needed
Yeah.
it to be certain classes and
If you wanted to be a monk, you had to be neutral something, or you were awful something.
Mhm.
It was weird.
That's so
Same with
boring.
yeah, there were
I
a
mean,
lot
you
of weird
could
restrictions.
make it a 5th edition item, but even, I don't think she
Yeah,
could
I
fail
think
it.
I think I'm good.
No.
You don't want us to convert Tiamat to our side?
No,
To
I
lawful
want you to
good?
kill her.
Well, what about Robert? You want us to kill Robert too, and he's hunky dory off
No,
in the city by himself.
I thought you guys were gonna. I didn't want you to kill Robert. I have plans for Robert. I've always had plans for Robert.
God, we gotta kill Robert quickly.
Yeah, we gotta kill Robert right now.
Right now. Right now.
But guys, he's the main villain of the next campaign. Or him and Zerial.
No. Okay.
Wish
Anyway.
spells, but she can counter wish spells. There are a few things we can do if we really,
Anyways,
really
besides Aureus trying to get us killed
no,
at the end of our
trying to
entire
help.
adventure. Eeny, meeny, miny, Aerith.
Ah,
What do you hate about yourself? What kind of things are you going through?
I don't know. My life is perfect. No, I'm kidding.
It's like I hate my bad luck. It's like,
My life is perfect. Refuse to come back to life at one point.
Right? We are family meeting, group sharing right now, and you have to be serious.
Fine. One thing that I hate about myself is sometimes I feel useless. Not powerful enough. Unskilled.
And it's crazy to think that.
you can take on a whole army.
Yeah,
Right?
it,
You could.
We're all
Doesn't
just
change what I
incredibly
feel.
powerful.
I know that's what I was saying. That's the craziest part. Like, I know exactly how strong you are, but I also know because I could kind of hear it when you said it, how much you mean it. Like, that's brutal.
It mainly started years ago. Had a friend, technically a lover. We were
Gross.
very close, but he decided to go on an adventure by himself and never came back.
Why didn't he want you to go with?
I never knew the answer. So I kind of came up with one on my own, thinking that I was never skilled enough to join him.
That's bullshit.
Well, look at you now. Dale of Fire, working on our way to kill Tiamat or possibly convert Tiamat to save the world.
No.
I don't think converting Tiamat is ever really gonna happen.
I can try, hope, and dream.
I can
You
fix
can,
her
you can dream it, but it
in your
probably won't come
mind.
true.
Well, I will still do my best.
I mean, my feelings also kind of came back, thinking that I was not good enough when Ken imploded. Isn't that right, Ken?
I
Man
didn't want you to have
explodes
to deal
one
with that.
time.
That's why I didn't want you to have to deal with that.
Right, because replacing my memories of the whole event was such
We're
a great
not
idea.
here to argue.
I thought you were about to hit us. We listen and we don't judge.
Sorry, no, I know. They already gave me a fucking earful about that. It wasn't the
This
right
is
choice, but
exactly what I was saying to Rose. Not about the memory thing. I mean talking, because Aerith is plenty strong. There's no reason to have that kind of doubt. But without talking to someone about it, it just festers. Because obviously we were all mad that Ken self-destructed like that, but he did it for a good reason. Same with Rose messing with our memories, but it's not something to shake who you are, you know?
It always does. That's why I never think I'm strong enough, stronger than my opponents.
I don't know. You're plenty fucking strong. Like, you're the one always up in the middle of everything. Honestly, I feel like you shouldn't be because you're a caster. Why are you always in front of everybody?
I mean, I am kind of hard to hit sometimes.
Sometimes, but you still get the shit beat out of you.
It also beats the shit out of everyone near him.
Yeah, exactly. But that doesn't mean you're not strong. Kind of trying to be more like you and fight more up close. It's hard.
And it's frightening, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But you're still doing it. So that doesn't make you weak. It makes you strong.
Even if it does. Even if I do seem strong in others' eyes, my hands always shake, thinking that no matter how strong I get, no matter how knowledgeable I become, someone would always die or get hurt or never come back.
See, I hate this. Why can't we just be cool and heroes?
All we
I
can
mean,
do is all we can
all
do,
people
you
are
know?
back,
You
so
can't save everyone, but you can limit that kind of risk. If you weren't there, you got to think how many more people would die.
have happened to Lynn Tyr without the Wanderers of Starlight.
Being afraid and having that doubt's good. That means you're sane. And realistically, you should go into every fight thinking the other person is stronger than you. Otherwise, you'll get complacent. You'll make a mistake that you really shouldn't.
Where's this quote? I heard a quote about it. It's like, if you go into battle not scared, you're either a fool or a priest.
And that does sound about right.
I mean, it kind of happened with us in Strahd when we thought we could take the witches a second time.
Wow.
Yeah, we learned the folly of our hubris several times over in Curse of Strahd. Come on now.
Ray completely, I mean, his entire character got hardened by that campaign. Like, he stopped seeing a lot of the good in people.
This is why I'm
And
gonna
it
be a
was really
background
hard.
character in Drake's Curse of Strahd. I'm not gonna make decisions for anybody.
Ah, you gotta make decisions.
Well, yeah, but I'm not gonna make the bigger ones. We have a cleric and a paladin. I'll let them handle it.
You should be like, oh yeah, no, trust him. He seems on the up and up, right? We can listen to him.
Oh, this is Strahd. We should definitely trust him.
Strahd
We should
guy's pretty
follow
cool,
him.
yeah. He's pretty neat.
All I've heard is stuff. What?
Hey, this priest, he sounds pretty chill. Let's go downstairs into his basement completely unprepared and go deal with his son. I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. We'll give his son a hug, a nice big hug. He'll feel much
He just needs
better.
he just needs a little snacky snack, and
A
it'll be
little
okay.
lovin'.
Yeah. Everywhere we turned, man, everywhere we turned.
Anyway.
Anyway, I think that's bullshit. You're pretty strong. But I get it. I'm not saying that you are wrong to feel that way, but I think that it's not true.
Thanks.
You don't sound
I'm
too
not-
enthused.
I'm not good at this, okay? I'm trying.
Alright, who's next?
What you
Anybody
feeling,
want to
kid?
volunteer? Yeah, or I'm gonna pick somebody.
We ain't heard anything about how the whole self-destructing affected you or anything since then. Where's your head state at right now?
Honestly, I don't remember much from that night. I
That's good.
remember the moment right before transforming. I just kind of had a moment to myself, in a way. I just seeing you guys being beaten down and battered by Angarad, and then just seeing the city burn, the rainfall, it pulled out some very dark memories I had of Baraghost, and I swore to myself I would never let that happen again. So I pushed that button, killed him, and apparently I paid the price. You guys brought me back. Kinda got some extra bits here and there. And I thought it was gonna be back to the status quo. And then I heard Sid got captured. Beaten. Starved. Used for using our knowledge to hurt more people. And I snapped. Again. And that's when Escalon came about. And then you guys had to come save me again.
That's what we do.
But I'm slightly over that now. But another worry came about over the course of our journey. I'm becoming less human and more conic. Once all of this is over, will I still be Ken? Or will I just be Ascalon? Fully. Completely. And also on that note, when I first transformed, I was told about the conversations you guys had. And I think to myself, what would have happened if you guys didn't stop me? And it shakes me to my soul. With all the innocence that could have been caught in the crossfire, all the collateral damage. And I'm like, do I want to even be a dragon? I mean, you can't really stop it now, but I'm just terrified what's going to happen once this conversion is finished. I can I can just comb through all of the memories, all of the lessons I've learned with Dad and Sid and everything I've learned in the journey so far, and just it scares me on what I could potentially lose. Again. And it's like logically, like I get it. You guys have been with me since day one. And now I've learned what being in love is. And I've got a fiance. I'm gonna get married. And she's so amazing. And she's helped me unknowingly with some of the doubts, but they're still there. In my subconscious. Guess it all boils down to if I'm gonna become a dragon, what kind of dragon do I want to be? I mean, obviously I'll be a metallic, but will I keep my same morals
What? You're not gonna be a gem
as
dragon? Shame.
shut up.
I mean, do you want to be a dragon, Ken? Or are you doing it because you think you need to? Power-wise.
I mean, I've logically I've come to the realization that this is kind of the natural course of what's
I don't
happened.
give a shit about logically. I want to know what you want.
I think deep down I kind of want this. With before we set out on our adventure, the cult kind of did whatever the hell it want, whether unknowingly or the people in charge kind of just brushed it off, didn't really take it seriously. But now I think this world needs a proper beacon, a proper voice to like show them it's like, hey, fuckers. There's some evil shit going on. We need to stand together and deal with it. And if I have the opportunity to be that beacon, be that voice, I'll take up that mantle. I'll be that shield.
And that's what you
If,
want.
yeah, if you had the chance to be that beacon without becoming a dragon, would you?
I mean, you can only do so much if you're a human. Got
It's bullshit.
80 years at best to try to pass down your knowledge and lessons to people who maybe will listen and take it to heart. Or I can have millennia to have plenty of the time to properly nurture and guide future generations.
You'd be surprised what you can get done in 80 years.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
not
just gonna
trying to
I'm just gonna go ahead and
dissuade
throw
you by it. This is purely just
Oh
out of
God!
character.
Oh no!
Same scenario as with Thor. Just this is what you want, right? Not what you feel like you need to be doing.
It's not ascending. It's not a voice from anyone else. It's your own voice. It's an insight that I'm not sure.
It just clicked.
Yeah. So as you see, Ken has a hand of cards, and as he says this, he kind of sighs, just folds out of this hand.
And I just. Oh God, Mia.
She is not a god anymore.
Well, not yet.
Yes. Are they planning to go back to?
I mean, isn't Nicholas immortal? Can he tell Mia how to be immortal?
I think out of character, wasn't Mister the one who did it to him?
Yes and no. She gave him the last ingredient he needed to make an item to make him immortal.
Mhm.
Do you know what that ingredient is?
Out of character, yes.
I mean, in character.
Oh, in
Does he?
character. Oh, yeah, Nicholas knows.
Is
Can he
it
get a hold of it?
replicable?
Yeah, right.
Not anymore.
It's like I know you had it in your thing, so I'm pulling it up now because I want to just
It
remind
was
myself.
Mistra's blood,
That's what it was. Yep. That's what I knew. I knew it was something.
Which doesn't exist
and it
anymore.
had to be freely given. Yep.
So,
But the people here at this table in this sad moment don't know that.
Nope.
Right.
They didn't know that.
Only Nicholas knows that.
Yes. I mean, I guess Nicholas could give his artifact to someone.
We were
'Cause it is
finally
an
ready.
attuned item.
It's also important to keep in mind, like, not everybody would want to be immortal. So you might want to maybe ask and see if she's interested in something like that. I don't. A
I
lot
still
of
want to be immortal.
people want it. A lot of people don't. Like, I absolutely would never want to be immortal. No way, no how.
I feel like most people who say they want it don't think too hard about why they want it and the repercussions of it.
Nah, it just sounds fun.
Exactly.
But yeah, that's my conundrum. Be a dragon, help properly guide, safeguard future generations from future threats, or be a human and just attempt to make change.
I
Well,
mean,
it
I'm
sounds
gonna
like
devil's advocate here. You would still be attempting to make change even as a dragon.
or a human.
You would have a longer lifespan, sure, but I mean, look at half the dragons we've encountered that have almost no interactions with humans, right? Like,
So it sounds like, do you want to live for everybody else, or do you want to live for yourself? You don't have to be the one who fixes the world. Again, after we fix it the first time.
I guess the good thing is you got plenty of time to change your mind.
That's the thing.
I think you're still you.
I'm not sure if I even want to change my mind.
yeah, and I mean that's fine.
You don't have to.
Again,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm not
You just
trying to
don't have to
You need to
dissuade
decide right
die
anything.
with
now.
us.
Yeah, I don't,
Live your life.
I don't want it weighing on you. Like, take all the time you need. We still have so much we have to deal with before we even start towards Tiamat, right? Like,
And that's if we don't die.
We won't. We're fine.
So you say.
Yeah, and I'm right.
We're gonna die. We're going to die.
No, we are
Again.
not. No, we are not.
Again.
No.
This
Yeah, you don't have to make the decision right now. Like, I don't
We got time.
think if you go, or if you even continue to pursue, like, learning more about how to be a dragon, I don't think this will lock you in. There isn't, it's not like there isn't time to change your mind and go back until you get to the end, I guess. But I feel like
I
that's
mean,
gonna be a long time from now.
plus, even if you become a dragon, I don't. Everything we've seen of you, I don't think you'll change who you are. Like, I don't think you'll end up like Proto Ascalon, who was pure rage and like outrage at the injustice of everything.
Do
I don't
you
think you
think
would be like that wrathful god at Ascalon. I feel like you'll still be kin even as Ascalon. You know,
Dragon
and
of Justice.
do you think Taz is less human, quote unquote, because she's a dragon?
I'm pretty sure you made her more human.
Nah, she was a big softie when we first met. Just due to, I guess, past experiences and I guess what happened during the spell plague. I guess people can't really differentiate between metallics and chromatics and just wants to slay them all for glory and gold. So that's why
Unfortunately,
they wanted to just keep away from humanity. Just let them do their own thing.
metallics unfortunately still do gather hordes, which will draw attention. Unfortunately.
Yeah. And I guess that's a pro to if I decide to be in a dragon, I can try to slowly change the outlook.
Build a horde.
I'm curious, what type of items would you collect?
What would your horde be?
Mm-hmm.
If I become a dragon and I decide to build a horde, I think it'd be a combination research funds, items that I've crafted over the years, and maybe memorabilia of my time with you guys and whatever important moments afterwards.
A giant artificer's lab with bits and
Right, it'd be a
bobs.
giant pile of junk.
I was just typing that up. Great Ascalon stash.
What is all this crap? Half of this doesn't
Sounds
even
like a
work.
Dragon's Hoard to me.
Blueprints, pieces of
Money and
paper,
items
books.
and notes and all sorts of stuff.
What's this tool? It's
Just
just a Swiss Army knife.
Is it a
What is
toaster?
what is like the lore reasoning behind the like money hoard with dragons? Is it's just like a power thing?
Let me
It's
see.
shiny.
Something to sleep on.
They like stuff.
Now there are
Gold can be
some
exchanged for food and services.
there's some canons say that the reason metallics hoard like gold is to, I think they every so often they sacrifice a small portion of it to Bahamut to show that they're going out and, you know, doing good things in his name.
They use
What
it
does
to
he even
like
need
a
with that
social
money?
fund, I think.
Yeah.
What does Bahama
What
need with
dragon?
money?
To be fair, there's a specific
He adds it
dragon
to
who
his,
pretty much use their gold for manservants, and because they use by scrying orbs to scry on different nobles because they like the drama.
Yeah,
Weird.
I mean that sounds like a dragon.
Creepy.
Honestly,
They
No,
want
straight
the
up.
tea.
proper dragon.
They want the
No,
tea.
no. Here's the thing: it's not even a metallic dragon; it's a chromatic. But they
Oh,
will.
no.
They're not even doing it
Womp
in an evil way.
They
They
just
just
want
like
some
It's-
reality.
drama.
They just
yeah,
They
it's
will
their
hire
soap opera.
male
reality
It's their
TV.
soap
dude.
opera.
Oh, I need to remember this dragon's name, but they will hire male manservants to
Real
oil
Housewives
Ugly
of
guys.
Waterdeep.
Yeah.
It's fucking goofy as all hell.
Oh, man.
Now I have
Yeah.
to find this dragon.
I mean,
Creepy.
they're creatures like any other that live for long periods of times. Chromatics, lore-wise, are known to collect hordes primarily to draw humans to their hordes to then eat them. It's kind of like a fishing hook, you know?
I can just
Yeah, that makes sense, yeah.
imagine a chromatic like watching a noble's house, seeing all of like the secrets that are unraveling, and he sees the lady of the house come in, slaps her husband, and you're like, "You cheated on me with the maid."
Yeah.
Was it a
How
green
could
There
dragon?
you?
How
Corn
could
looking into the
you?
scrying orb.
And then the brother comes out and is just like, "No, it was me."
It was me.
The dragon's just watching the mirror, the giant ass mirror crystal ball's just like, "It was the maid." Or it just becomes a murder mystery.
I will find that dragon again, and I will post
Right.
it.
I just didn't know if there was like a behind like the idea of a horde in the first place.
In my mind, I feel like it's an instinctual thing. It's something that just sort of happens with powerful creatures over time. It starts with tributes, and then it grows into like
I
a
deserve
self-aggrandizing
this.
thing. Yeah. The metallics take it and see it, and they're like, I should be doing something with this that helps the people. And they'll take, a tenth of it, a 20th of it, half of it. And they'll go to the cities and under human disguise, they'll disseminate it like a powerful, rich nobleman from another country or something like that. But I feel like for a dragon, it's just, it is almost like a control thing, but it's instinctual to gather things that are important, which is why each of the metallics, like Taz, she just collects random things that have meaning. So she casts legend lore on pretty much anything to get its like story, and then collects those stories because that's what's important to her. And she uses that knowledge and understanding of society and how people work to try to talk to people and help them, which is why she was at the Council of Waterdeep when you guys first met her, and she approached you to invite you out to the Nether Mountains after Rose got arrested.
There's the dragon.
Hell yeah.
It is a green dragon.
I was gonna say it would
Polar
make sense for a green dragon because green dragons tend to be very, very
Neat.
coy. Yeah, and that's why you guys were kind of. Was her name Xenia? He was just like, don't touch that. All right. Well, there's still 2 of you left. As Ken is
Yes.
getting a new hand, and we continue circling around.
Kind of cut out. What happened?
Next, Rose looks at you.
Oh, mine's easy. It's part of why I went off to the Shadowfell for a little while. I've got a lot of anger. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I've kind of had a chip on my shoulder ever since that first encounter with the cult, where all my boys died, and then I kind of got strong-armed into a deal with the Raven Queen. Haven't really processed a lot of that over the years. I'm gonna be completely upfront. And I don't really think about things the way Aureus does, like trying to talk it out with people a lot of the times. I am very much a swing first and ask questions later, and I've seen a lot of the bad things that happen with that, and even though I know I shouldn't be doing it, I just keep finding myself doing it. Kind of, it's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Much as I try to keep my temper in check, it's like it agitates it more. I've been trying to be better about it. The way the Shadowfell operates kind of, I know I've said it before, it puts things into perspective because just existing there is an ordeal. And I was only there a very small amount of time. But it kind of really brought to the surface a lot of hangups that I had. And I think it's part of what's helped me kind of channel that rage. But it hasn't gotten rid of it. It's still there. And I'm trying not to let it be at the forefront. But kind of hard to let go of that anger.
Especially since we have a lot of things to be pissed off about, I feel like.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's why I'm trying to be agreeable about most things. That's why I kind of started to recognize it with Robert. And honestly, son Sebas kind of showed me what it should have been. Because I'm gonna be real, I saw a lot of myself in Sebas. He lost the people that were the most important to him. He was fighting to reclaim it, but he was still him at heart. He didn't even know his dad was still alive, and he was still trying to do his best for him. Didn't let that anger control him. And when we found out that he was killed, that really kind of flipped the switch. I'm gonna be completely honest, and I know it did for Robert. That's why I'm hoping we can still talk with him. As bad as the situation is, but if we can't, we can't. I've come to terms with that. In the same way that I've kind of understood that some things are out of our control. But that don't mean we don't try. And I can't let their rage dictate everything I do.
Yeah, I'm gonna be. I think I'm gonna die when we go to the Shadowfell. I don't know that I can get my shit under control, like you were saying that we need to.
Yeah, you might not like being there is a struggle to the point that you might just come undone if you can't. That's part of why I was
Hmm.
so pushy about you talking with the party because these are all things that we're gonna have to be aware of. But so are the good things. You really have to live there to exist there.
Yeah.
Like the problems and hangups, they matter a lot, but they matter in the sense that you have to be able to move past them because you have to keep moving.
I feel like we're gonna have to do some sort of more training or something before we get to that point, or something like that.
Nah, they'll just we can do like I did. We'll just take everything from you, put you in a room for a little while, and then you just tough through it. And then if you make it, cool. That's how it goes.
I will not. I can tell you right now. I will go insane, and I will probably die.
Honestly, as serious as it is, I feel like with what you have to do to thrive there, it will be right up your alley. It's all about living in the moment, enjoying yourself, doing what you can while you can.
If you say so.
Food and drink kind of sucks though. Just a heads up.
Oh, really?
You bring me a bunch of jewel encrusted bowls, and I'll make sure everyone gets good food.
Here's just every single day. Wouldn't you think that the food and drink would be like good to help you like live and enjoy life better?
You'd think, but it's not really a place that you would, I guess, want to live. Sort of like a necessity thing.
They make the best with what they got. It's not
Yeah.
very good.
All you got is spinach.
Yeah. Just spinach?
Just spinach.
Nothing even to put on it. You just gotta eat it raw.
You can turn the spinach
Like-
into like a weird spinach bread. But
Just eat it like Popeye out of the can.
make it nice and strong. That's why they got spinach. You gotta be nice and strong to live there. So that's why they only have spinach.
I thought the reason his forearms were like that was because they were tumors.
I've
Or he
never
just
heard
jacks
that one.
off a lot.
Maybe both.
Maybe both. Why not both?
¿Por qué no los dos?
But yeah, I mean, if we're talking about this stuff now, you'll be better prepared for whenever we have to go there for the other piece of the heart, right? We got to get that one to offset the life one.
Yeah. Okay, Firedale first, and then we'll discuss that after, before we go and hopefully don't die there. Because I have a feeling that's going to be next on the docket.
Hasn't talked about their feelings, or is that everybody?
Yeah, that's everybody.
I want to talk about your feelings, Rose.
Not stalling at all. I'm fine. Ugh. Alright. Yes. I have to talk about my feelings again. I talked with Aureus and Eidos. Just trying to, honestly, just trying to like catch them up on everything, and it just kind of led to that. And they said that maybe you guys would also like to know. It's just I feel like I've been going through a lot ever since the war in the Feyland. It was a lot to deal with. It was a lot to go through. We relived a handful of days over and over and over, losing and dying and starting over for 7 years. And to try to lead, or at least be part of one of the leaders that everyone looks to. I wasn't ready for that. It was a lot. I think part of me broke a little bit. I I go through anxiety attacks a lot now. Had a system with Taz and Thorn. If I needed time, if they needed to get me out of it, Yudo said we could do that here too, if you want.
Whatever you
Sure.
need, Rose. I'm here for you.
Yeah. I feel like I keep fucking up lately and breaking your trust in me. That's why I took it hard when you took away the treasury. That was my job. You trusted me to do this, and I came back and suddenly you didn't trust me to do anything. You wanted the key back, you wanted the treasury back, I don't know. But there's that. I have nightmares a lot. I don't sleep well. It's hard to sleep without Taz and Thorn. And so I drink. That way everything isn't so loud. I've been drinking a lot.
You want me to try casting calm emotions on you before you go to bed?
I don't know. I guess you could try, but I don't know. It doesn't last very long.
Maybe it'll at least help you at least get to bed.
The drinking also, the alcohol, it also helps, I don't dream.
No. Alcohol's not a good substitute.
It really helps, though.
Not a good substitute.
I don't know what else to do.
Breathing exercises.
I don't think those fix
No, it's
I
not
mean, it's
here
probably
to fix. It's to help you relax, calm down, and get
I
control of your
just
emotions.
had a thought. Open up the book dimension. Find research notes on anti-anxiety medication.
yeah. I mean, that's. They said that would help to talk about it. I don't know about that.
Well, you did. I think you and I already kind of discussed a bit of it at that dive bar before we left. But I
Helped a
didn't
little bit.
realize the extent or how deep it went, and I'm glad you opened up about it. And again, I apologize if I gave the impression of not trusting you. You are my little sibling. No matter what spat or disagreements we might have, or we've had, or will have, I trust you with everything I have, with everything I am.
And it's like I know, but
No, I get it. You're kind of like me. You logically, you get it, but the doubt, it kind of supersedes the logic the majority of the time. I get it, but
usually when I fuck up, people leave. Every other time they have.
well, I'm not going anywhere.
You see, like getting this out in the open, not bottling it up. Now
Really,
everybody's
really.
kind of on the same page.
I just want to drink. It makes it easier.
Nope.
You can still. I'm not saying don't drink, but don't use
Don't
it as a substitute for
or an
dealing with
excuse.
stuff. Because we can all still go drinking with you. You know, that's fine. Just don't make drinking your answer to the problems. You know? Because I don't need you drunk polymorphing one of us into something.
I don't need to be drunk to do that.
Yeah, but if you're not drunk, you'll do something funny. If you're drunk, it might be something weird. You know?
We'll do plenty of positive drinking at my wedding party after all this is over. But Eodos is right. Don't use drinking as a coping mechanism. Talk to us.
It doesn't make it stop. It doesn't make it go away. It doesn't make my brain stop screaming.
We'll find some way to. We'll find something else to help suppress the screaming, as it were.
I
Drugs.
have a
No.
question.
Can you do dreaming while you sleep? Can you just like what is it? The lucid dreaming stuff? Can you just do that from
Huh.
party members dream to party members dream instead of dealing with the stuff you're going through alone?
I mean, if I dream someone, that is my dream for the night.
That could-
Hmm.
Also, I did have another suggestion. Rose, if it does become a
Hmm.
big enough problem, would you want to modify memory it?
I think it's been too long. I think modify memory has to be something recent. I mean, I could erase the dreams after they happen, I guess, but it doesn't stop the anxiety. I can't forget the whole everything, the war, the
Hypothetically, if there was a way you could, would you want to?
would I forget wrote Thorn and Taz too.
I don't know.
I don't want to forget that. The good parts. There were good parts. There's a lot of bad, but
Okay.
I don't
I
know.
was just curious.
Uh, I don't like this. I don't like this conversation. My brain wants me to take a running dive off the top of this ship and run away.
Well, the silence says it's too bad, Rose. You're stuck with us.
Yeah, pretty much.
Fuck.
You already signed up for the fight with Vistriel, the Amethyst Dragonborn.
I didn't sign up for anything.
Nope, sorry, you're already on the
Adventure tag
ride
says
there.
different.
Already on the ride there. You can't get out.
I didn't sign anything. Where's your contract?
Technically,
I read the
does.
fine print.
Chad has it.
Oh yeah, that's right. We did.
You guys did sign contracts with your thumbprints. Yep.
Our thumbprints in the database. Yep, magical ones.
And yours was a constantly
Change
fluctuating
mine. Yeah, I
glowing
can
one.
change it.
Yeah, no, it didn't work that way. If you remember correctly, from
I can
4.5 years ago.
Yeah, in very, very, very tiny letters on the next page, it said you will have to fight Vistriel, the Amethyst Dragonborn, at least 3 times.
That seems very specific.
You're stuck with the 80085 squad.
Yep. Every time, I always forget, and when someone says it, I always have a chuckle.
Yep, it's very funny.
The most powerful band of adventurers, 80085. Every new adventure is going to be like, really? That's the numbers they chose?
That was what they chose. Yep.
Yep.
Emmeline's just like an old woman at that point, still running the goal. Yep. I didn't
That's
understand
the
either.
number that
but,
chose.
That was what they chose. And damned if I was going to tell them no. It was just so funny.
And by the end of it, I physically couldn't tell them no.
No one could tell them no.
See, they already signed the paperwork, and I couldn't change it afterwards. So
It's bound in contract.
Magical contract. Well. Anybody else have anything else they wanted to add? And I think this is a great place to wrap up this week's game, as it just hit midnight here on the
Yeah.
West Coast. So
yeah,
So when can
was-
we expect you to throw Aerith's first love that
Oh
Oh,
God.
bro, I was taking so
sowed
many
the
notes.
seed of doubt?
I need a name, Aerith.
It was the old man that taught me sword training. No, I'm kidding.
Sir Cesar Namun, I see. Well, then he will have to make a surprise reappearance. Come back and see how your training is coming along.
He's the red mage I get the job stone from.
Here, just Eris, give me one more level. I'll get 9th level spells. I'll true resurrect him.
Oh God.
I mean, you can
guys
ask him
pop.
why he left.
Right? Why'd you go leave and go die?
He went on an adventure to
What's that
get the
about?
best wedding ring. For a
Hold
proposal.
on. Why are we bringing back my trauma?
I wrote I wrote everyone's trauma down. I do need a name though, Aerith. So just keep that in
I
mind.
will
No.
think of
You have
something.
Rhododendron?
Romeo.
No. I use that name way too often at work already.
I mean, if you want something tied to Aerith, there's Zach. That's always a.
Oh my god.
Oh, I was like, Zach. Why Zach? Oh. No, it's Sephiroth.
Getting skewered. That's all you think about. But no, think of a name. Let me know, and I'll add it into my notes for Aerith. Because this was really good. I had a lot of fun listening to that.
Did you expect it to take this turn, Cade? Right here at the
I didn't honestly. I thought we were gonna at least get into Forestiel, and I was like, all right, cool. First couple hours, they'll fight the fire elementals. I'll catch them right before they're leaving. It'll be like really cool. And then when
I
that
failed so
was like the
badly.
teleport, I was like, well, maybe it'll work,
No.
maybe it won't, and then they'll replan. We'll kind of do like a short bit of travel and then go. But Rose took that a bit personally.
A little
And-
bit of a breakdown.
Yeah, and I think it was very much needed. I think the dice knew, and I was just listening to everybody talk about the characters and everything you guys have been through and learned and endured, and the characters who have affected you guys and how you guys have each affected each other. Every game is fun, but it made the last 5 years so worth it. Just to have this much built up that we could have these kind of conversations for hours.
We had a
It's really
recap
cool.
episode.
Clip show.
Clip show.
Right.
It was like, well, hold on. Our magic didn't work here as we probably should have expected. So, clip show.
Please hold.
Can we
That's
also
it.
get
I do need to
Chekhov
make
to
dinner.
draw
Yeah.
our characters as cats? Because the seeming hasn't faded, by the way.
That was the next thing. Is you all did this as Tabaxi. Yep. Rose was the only one who could have potentially changed, but
We could have spelled it. Really
Well,
well.
actually, Rose probably, after everything didn't happen, I think they probably changed back.
okay.
That
Even when
makes it
everybody else
even
walked in.
funnier.
Yeah, that makes it
Yeah.
even
Rose
funnier.
we had this heart to heart, Rose in their normal form, and
Yep.
And the
all of us
rest
are just
of
cat
us are
people.
Cats.
Unless Aerith would have dropped it, he's the only one who could. Unless you use magic to dispel it, or as you can't drop it on yourself, the caster has to drop it.
Yeah. I
So
Seeming's
use
one of those.
a 5th level spell slot, which is one of my few higher level
Yeah.
spell slots. I'm not dropping it until it drops on its own.
Let me see. Because it's what? It's 8 hours?
It's 8 fucking
Yeah.
hours.
Yeah, so, I mean, it was probably an hour of conversation, hour and a half as the ant crawled along, but it'll be there in probably another 4 hours.
yeah.
So
Real. Just one salad, because we'd probably need it.
Great.
You're getting
Rose just didn't
therapy.
look any of you in the face.
they're felines in a family meeting.
Man, it's got to be better though, because you got a bunch of cute cats, just like, oh, it's all fine. You'll get better. You're okay.
It's like those interviews they have with the celebrities with like puppies or kittens.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, well, emotional support animals. This will make Rose feel better talking to a bunch of animals.
That's a perfect title, emotional support
Oh, no.
animals. Or maybe I can take it further, emotional support furries.
Oh,
Maybe not.
Please do not.
It'll be good
That was-
clickbait. It'll be good clickbait.
I just
Oh,
realized like
please.
Ken poured all of his heart out, but we know how it ends thanks to our staircase campaign.
well, we
That's
know
not
one
necessary.
way it can.
Well,
I told you, nothing's
Oh.
canon.
Yeah, what we know, one ending.
it's a potential timeline ending.
Exactly. And that's how it's like I don't want either campaign railroaded by the other one. So these were good questions for Ken to ask. And the reason that I switched off, I know we kind of got distracted with the jokes about like why dragons hoard and things like that. Because I honestly felt like Ken needs to think about that.
Yeah,
He
It's
needed a
not something
moment
you need to
to
decide right now.
yeah, he had a realization speaking. Because I heard it in your voice when I sent you that message.
Yeah,
And I think he needed to kind of just like he aired it out afterwards, but then it kind of turned into like a little bit more of like jokes, and then it moved on to the next one. And I feel like that was how it went
Necessary.
narratively, because I don't think Ken would have drawn back into that without having some time to reassess.
yeah.
So it's also only about 1 in the afternoon, so you guys really haven't been up for very long because you did your training. You probably
No.
ate breakfast, which was just
The
some
Hero's Feast.
food from.
Oh, yeah.
Well, no, the Hero's Feast was dinner last night.
Yeah.
This was
Mhm.
just create food and water, but
Got our shit pushed in
nourishes
by
you.
elementals, and then now we're having a hard
Yep,
You know,
those elementals were fun. That was fun.
Fucking-
It was
bad.
it was absurd how often they got their breath.
That was
Every
so
turn,
fun.
one of them had
Karma.
it. It was so funny.
yeah.
At least
Karma
it's so
is the name
good.
of that fight.
I really did not want to like waste any of my spell slots. She's like, "Oh, we got a big fight after this," so I'm
Right.
trying to like pick the lowest level.
That's why I
spell.
didn't rage or pop anything. I was like, I know we got another thing. I want to do it, but we got
Yep.
more coming up. I gotta hold it.
Yep.
Originally, I was gonna try and end it as fast as possible. Like, oh, I'll use my 8th level spell to cast Sunburst, and then I'm like, wait a minute, that
Wait a
will
minute.
hit. That doesn't. That
Everybody.
affects allies too. That's
Yeah.
gonna be a lot of damage. Maybe don't do that.
That's why you gotta be careful with spells that say all creatures, not
Yep.
creatures that
Yep.
you
that you choose.
I pretty much would have just nuked that ship.
Right.
The fire. Because it's a 60-foot radius.
Burn
Yep.
it with holy fire.
Pretty much.
Specifically, the answer crafted to be about 60 feet long in order to facilitate the sensor being in the center of them. So that would have been the entire ant.
Mhm. Yep.
All right, I need to make some dinner. That was a lot of fun. Thank you guys for sticking around for another long game of Tyranny of Dragons.
Hell yeah.
Whoops.
Oh, that
Yeah.
was
I'll
long.
talks.
7-hour
Yeah.
game, man.
Yeah.
Talks forever.
Lots of conversation, but that was a lot of fun. So, have a great night, everybody. I'll probably be back on Discord in I don't know, an hour if anyone's going to be around. But if not, I'll catch y'all later.
Bye.
See
Take
ya.
it easy.
Bye.